Preface of Joshua. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ann Boulais. Joshua by Georg EBERS. Preface. Last winter I resolved to complete this book, and while giving it the form in which it now goes forth into the world, I was constantly reminded of the dear friend to whom I intended to dedicate it. Now I am permitted to offer it only to the manes of Gustav Bauer, for a few months ago death snatched him from us. Everyone who was allowed to be on terms of intimacy with this man feels his departure from earth as an unspeakably heavy loss, not only because his sunny, cheerful nature and brilliant intellect brightened the souls of his friends, not only because he poured generously from the overflowing cornucopia of his rich knowledge precious gifts to those with whom he stood in intellectual relations, but above all because of the loving heart which beamed through his clear eyes and enabled him to share the joys and sorrows of others and enter into their thoughts and feelings. To my life's end I shall not forget that during the last few years, himself physically disabled and overburdened by the duties imposed by the office of professor and counselor of the consistory, he so often found his way to me, a still greater invalid. The hours he then permitted me to spend in animated conversation with him are among those which, according to old Horace, whom he knew so thoroughly and loved so well, must be numbered among the good ones. I have done so, and whenever I gratefully recall them, in my ear rings my friend's question, "What of the story of the Exodus?" After I had told him that in the midst of the desert, while following the traces of the departing Hebrews, the idea had occurred to me of treating their wanderings in the form of a romance, he expressed his approval in the eager, enthusiastic manner natural to him. When I finally entered farther into the details of the sketch outlined on the back of a camel, he never ceased to encourage me, though he thoroughly understood my scruples and fully appreciated the difficulties which attended the fulfillment of my task. So in a certain degree this book is his, and the inability to offer it to the living man and hear his acute judgment is one of the griefs which render it hard to reconcile oneself to the advancing years which in other respects bring many a joy. Himself one of the most renowned, acute and learned students and interpreters of the Bible, he was perfectly familiar with the critical works the last 5 years had brought to light in the domain of Old Testament criticism. He had taken a firm stand against the views of the younger school, who seek to banish the exodus of the Jews from the province of history and represent it as a later production of the myth-making popular mind, a theory we both believed untenable. One of his remarks on this subject has lingered in my memory and ran nearly as follows. If the events recorded in the second book of Moses, which I believe are true, really never occurred, then nowhere and at no period has a historical event of equally momentous result taken place. For thousands of years, the story of the Exodus has lived in the minds of numberless people as something actual, and it still retains its vitality. Therefore, it belongs to history no less certainty than the French Revolution and its consequences. Notwithstanding such encouragement, for a long series of years, I lacked courage to finish the story of the Exodus until last winter an unexpected appeal from abroad induced me to resume it. After this I worked uninterruptedly with fresh zeal, and I may say renewed pleasure at the perilous yet fascinating task until its completion. The locality of the romance, the scenery as we say of the drama, I have copied as faithfully as possible from the landscapes I beheld in Goshen and on the Sinai Peninsula. It will agree with the conception of many of the readers of Joshua. The case will be different with portions of the story which I have interwoven upon the ground of ancient Egyptian records. They will surprise the layman, for few have probably asked themselves how the events related in the Bible from the standpoint of the Jews affected the Egyptians, and what political conditions existed in the realm of Pharaoh when the Hebrews left it. I have endeavored to represent these relations with the utmost fidelity to the testimony of the monuments. For the description of the Jews, which is mentioned in the Scriptures, the Bible itself offers the best authority. The character of the Pharaoh of Exodus I also copied from the biblical narrative, and the portraits of the weak king Menephtah, which have been preserved, harmonize admirably with it. What we have learned of later times induced me to weave into the romance the conspiracy of Siptah, the accession to the throne of Seti II, and the person of the Syrian Arsu, who, according to the London Papyrus Harris I, after Siptah had become king, seized the government. The Naville excavations have filled the location of Pithom Succoth beyond question, and have also brought to light the fortified storehouse of Pithom Succoth mentioned in the Bible, and as the Scripture says the Hebrews rested in this place and thence moved farther on, it must be supposed that they overpowered the garrison of the strong building and seized the contents of the spacious granaries, which are in existence at the present day. In my Egypt and the Book of Moses, which appeared in 1868, I stated that the biblical Etham was the same as the Egyptian Chetam, that is, the line of fortresses which protected the Isthmus of Suez from the attacks from the nations of the East, and my statement has long since found universal acceptance. Through it, the turning back of the Hebrews before Etham is intelligible. The mount where the laws were given, I believe, was the majestic Serbal, not the Sinai of the monks. The reasons for which I explain fully in my work, Through Goshen to Sinai. I have also, in the same volume, attempted to show that the halting place of the tribes, called in the Bible Dophkah, was the deserted mines of the modern Wadi Megara. By the aid of the mental and external experiences of the characters, whose acts have in part been freely guided by the author's imagination, he has endeavored to bring nearer to the sympathizing reader the human side of the mighty dynasty of the nation which it was incumbent on him to describe. If he has succeeded in doing so, without belittling the magnificent biblical narrative, he has accomplished his desire. If he has failed, he must content himself with the remembrance of the pleasure and mental exultation he experienced during the creation of this work. Tutzing, on the Starnberg Sea, September 20th, 1889. Georg EBERS. End of the preface. Chapter 1 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Go down, grandfather, I will watch. But the old man to whom the entreaty was addressed shook his shaven head. Yet you can get no rest here. And the stars? And the tumult below? Who can think of rest in hours like these? Throw my cloak around me. Rest on such a night of horrors? You are shivering, and how your hand and the instrument are shaking. Then support my arm. The youth dutifully obeyed the request, but in a short time he exclaimed, Vain, all is vain. Star after star is shrouded by the murky clouds. Alas, hear the wailing from the city. Ah, it rises from our own house too. I am so anxious, grandfather. Feel how my head burns. Come down, perhaps they need help. Their fate is in the hands of the gods. My place is here. But there, look northward across the lake. No, farther to the west. They are coming from the city of the dead. Oh, grandfather! Father, there! Cried the youth, a grandson of the astrologer of Amun-Ra, to whom he was lending his aid. They were standing in the observatory of the temple of this god in Tanis, the Pharaoh's capital in the north of the land of Goshen. He moved away, depriving the old man of the support of his shoulder, as he continued, There! Is the sea sweeping over the land? Have the clouds dropped on the earth to heave to and fro? Oh, grandfather, look yonder! May the immortals have pity on us! The underworld is yawning, and the giant serpent Apep has come forth from the realm of the dead. It is moving past the temple. I see, I hear it. The great Hebrew's menace is approaching fulfillment. Our race will be effaced from the earth. The serpent, its head is turned toward the southeast. It will devour the sun when it rises in the morning. The old man's eyes followed the youth's finger, and he too perceived a huge dark mass, whose outlines blended with the dusky night, come surging through the gloom. He too heard with a thrill of terror the monster's loud roar. Both stood straining their eyes and ears to pierce the darkness, but instead of gazing upward, the star reader's eye was bent upon the city, the distant sea, and the level plain. Deep silence, yet no peace reigned above them. The high wind now piled the dark clouds into shapeless masses, anon severed that gray veil and drove the torn fragments far asunder. The moon was invisible to mortal eyes, but the clouds were toying with the bright southern stars, sometimes hiding them, sometimes affording a free course for their beams. Sky and earth alike showed a constant interchange of pallid light and intense darkness. Sometimes the sheen of the heavenly bodies flashed brightly from sea and bay. The smooth granite surfaces of the obelisks in the districts of the temple, and the gilded copper roof of the airy royal palace, anon sea and river, the sails in the harbor, the sanctuaries, the streets of the city, and the palm-grown plain, which surrounded it vanished in gloom. Eye and ear failed to retain the impression of the objects they sought to discern, for sometimes the silence was so profound that all life, far and near, seemed hushed and dead. Then a shrill shriek of anguish pierced the silent night, followed at longer and shorter intervals by the loud roar the youthful priest had mistaken for the voice of the serpent of the netherworld, and to which grandfather and grandson listened with increasing suspense. The dark shape, whose incessant motion could be clearly perceived whenever the starlight broke through the clouds, appeared first near the city of the dead and the strangers' quarter. Both the youth and the old man were seized with terror, but the latter was the first to regain his self-control, and his keen eye, trained to watch the stars, speedily discovered that it was not a single giant form emerging from the city of the dead upon the plain, but a multitude of moving shapes that seemed to be swaying hither and thither over the meadow lands. The bellowing and bleating, too, did not proceed from one special place, but came now nearer and now farther away. Sometimes it seemed to issue from the bowels of the earth, and at others to float from some airy height. Fresh terror seized upon the old man. Grasping his grandson's right hand in his, he pointed with his left to the necropolis, exclaiming in tremulous tones, "The dead are too great a multitude. The underworld is overflowing, as the river does when its bed is not wide enough for the waters from the south. How they swarm and surge and roll onward! How they scatter and sway to and fro! They are the souls of the thousands whom grim death has snatched away, laden with the curse of the Hebrew, unburied, unshielded from corruption, to descend the rounds of the ladder leading to the eternal world." "Yes, yes, those are their wandering ghosts!" shrieked the youth in absolute faith, snatching his hand from the graybeard's grasp and striking his burning brow, exclaiming, almost incapable of speech in his horror, "Aye, those are the souls of the damned. The wind has swept them into the sea, whose waters cast them forth again upon the land, but the sacred earth spurns them and flings them into the air. The pure ether of Shu hurls them back to the ground, and now, oh, look, listen, they are seeking the way to the wilderness." "To the fire!" cried the astrologer. "Purify them, ye flames! Cleanse them, water!" The youth joined his grandfather's form of exorcism, and while still chanting together, the trap-door leading to this observatory on the top of the highest gate of the temple was opened, and the priest of inferior rank called, "Cease thy toil! Who cares to question the stars when the light of life is departing from all the denizens of earth?" The old man listened silently till the priest, in faltering accents, added that the astrologer's wife had sent him, then stammered, "Hora, Has my son too been stricken?" The messenger bent his head, and the two listeners wept bitterly, for the astrologer had lost his firstborn son, and the youth a beloved father. But as the lad, shivering with the chill of fever, sank ill and powerless on the old man's breast, the latter hastily released him from his embrace and hurried to the trap door. Though the priest had announced himself to be the herald of death, a father's heart needs more than the mere words of another ere resigning all hope of the life of his child. Down the stone stairs, through the lofty halls and wide courts of the temple he hurried, closely followed by the youth, though his trembling limbs could scarcely support his fevered body. The blow that had fallen upon his own little circle had made the old man forget the awful vision which perchance menaced the whole universe with destruction. But his grandson could not banish the sight, and, when he passed the forecourt and was approaching the outer pylons, his imagination, under the tension of anxiety and grief, made the shadows of the obelisks appear to be dancing, while the two stone statues of King Rameses, on the corner pillars of the lofty gate, beat time with the crook they held in their hands. Then the fever struck the youth to the ground. His face was distorted by the convulsions which tossed his limbs to and fro, and the old man, falling on his knees, strove to protect the beautiful head, covered with clustering curls, from striking the stone flags, moaning under his breath, "Now fate has overtaken him too." Then, calming himself, he shouted again and again for help, but in vain. At last, as he lowered his tones to seek comfort in prayer, he heard the sound of voices in the avenue of sphinxes beyond the pylons, and fresh hope animated his heart. Who was coming at so late an hour? Loud wails of grief blended with the songs of the priests, the clinking and tinkling of the metal sistrums, shaken by the holy women in the service of the god, and the measured tread of men praying, as they marched in the procession which was approaching the temple. Faithful to the habits of a long life, the astrologer raised his eyes, and, after a glance at the double row of granite pillars, the colossal statues and obelisks in the forecourt, fixed them on the starlit skies. Even amid his grief, a bitter smile hovered around his sunken lips. Tonight the gods themselves were deprived of the honors which were their due. For on this, the first night after the new moon in the month of Pharmuthi, the sanctuary in bygone years was always adorned with flowers. As soon as the darkness of this moonless night passed away, the high festival of the spring equinox and the harvest celebration would begin. A grand procession in honor of the great goddess Neith, of Renut, who bestows the blessings of the fields, and of Horus, at whose signs the seeds begin to germinate, passed, in accordance with the rules prescribed by the book of the divine birth of the sun, through the city to the river and harbor. But today the silence of death reigned throughout the sanctuary, whose courts at this hour was usually thronged with men, women, and children, bringing offerings to lay on the very spot where death's finger had now touched his grandson's heart. A flood of light streamed into the vast space, hitherto but dimly illumined by a few lamps. Could the throng be so frenzied as to imagine that the joyous festival might be celebrated, spite of the unspeakable horrors of the night? Yet the evening before, the council of priests had resolved that, on account of the rage of the merciless pestilence, the temple should not be adorned, nor the procession be marshaled. In the afternoon, many whose houses had been visited by the plague had remained absent, and now while he, the astrologer, had been watching the course of the stars, the pest had made its way into the sanctuary, else why had it been forsaken by the watchers and the other astrologers who had entered with him at sunset, and whose duty it was to watch through the night? He again turned with tender solicitude to the sufferer, but instantly started to his feet, for the gates were flung wide open and the light of torches and lanterns streamed into the court. A swift glance at the sky told him that it was a little after midnight, yet his fears seemed to have been true. The priests were crowding into the temples to prepare for the harvest festival tomorrow. But he was wrong. When had they ever entered the sanctuary for this purpose in orderly procession, solemnly chanting hymns? Nor was the train composed only of the servants of the deity. The population had joined them, for the shrill lamentations of women and wild cries of despair, such as he had never heard before in all his long life within these sacred walls, blended in the solemn litany. Or were his senses playing him false? Was the groaning throng of the restless spirits which his grandson had pointed out to him from the observatory pouring into the sanctuary of the gods? New horror seized upon him. With arms flung upward to bid the spectres avaunt, he muttered exorcism against the wiles of evil spirits. But he soon let his hands fall again, for among the throng he noted some of his friends who yesterday, at least, had still walked among living men. First, the tall form of the second prophet of the god, then the women consecrated to the service of Amun-Ra, the singers and the holy fathers, and, when he perceived behind the singers, astrologers, and past Phori, his own brother-in-law, whose house had yesterday been spared by the plague, he summoned fresh courage and spoke to him, but his voice was smothered by the shouts of the advancing multitude. The courtyard was now lighted, but each individual was so engrossed by his own sorrows that no one noticed the old astrologer. Tearing the cloak from his shivering limbs to make a pillow for the lad's tossing head, he heard, while tending him with fatherly affection, fierce imprecations on the Hebrews who had brought this woe on Pharaoh and his people, mingling with the chants and shouts of the approaching crowd, and, recurring again and again, the name of Prince Rameses, the heir to the throne, while the tone in which it was uttered, the formulas of lamentations associated with it, announced the tidings that the eyes of the Pharaoh's firstborn son were closed in death. The astrologer gazed at his grandson's wan features with increasing anxiety, and even while the wailing for the prince rose louder and louder, a slight touch of gratification stirred his soul at the thought of the impartial justice death metes out alike to the sovereign on his throne and the beggar by the roadside. He now realized what had brought the noisy multitude to the temple. With as much swiftness as his aged limbs would permit, he hastened forward to meet the mourners. But ere he reached them, he saw the gatekeeper and his wife come out of their house, carrying between them on a mat the dead body of a boy. The husband held one end, his frail little wife the other, and the gigantic warder was forced to stoop low to keep the rigid form in a horizontal position and not let it slip toward the woman. 3 children, preceded by a little girl carrying a lantern, closed the mournful procession. Perhaps no one would have noticed the group had not the gatekeeper's little wife shrieked so wildly and so piteously that no one could help hearing her lamentation. The second prophet of Ammon and then his companions turned toward them. The procession halted, and as some of the priests approached the corpse, the gatekeeper shouted loudly, "Away! Away from the plague! It has stricken our firstborn son!" The wife meantime had snatched the lantern from her little girl's hand, and casting its full light on the dead boy's rigid face, she screamed, "The god hath suffered it to happen. Aye, he permitted the horror to enter beneath his own roof. Not his will, but the curse of the stranger rules us and our lives. Look, this is our firstborn son, and the plague has also stricken 2 of the temple servants. One already lies dead in our room, and there lies Camus, grandson of the astrologer Rameri. We heard the old man call and saw what was happening, but who can prop another's house when his own is falling? Take heed while there is time, for the gods have opened their own sanctuaries to the horror. If the whole world crumbles into ruin, I shall neither marvel nor grieve. My lord priests, I am only a poor lowly woman, but am I not right when I ask, do our gods sleep, or has someone paralyzed them, or what are they doing that they leave us and our children in the power of the base Hebrew brood? Overthrow them, down with the foreigners, death to the sorcerer Mesu, hurl him into the sea." Such were the imprecations that followed the woman's curse, as an echo follows a shout, and the aged astrologer's brother-in-law, Hornecht, captain of the archers, whose hot blood seethed in his veins at the sight of the dying form of his beloved nephew, waved his short sword, crying frantically, "Let all men who have hearts follow me! Upon them! A life for a life! 10 Hebrews for each Egyptian whom the sorcerer has slain!" As a flock rushes into a fire when the ram leads the way, the warrior's summons fired the throng. Women forced themselves in front of the men, pressing after him into the gateway, and when the servants of the temple lingered to await the verdict of the prophet Ammon, the latter drew his stately figure to its full height and said calmly, "Let all who wear priestly garments remain and pray with me. The populace is heaven's instrument to mete out vengeance. We will remain here to pray for their success." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. By the second prophet of Ammon, who acted as the representative of the aged and feeble chief prophet and high priest Rui, went into the Holy of Holies. The throng of inferior servants of the divinity pursued their various duties, and the frenzied mob rushed through the streets of the city toward the distant Hebrew quarter. As the flood, pouring into the valley, sweeps everything before it, the people, rushing to seek vengeance, forced every one they met to join them. No Egyptian from whom death had snatched a loved one failed to follow the swelling torrent, which increased till hundreds became thousands. Men, women, and children, freedmen and slaves, winged by the ardent longing to bring death and destruction on the hated Hebrews, darted to the remote quarter where they dwelled. How the workmen had grasped the hatchet, the housewife an axe, they themselves scarcely knew. They were dashing forward to deal death and ruin, and had had no occasion to search for weapons. They had been close at hand. The first to feel the weight of their vengeance must be Nun, an aged Hebrew, rich in herds, loved and esteemed by many an Egyptian whom he had benefited, but when hate and revenge speak, gratitude shrinks timidly into the background. His property, like the houses and hovels of his people, was in the strangers' quarters west of Tanis, and lay nearest the streets inhabited by the Egyptians themselves. Usually at this hour, herds of cattle and flocks of sheep were being watered or driven to pasture, and the great yard before his house was filled with cattle, servants of both sexes, carts, and agricultural implements. The owner usually overlooked the departure of the flocks and herds, and the mob had marked him and his family for the first victims of their fury. The swiftest of the avengers had now reached his extensive farm buildings, among them Horneck, captain of the archers, brother-in-law of the old astrologer. House and barns were brightly illumined by the first light of the young day. A stalwart smith kicked violently on the stout door, but the unbolted sides yielded so easily that he was forced to cling to the door post to save himself from falling. Others, Hornecht among them, pressed past him into the yard. What did this mean? Had some new spell been displayed to attest the power of the Hebrew leader Mesu, who had brought such terrible plagues on the land, and of his God? The yard was absolutely empty. The stalls contained a few dead cattle and sheep, killed because they had been crippled in some way, while a lame lamb limped off at the side of the mob. The carts and wagons, too, had vanished. The lowing, bleating throng, which the priests had imagined to be the souls of the damned, was the Hebrew host, departing by night from their old home, with all their flocks under the guidance of Moses. The captain of the archers dropped his sword, and a spectator might have believed that the sight was a pleasant surprise to him, but his neighbor, a clerk from the king's treasure house, gazed around the empty space with the disappointed air of a man who has been defrauded. The flood of schemes and passions, which had surged so high during the night, ebbed under the clear light of day. Even the soldiers' quickly awakened wrath had long since subsided into composure. The populace might have wreaked their utmost fury on the other Hebrews, but not upon Nun, whose son Hosea had been his comrade in arms, one of the most distinguished leaders in the army and an intimate family friend. Had he thought of him and foreseen that his father's dwelling would be first attacked, he would never have headed the mob in their pursuit of vengeance. Nay, he bitterly repented having forgotten the deliberate judgment which befitted his years. While many of the throng began to plunder and destroy Nun's deserted home, men and women came to report that not a soul was to be found in any of the neighboring dwellings. Others told of cats cowering on the deserted hearthstones, of slaughtered cattle and shattered furniture. But at last the furious avengers dragged out a Hebrew with his family and a half-witted gray-haired woman found hidden among some straw. The crone, amid imbecile laughter, said her people had made themselves hoarse calling her, but Malala was too wise to walk on as they meant to do. Besides, her feet were too tender, and she had not even a pair of shoes. The man, a frightfully ugly Jew, whom few of his own race would have pitied, protested, sometimes with a humility akin to fawning, sometimes with the insolence which was a trait of his character, that he had nothing to do with the God of lies, in whose name the seducer Moses had led away his people to ruin. He himself, his wife and his child, had always been on friendly terms with the Egyptians. Indeed, many knew him. He was a money-lender, and when the rest of his nation had set forth on their pilgrimage, he had concealed himself, hoping to pursue his dishonest calling and sustain no loss. Some of his debtors, however, were among the infuriated populace, though even without their presence he was a doomed man. He was the first person on whom the excited mob could show that they were resolved upon revenge. Rushing upon him with savage yells, the lifeless bodies of the luckless wretch and his family were soon strewn over the ground. Nobody knew who had done this first bloody deed. Too many had dashed forward at once. Not a few others had remained in the houses and huts, also fell victims to the people's thirst for vengeance, though many had time to escape, and while streams of blood were flowing, axes were wielded, and walls and doors were battered down with beams and posts, to efface the abodes of the detested race from earth. The burning embers brought by some frantic women were extinguished and trampled out. The more prudent warned them of the peril that would menace their own homes and the whole city of Tanis, if the strangers' quarter should be fired. So the Hebrews' dwellings escaped the flames, but as the sun mounted higher, dense clouds of white dust shrouded the abodes they had forsaken, and where, only yesterday, thousands of people had possessed happy homes and numerous herds had quenched their thirst in fresh waters. The glowing soil was covered with rubbish and stone, shattered beams, and broken woodwork. Dogs and cats, left behind by their owners, wandered among the ruins and were joined by women and children who lived in the beggars' hovels on the edge of the necropolis close by, and now, holding their hands over their mouths, searched amid the stifling dust and rubbish for any household utensil or food which might have been left by the fugitives and overlooked by the mob. During the afternoon the second prophet of Ammon was carried past the ruined quarter. He did not come to gloat over the spectacle of destruction. It was his nearest way from the necropolis to his home. Yet a satisfied smile hovered around his stern mouth as he noticed how thoroughly the people had performed their work. His own purpose, it is true, had not been fulfilled. The leader of the fugitives had escaped their vengeance. But hate, though never sated, can yet be gratified. Even the smallest pangs of an enemy are a satisfaction, and the priest had just come from the grieving Pharaoh. He had not succeeded in releasing him entirely from the bonds of the Hebrew magician, but he had loosened them. The resolute, ambitious man, by no means wont to hold converse with him, had repeated over and over again, while sitting alone in the sanctuary, reflecting on what had occurred, and what yet remained to be done, these little words, and the words were, "Bless me too." Pharaoh had uttered them, and the entreaty had been addressed neither to old Rui, the chief priest, nor to himself, the only persons who could possess the privilege of blessing the monarch, nay, but to the most atrocious wretch that breathed, to the foreigner the Hebrew, Mesu, whom he hated more than any other man on earth. "Bless me too!" the pious entreaty which welled so trustingly from the human heart in the hour of anguish. had pierced his soul like a dagger. It had seemed as if such a petition, uttered by the royal lips to such a man, had broken the crozier in the hand of the whole body of Egyptian priests, stripped the panther skin from their shoulders, and branded with shame the whole people whom he loved. He knew full well that Moses was one of the wisest sages who had ever graduated from the Egyptian schools, knew that Pharaoh was completely under the thrall of this man, who had grown up in the royal household and been a friend of his father Rameses the Great. He had seen the monarch pardon deeds committed by Moses, which would have cost the life of any other mortal, though he were the highest noble in the land. And what must the Hebrew be to Pharaoh, the sun god incarnate, on the throne of the world, when standing by the deathbed of his own son, he could yield to the impulse to uplift his hands to him and cry, "Bless me too." He had told himself all these things, maturely considered them, yet he would not yield to the might of the strangers. The destruction of this man and all his race was in his eyes the holiest, most urgent duty, to accomplish which he would not shrink even from assailing the throne. Nay, in his eyes, Pharaoh Menephtah's shameful entreaty, "Bless me too," had deprived him of all the rights of sovereignty. Moses had murdered Pharaoh's firstborn son, but he and the aged chief priests of Ammon held the weal or woe of the dead prince's soul in their hands, a weapon sharp and strong, for he knew the monarch's weak and vacillating heart. If the high priest of Ammon, the only man whose authority surpassed his own, did not thwart him by some of the unaccountable whims of age, it would be the merest trifle to force Pharaoh to yield. But any concession made today would be withdrawn tomorrow, should the Hebrews succeed in coming between the irresolute monarch and his Egyptian advisers. This very day the unworthy son of the great Rameses had covered his face and trembled like a timid fawn at the bare mention of the sorcerer's name, and tomorrow he might curse him and pronounce a death sentence upon him. Perhaps he might be induced to do this, and on the following one he would recall him and again sue for his blessing. Down with such monarchs! Let the feeble reed on the throne be hurled into the dust! Already he had chosen a successor from among the princes of the blood, and when the time was ripe, when Rui, the high priest of Ammon, had passed the limits of life decreed by the gods to mortals and closed his eyes in death, he, Bai, would occupy his place, a new life for Egypt, and Moses and his race would commence to perish. While the prophet was absorbed in these reflections, a pair of ravens fluttered around his head, and, croaking loudly, alighted on the dusty ruins of one of the shattered houses. He involuntarily glanced around him, and noted that they had perched on the corpse of a murdered Hebrew, lying half concealed amid the rubbish. A smile which the priests of lower rank who surrounded his litter knew not how to interpret, flitted over his shrewd, defiant countenance. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Hornecht, commander of the archers, was among the prophet's companions. Indeed, they were on terms of intimacy, for the soldier was a leader amid the nobles who had conspired to dethrone Pharaoh. As they approached Nun's ruined dwelling, the prophet pointed to the wreck and said, "The former owner of this abode is the only Hebrew I would gladly spare. He was a man of genuine worth, and his son Hosea—" "Will be one of us," the captain interrupted. "There are few better men in Pharaoh's army, and," he added, lowering his voice, "I rely on him when the decisive hour comes." "We will discuss that before fewer witnesses," replied Bai. "But I am greatly indebted to him. During the Libyan war, you are aware of the fact, I fell into the hands of the enemy, and Hosea, at the head of his little troop, rescued me from the savage hordes." Sinking his tones, he went on in his most instructive manner, as though apologizing for the mischief wrought. "Such is the course of earthly affairs. Where a whole body of men merit punishment, the innocent must suffer with the guilty. Under such circumstances the gods themselves cannot separate the individual from the multitude. Nay, even the innocent animals share the penalty. Look at the flocks of doves fluttering around the ruins. They are seeking their coats in vain. And the cat with her kittens yonder. Go, take them, Becky. It is our duty to save the sacred animals from starving to death." And this man, who had just been planning the destruction of so many fellow mortals, was so warmly interested in kindly caring for the senseless beasts, that he stopped his litter and watched his servants catch the cats. This was less quickly accomplished than he had hoped, for one had taken refuge in the nearest cellar, whose opening was too narrow for the men to follow. The youngest, a slender Nubian, undertook the task, but he had scarcely approached the hole when he started back, calling, "There is a human being there who seems to be alive. Yes, he is raising his hand. It is a boy or a youth, and assuredly no slave. His head is covered with long waving locks, and a sunbeam is shining into the cellar. I can see a broad gold circlet on his arm." "Perhaps it is one of Nun's kindred who has been forgotten," said Hornecht, and Bai eagerly added, "It is an interposition from the gods. Their sacred animals had pointed out the way by which I can render a service to the man to whom I am so much indebted. Try to get in, Becky, and bring the youth out." Meanwhile, the Nubian had removed the stone whose fall had choked the opening, and soon after he lifted towards his companions a motionless young form, which they brought into the open air and bore to a well whose cool water speedily restored consciousness. As he regained his senses, he rubbed his eyes, gazed around him bewildered, as if uncertain where he was, then his head drooped as though overwhelmed with grief and horror, revealing that the locks at the back were matted together with black clots of dried blood. The prophet had the deep wound, inflicted on the youth by a falling stone, washed at the well, and, after it had been bandaged, summoned him to his own litter, which was protected from the sun. The young Hebrew, bringing a message, had arrived at the house of his grandfather Nun before sunrise, after a long night walk from Pithom, called by the Hebrews Succoth, but finding it deserted, had laid down in one of the rooms to rest a while. Roused by the shouts of the infuriated mob, he had heard the curses on his race, which rang through the whole quarter, and fled to the cellar. The roof, which had injured him in its fall, proved his deliverance, for the clouds of dust which had concealed everything as it came down hid him from the sight of the rioters. The prophet looked at him intently, and, though the youth was unwashed, wan, and disfigured by the bloody bandage round his head, he saw that the lad he had recalled to life was a handsome, well-grown boy just nearing manhood. His sympathy was roused, and his stern glance softened as he asked kindly whence he came and what had brought him to Tanis, for the rescued youth's features gave no clue to his race. He might readily have declared himself an Egyptian, but he frankly admitted that he was a grandson of Nun. He had just attained his 18th year. His name was Ephraim, like that of his forefather, the son of Joseph, and he had come to visit his grandfather. The words expressed steadfast self-respect and pride in his illustrious ancestry. He delayed a short time ere answering the question whether he brought a message, but soon collected his thoughts and, looking the prophet fearlessly in the face, replied, "Whoever you may be, I have been taught to speak the truth, so I will tell you that I have another relative in Tanis, Hosea, the son of Nun, a chief in Pharaoh's army, for whom I have a message." "And I will tell you," the priest replied, "that it was for the sake of this very Hosea I tarried here and ordered my servants to bring you out of the ruined house. I owe him a debt of gratitude, and though most of your nation have committed deeds worthy of the harshest punishment, for the sake of his worth, you shall remain among us free and unharmed." The boy raised his eyes to the priest with a proud fiery glance, but ere he could find words, Bai went on with encouraging kindness. "I believe I can read in your face, my lad, that you have come to seek admittance to Pharaoh's army under your uncle Hosea. Your figure is well suited to the trade of war, and you surely are not wanting in courage." A smile of flattered vanity rested on Ephraim's lips, and toying with the broad gold bracelet on his arm, perhaps unconsciously, he replied with eagerness, "Ay, my lord, I have often proved my courage in the hunting field, but at home we have plenty of sheep and cattle, which even now I call my own, and it seems to me a more enviable lot to wander freely and rule the shepherds than to obey the commands of others." "Aha!" said the priest. "Perhaps Hosea may instill different and better views. To rule, a lofty ambition for youth. The misfortune is that we who have attained it are but servants whose burdens grow heavier with the increasing number of those who obey us. You understand me, Hornecht, and you, my lad, will comprehend my meaning later, when you become the palm tree the promise of your youth foretells. But we are losing time. Who sent you to Hosea? The youth cast down his eyes irresolutely, but when the prophet broke the silence with the query, "And what has become of the frankness you were taught?" he responded promptly and resolutely, "I came for the sake of a woman whom you know not." "A woman?" the prophet repeated, casting an inquiring glance at Hornecht. "When a bold warrior and a fair woman seek each other, the Hathors are apt to appear and use the binding cords. But it does not befit a servant of the divinity to witness such goings on, so I forbear farther questioning. Take charge of the lad, captain, and aid him to deliver his message to Hosea. The only doubt is whether he is in the city." "No," the soldier answered, "but he is expected with thousands of his men at the armory today." "Then may the Hathors, who are partial to love messengers, bring these two together tomorrow at latest," said the priest. But the lad indignantly retorted, "I am the bearer of no love message." The prophet, pleased with this bold rejoinder, answered pleasantly, "I had forgotten that I was accosting a young shepherd prince." Then he added in graver tones, "When you have found Hosea, greet him from me and tell him that Bai, the second prophet of Ammon, sought to discharge a part of the debt of gratitude he owed for his release from the hands of the Libyans by extending his protection to you, his nephew. Perhaps, my brave boy, you do not know that you have escaped as if by a miracle of double peril. The savage populace would no more have spared your life than would the stifling dust of the falling houses. Remember this, and tell Hosea also from me, Bai, that I am sure when he beholds the woe wrought by the magic arts of one of your race on the house of Pharaoh, to which he vowed fealty, and with it on this city and the whole country, he will tear himself with abhorrence from his kindred. They have fled like cowards, after dealing the sorest blows, robbing of their dearest possessions those among whom they dwelt in peace, whose protection they enjoyed, and who for long years have given them work and ample food. All this they have done, and, if I know him aright, he will turn his back upon men who have committed such crimes. Tell him also that this has been voluntarily done by the Hebrew officers and men under the command of the Syrian Arsu. This very morning, Hosea will have heard the news from other sources. They offered sacrifices not only to Baal and Seth, their own gods, whom so many of you were ready to serve ere the accursed sorcerer, Mesu, seduced you, but also to Father Ammon and the sacred nine of our eternal deities. If he will do the same, we will rise hand in hand to the highest place, of that he may be sure, and well he merits it. The obligation still due him I shall gratefully discharge in other ways, which must for the present remain secret. But you may tell your uncle now from me that I shall find means to protect Nun, his noble father, when the vengeance of the gods and of Pharaoh fall upon the rest of your race. Already, tell him this also, the sword is whetted, and a pitiless judgment is impending. Bid him ask himself what fugitive shepherds can do against the power of the army among whose ablest leaders he is numbered. Is your father still alive, my son?" "No, he was borne to his last resting place long ago," replied the youth in a faltering voice. "Was the fever of his wound attacking him? Or did the shame of belonging to a race capable of acts so base overwhelm the young heart? Or did the lad cling to his kindred, and was it wrath and resentment at hearing them so bitterly reviled which made his color vary from red to pale, and roused such a tumult in his soul that he was scarcely capable of speech? No matter. This lad was certainly no suitable bearer of the message the prophet desired to send to his uncle, and Bai beckoned to Hornecht to come with him under the shadow of a broad-limbed sycamore tree. The point was to secure Hosea's services in the army at any cost, so he laid his hand on his friend's shoulder, saying, "You know that it is my wife who won you and others over to our cause. She serves us better and more eagerly than many a man, and while I appreciate your daughter's beauty, she never tires of lauding the winning charm of her innocence." "And Kasana is to take part in the plot?" cried the soldier angrily. Not as an active worker, like my wife. Certainly not. She will be ill suited to such a task, replied the other in a calmer tone. She is scarcely more than a child. Yet through her aid we might bring to our cause a man whose good will seems to me priceless. You mean Hosea? Asked the captain, his brow darkening again, but the prophet answered, And if I do, is he still a real Hebrew? Can you deem it unworthy the daughter of a distinguished warrior to bestow her hand on a man who, if our plans prosper, will be commander-in-chief of all the troops in the land? No, my lord, cried Hornecht, but one of my motives for rebelling against Pharaoh and upholding Siptah is that the king's mother was a foreigner, while our own blood courses through Siptah's veins. The mother decides the race to which a man belongs, and Hosea's mother was a Hebrew woman. He is my friend. I value his talents. Kasana likes him. Yet you desire a more distinguished son-in-law? Interrupted his companion. How is our arduous enterprise to prosper, if those who are to peril their lives for its success consider the first sacrifice too great? You say that your daughter favors Hosea? Yes, she did care for him, the soldier answered. Yes, he was her heart's desire. But I compelled her to obey me, and now that she is a widow, am I to give her to the man whom, the gods alone know with how much difficulty, I forced her to resign? When was such an act heard of in Egypt? Ever since the men and women who dwelled by the Nile have submitted, for the sake of a great cause, to demands opposed to their wishes, replied the priest. Consider all this, and remember that Hosea's ancestress, he boasted of it in your own presence, was an Egyptian, the daughter of a man of his own class. How many generations have passed to the tomb since? No matter, it brings us into closer relations with him. That must suffice. Farewell until this evening. Meanwhile, will you extend your hospitality to Hosea's nephew, and commend him to your fair daughter's nursing? He seems in sore need of care. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The house of Hornecht, like nearly every other dwelling in the city, was the scene of the deepest mourning. The men had shaved their hair, and the women had put dust on their foreheads. The archer's wife had died long before, but his daughter and her women received him with waving veils and loud lamentations. For the astrologer, his brother-in-law, had lost both his firstborn son and his grandson, and the plague had snatched its victims from the homes of many a friend. But the senseless youth soon demanded all the care the women could bestow, and after bathing him and binding the healing ointment on the dangerous wound in his head, strong wine and food were placed before him, after which, refreshed and strengthened, he obeyed the summons of the daughter of his host. The dust-covered, worn-out fellow was transformed into a handsome youth. His perfumed hair fell in long curling locks from beneath the fresh white bandage, and gold-bordered Egyptian robes from the wardrobe of Kasana's dead husband covered his pliant bronzed limbs. He seemed pleased with the finery of his garments, which exhaled a subtle odor of spikenard new to his senses, for the eyes in his handsome face sparkled brilliantly. It was many a day since the captain's daughter, herself a woman of unusual beauty and charm, had seen a handsomer youth. Within the year she had married a man she did not love, Kasana had returned a widow to her father's house, which lacked a mistress, and the great wealth bequeathed to her, at her husband's death, made it possible for her to bring into the soldier's unpretending home the luxury and ease which to her had now become a second nature. Her father, a stern man prone to sudden fits of passion, now yielded absolutely to her will. Formerly he had pitilessly enforced his own, compelling the girl of 15 to wed a man many years her senior. This had been done because he perceived that Kasana had given her young heart to Hosea, the soldier, and he deemed it beneath his dignity to receive the Hebrew, who at that time held no prominent position in the army, as his son-in-law. An Egyptian girl had no choice save to accept the husband chosen by her father, and Kasana submitted, though she shed so many bitter tears that the archer rejoiced when, in obedience to his will, she had wedded an unloved husband. But even as a widow, Kasana's heart clung to the Hebrew. When the army was in the field, her anxiety was ceaseless. Day and night were spent in restlessness and watching. When news came from the troops, she asked only about Hosea, and her father, with deep annoyance, attributed to her love for the Hebrew her rejection of suitor after suitor. As a widow, she had a right to the bestowal of her own hand, and the tender, gentle-natured woman astonished Hornecht by the resolute decision displayed, not alone to him and lovers of her own rank, but to Prince Siptah, whose cause the captain had espoused as his own. Today Kasana expressed her delight at the Hebrew's return with such entire frankness and absence of reserve that the quick-tempered man rushed out of the house, lest he might be tempted into some thoughtless act or word. His young guest was left to the care of his daughter and her nurse. How deeply the lad's sensitive nature was impressed by the airy rooms, the open verandas supported by many pillars, the brilliant hues of the painting, the artistic household utensils, the soft cushions, and the sweet perfume everywhere. All these things were novel and strange to the son of a herdsman, who had always lived within the grey walls of a spacious but absolutely plain abode, and spent months together in canvas tents, among shepherds and flocks, nay, was more accustomed to be in the open air than under any shelter. He felt as though some wizard had borne him into a higher and more beautiful world, where he was entirely at home in his magnificent garb, with his perfumed curls and limbs fresh from the bath. True, the whole earth was fair, even out in the pastures among the flocks or round the fire in front of the tent in the cool of the evening, when the shepherds sang, the hunters told tales of daring exploits, and the stars sparkled brightly overhead. But all these pleasures were preceded by weary, hateful labor. Here it was a delight merely to see and to breathe, and, when the curtains parted and the young widow, giving him a friendly greeting, made him sit down opposite to her, sometimes questioning him and sometimes listening with earnest sympathy to his replies, he almost imagined his senses had failed him as they had done under the ruins of the fallen house, and he was enjoying the sweetest of dreams. The feeling that threatened to stifle him and frequently interrupted the flow of words was the rapture bestowed upon him by the great Ashkara, the companion of Baal, of whom the Phoenician traders, who supplied the shepherds with many good things, had told him such marvels, and whom the stern Miriam forbade him ever to name at home. His family had instilled into his young heart hatred of the Egyptians as the oppressors of his race, but could they be so wicked? Could he detest a people among whom were creatures like this lovely gentlewoman, who gazed into his eyes so softly, so tenderly, whose voice fell on his ear like harmonious music, and whose glance made his blood course so swiftly that he could scarce endure it, and pressed his hand upon his heart to quiet its wild pulsation? Kasana sat opposite to him on a seat covered with a panther skin, drawing the fine wool from the distaff. He had pleased her, and she had received him kindly because he was related to the man whom she had loved from childhood. She imagined that she could trace a resemblance between him and Hosea, though the youth lacked the grave earnestness of the man to whom she had yielded her young heart, she knew not why nor when, though he had never sought her love. A lotus blossom rested among her dark waving curls, and its stem fell in a graceful curve on her bent neck, round which clustered a mass of soft locks. When she lifted her eyes to his, he felt as if two springs had opened to pour floods of bliss into his young breast, and he had already clasped in greeting the dainty hand which held the yarn. She now questioned him about Hosea and the woman who had sent the message, whether she was young and fair, and whether any tie of love bound her to his uncle. Ephraim laughed merrily. She who had sent him was so grave and earnest that the bare thought of her being capable of any tender emotion awakened his mirth. As to his beauty, he had never asked himself the question. The young widow interpreted the laugh as the reply she most desired, and, much relieved, laid aside the spindle and invited Ephraim to go into the garden. How fragrant and full of bloom it was! How well kept were the beds, the paths, the arbors, and the pond! His unpretending home adjoined a dreary yard, wholly unadorned and filled with pens for sheep and cattle, Yet he knew that at some future day he would be owner of great possessions, for he was the sole child and heir of a wealthy father, and his mother was the daughter of the rich nun. The men servants had told him this more than once, and it angered him to see his own home was scarcely better than Hornecht's slave quarters, to which Kasana had called his attention. During their stroll through the garden, Ephraim was asked to cull the flowers, and, when the basket he carried was filled, she invited him to sit with her in a bower and aid her to twine the wreaths. These were intended for the dear departed. Her uncle and a beloved cousin, who bore some resemblance to Ephraim, had been snatched away the night before by the plague which his people had brought upon Tanis. From the street which adjoined the garden wall they heard the wails of women lamenting the dead or bearing a corpse to the tomb. Once, when the cries of woe rose more loudly and clearly than ever, Kasana gently reproached him for all that the people of Tanis had suffered through the Hebrews, and asked if he could deny that the Egyptians had good reason to hate a race which had brought such anguish upon them. It was hard for Ephraim to find a fitting answer. He was told that the God of his race had punished the Egyptians to rescue his own people from shame and bondage, and he could neither condemn nor scorn the men of his own blood. So he kept silence that he might neither speak falsely nor blaspheme. But Kasana allowed him no peace, and he at last replied that aught which caused her sorrow was grief to him, but his people had no power over life and health, and when a Hebrew was ill, he often sent for an Egyptian physician. What had occurred was doubtless the will of the great God of his fathers, whose power far surpassed the might of any other deity. He himself was a Hebrew, yet she would surely believe his assurance that he was guiltless of the plague, and would gladly recall her uncle and cousin to life, had he the power to do so. For her sake he would undertake the most difficult enterprise. She smiled kindly and replied, "My poor boy, if I see any guilt in you, it is only that you are one of a race which knows no ruth, no patience. Our beloved hapless dead, they must even lose the lamentations of their kindred, for the house where they rest is plague-stricken and no one is permitted to enter." She silently wiped her eyes and went on arranging her garlands, but tear after tear coursed down her cheeks. Ephraim knew not what to say, and mutely handed her the leaves and blossoms. Whenever his hand touched hers, a thrill ran through his veins. His head and the wound began to ache, and he sometimes felt a slight chill. He knew that the fever was increasing, as it had done once before when he nearly lost his life in the red disease, but he was ashamed to own it, and bravely battled against his pain. When the sun was nearing the horizon, Hornecht entered the garden. He had already seen Hosea, and though heartily glad to greet his old friend once more, it had vexed him that the soldier's first inquiry was for his daughter. He did not withhold this from the young widow, but his flashing eyes betrayed the displeasure with which he delivered the Hebrew's message. Then, turning to Ephraim, he told him that Hosea and his men would encamp outside the city, pitching their tents, on account of the pestilence, between Tanis and the sea. They would soon march by. His uncle sent Ephraim word that he must seek him in his tent. When he noticed that the youth was aiding his daughter to weave garlands, he smiled and said, "Only this morning this young fellow declared his intention of remaining free and a ruler all his life. Now he has taken service with you, Kasana. You need not blush, young friend. If either your mistress or your uncle can persuade you to join us and embrace the noblest trade, that of the soldier, so much the better for you. Look at me. I've wielded the bow more than 40 years and still rejoice in my profession. I must obey, it is true, but it is also a privilege to command, and the thousands who obey me are not sheep and cattle, but brave men. Consider the matter again. He would make a splendid leader of the archers. What say you, Kasana?" "Certainly," replied the young widow, and she was about to say more, but the regular tramp of approaching troops was heard over the other side of the garden wall. A slight flush crimsoned Kasana's cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with a light that startled Ephraim, and, regardless of her father or her guest, she darted past the pond, across paths and flower beds, to a grassy bank beside the wall, whence she gazed eagerly toward the road and the armed host which soon marched by. Hosea, in full armor, headed his men. As he passed Hornecht's garden, he turned his grave head, and seeing Kasana, lowered his battle axe in friendly salutation. Ephraim had followed the captain of the archers, who pointed out the youth's uncle, saying, "Shining armor would become you also, and when drums are beating, pipes squeaking shrilly, and banners waving, a man marches as lightly as if he had wings. Today the martial music is hushed by the terrible woe brought upon us by that Hebrew villain. True, Hosea is one of his race yet, though I cannot forget that fact. I must admit that he is a genuine soldier, a model for the rising generation. Tell him what I think of him on this score. Now bid farewell to Kasana quickly and follow the men. The little side door in the wall is open." He turned towards the house as he spoke, and Ephraim held out his hand to bid the young widow farewell. She clasped it, but hurriedly withdrew her own, exclaiming anxiously, "How burning hot your hand is! You have a fever!" "No, no," faltered the youth, but even while speaking he fell upon his knees, and the veil of unconsciousness descended upon the sufferer's soul, which had been the prey of so many conflicting emotions. Kasana was alarmed, but speedily regained her composure and began to cool his brow and head by bathing them with water from the neighboring pond. Yes, in his boyhood the man she loved must have resembled this youth. Her heart throbbed more quickly, and while supporting his head in her hands, she gently kissed him. She supposed him to be unconscious, but the refreshing water had already dispelled the brief swoon, and he felt the caress with a thrill of rapture. But he kept his eyes closed, and would gladly have lain for a lifetime with his head pillowed on her breast, in the hope that her lips might once more meet his. But instead of kissing him a second time, she called loudly for aid. He raised himself, gave one wild ardent look into her face, and, ere she could stay him, rushed like a strong man to the garden gate, flung it open, and followed the troops. He soon overtook the rear ranks, passing on in advance of the others, and at last reached their leader's side and, calling his uncle by name, gave his own. Hosea, in his joy and astonishment, held out his arms, but ere Ephraim could fall upon his breast, he again lost consciousness, and the stalwart soldiers bore the senseless lad into the tent the quartermaster had already pitched on a dune by the sea. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. It was midnight. A fire was blazing in front of Hosea's tent, and he sat alone before it, gazing mournfully now into the flames, and anon over the distant country. Inside the canvas walls, Ephraim was lying on his uncle's camp bed. The surgeon who attended the soldiers had bandaged the youth's wounds, given him an invigorating cordial, and commanded him to keep still, for the violence with which the fever had attacked the lad alarmed him. But in spite of the leech's prescription, Ephraim continued restless. Sometimes Kasana's image rose before his eyes, increasing the fever of his overheated blood. Sometimes he recalled the counsel to become a warrior like his uncle. The advice seemed wise, at least he tried to persuade himself that it was, because it promised honor and fame, but in reality he wished to follow it because it would bring her for whom his soul yearned nearer to him. Then his pride rose as he remembered the insults which she and her father had heaped on those to whom by every tie of blood and affection he belonged. His hand clenched as he thought of the ruined home of his grandfather, whom he had ever regarded one of the noblest men. Nor was his message forgotten. Miriam had repeated it again and again, and his clear memory retained every syllable, for he had unweariedly iterated it to himself during his solitary walk to Tanis. He was striving to do the same thing now, but, ere he could finish, his mind always reverted to thoughts of Kasana. The leech had told Hosea to forbid the sufferer to talk, and, when the youth attempted to deliver his message, the uncle ordered him to keep silence. Then the soldier arranged his pillow with a mother's tenderness, gave him his medicine, and kissed him on the forehead. At last he took his seat by the fire before the tent, and only rose to give Ephraim a drink when he saw by the stars that an hour had passed. The flames illumined Hosea's bronzed features, revealing the countenance of a man who had confronted many a peril and vanquished all by steadfast perseverance and wise consideration. His black eyes had an imperious look, and his full, firmly compressed lips suggested a quick temper and, still more, the iron will of a resolute man. His broad-shouldered form leaned against some lances thrust crosswise into the earth, and when he passed his strong hand through his thick black locks or smoothed his dark beard, and his eyes sparkled with ire, it was evident that his soul was stirred by conflicting emotions, and that he stood on the threshold of a great resolve. The lion was resting, but when he starts up, let his foes beware. His soldiers had often compared their fearless, resolute leader, with his luxuriant hair, to the king of beasts, and as he now shook his fist, while the muscles of his bronzed arm swelled as though they would burst the gold armlet that encircled them, and his eyes flashed fire, his awe-inspiring mien did not invite approach. Westward, the direction toward which his eyes were turned, lay the necropolis and the ruined strangers' quarter. But a few hours ago he had led his troops through the ruins around which the ravens were circling and past his father's devastated home. Silently, as duty required, he marched on. Not until he halted to seek quarters for the soldiers did he hear from Hornecht, the captain of the archers, what had happened during the night. He listened silently, without the quiver of an eyelash or a word of questioning, until his men had pitched their tents. He had but just gone to rest when a Hebrew maiden, spite of the menaces of the guard, made her way to implore him, in the name of Eliab, one of the oldest slaves of his family, to go with her to the old man, her grandfather. The latter, whose weakness prevented journeying, had been left behind, and directly after the departure of the Hebrews, he and his wife had been carried on an ass to the little but near the harbor, which generous Nun, his master, had bestowed on the faithful slave. The granddaughter had been left to care for the feeble pair, and now the old servant's heart yearned for one more sight of his lord's firstborn son whom, when a child, he had carried in his arms. He had charged the girl to tell Hosea that Nun had promised his people that his son would abandon the Egyptians and cleave to his own race. The tribe of Ephraim, nay, the whole Hebrew nation, had hailed these tidings with the utmost joy. Eliab would give him fuller details. She herself had been well nigh dazed with weeping and anxiety. He would earn the richest blessings if he would only follow her. The soldier realized at once that he must fulfill this desire, but he was obliged to defer his visit to the old slave until the next morning. The messenger, however, even in her haste, had told him many incidents she had seen herself or heard from others. At last she left him. He rekindled the fire and, so long as the flames burned brightly, his gaze was bent with a gloomy, thoughtful expression upon the west. Not till they had devoured the fuel and merely flickered with a faint bluish light around the charred embers did he fix his eyes on the whirling sparks. And the longer he did so, the deeper, the more unconquerable became the conflict in his soul, whose every energy, but yesterday, had been bent upon a single glorious goal. The war against the Libyan rebels had detained him 18 months from home, and he had seen 10 crescent moons grow full since any news had reached him of his kindred. A few weeks before he had been ordered to return, and when today he approached nearer and nearer to the obelisks towering above Tanis, the city of Rameses, his heart had pulsed with as much joy and hopefulness as if the man of 30 were once more a boy. Within a few short hours he should again see his beloved, noble father, who had needed great deliberation and much persuasion from Hosea's mother, long since dead, ere he would permit his son to follow the bent of his inclinations and enter upon a military life in Pharaoh's army. He had anticipated that very day surprising him with the news that he had been promoted above men many years his seniors and of Egyptian lineage. Instead of the slights Nun had dreaded, Hosea's gallant bearing, courage and, as he modestly added, good fortune had gained him promotion, yet he had remained a Hebrew. When he felt the necessity of offering to some god sacrifices and prayer, he had bowed before Seth, to whose temple none had led him when a child, and whom in those days all the people in Goshen in whose veins flowed Semitic blood had worshipped. But he also owed allegiance to another god, not the God of his fathers, but the deity revered by all the Egyptians who had been initiated. He remained unknown to the masses, who could not have understood him. Yet he was adored not only by the adepts but by the majority of those who had obtained high positions in civil or military life, whether they were servants of the divinity or not. And Hosea, the initiated and the stranger, knew him also. Everybody understood when allusions were made to the God, the sum of all, the creator of himself, and the Great One. Hymns extolled him, inscriptions on monuments, which all could read, spoke of him, the one God, who manifested himself to the world, pervaded the universe, and existed throughout creation not alone, as the vital spark animates the human organism, but as himself the sum of creation, the world with its perpetual growth, decay, and renewal, obeying the laws he had himself ordained. His spirit, existing in every form of nature, dwelt also in man, and wherever a mortal gazed, he could discern the rule of the One. Nothing could be imagined without him. Therefore he was one like the God of Israel. Nothing could be created nor happen on earth apart from him. Therefore, like Jehovah, he was omnipotent. Hosea had long regarded both as alike in spirit, varying only in name. Whoever adored one was a servant of the other, so the warrior could have entered his father's presence with a clear conscience, and told him that although in the service of the king, he had remained loyal to the God of his nation. Another thought had made his heart pulse faster and more joyously as he saw in the distance the pylon and obelisks of Tanis. For on countless marches through the silent wilderness and in many a lonely camp, he had beheld in imagination a virgin of his own race, whom he had known as a singular child, stirred by marvelous thoughts, and whom, just before leading his troops to the Libyan war, he had again met, now a dignified maiden of stern and unapproachable beauty. She had journeyed from Succoth to Tanis to attend his mother's funeral, and her image had been deeply imprinted on his heart, as his, he ventured to hope, on hers. She had since become a prophetess, who heard the voice of her God. While the other maidens of his people were kept in strict seclusion, she was free to come and go at will, even among men, and spite of her hate of the Egyptians and of Hosea's rank among them, she did not deny that it was grief to part and that she would never cease thinking of him. His future wife must be as strong, as earnest as himself. Miriam was both, and quite eclipsed a younger and brighter vision which he had once conjured before his memory with joy. He loved children, and a lovelier girl than Kasana he had never met, either in Egypt or in alien lands. The interest with which the fair daughter of his companion in arms watched his deeds and his destiny, the modest yet ardent devotion afterwards displayed by the much sought-after young widow, who coldly repelled all other suitors, had been a delight to him in times of peace. Prior to her marriage, he had thought of her as the future mistress of his home, but her wedding another, and Hornecht's oft-repeated declaration that he would never give his child to a foreigner, had hurt his pride and cooled his passion. Then he met Miriam, and was fired with an ardent desire to make her his wife. Still on the homeward march, the thought of seeing Kasana again had been a pleasant one. It was fortunate he no longer wished to wed Hornecht's daughter. It could have led to naught save trouble. Both Hebrews and Egyptians held it to be an abomination to eat at the same board, or use the same seats or knives. Though he himself was treated by his comrades as one of themselves, and had often heard Kasana's father speak kindly of his kindred, yet strangers were hateful in the eyes of the captain of the archers and of all free Egyptians. He had found in Miriam the noblest of women. He hoped that Kasana might make another happy. To him she would ever be the charming child from whom we expect nothing save the delight of her presence. He had come to ask for her, as a tried friend ever ready for leal service, a joyous glance. From Miriam he would ask herself, with all her majesty and beauty, for he had borne the solitude of the camp long enough, and now that on his return no mother's arms opened to welcome him, he felt for the first time the desolation of a single life. He longed to enjoy the time of peace when, after dangers and privations of every kind, he could lay aside his weapons. It was his duty to lead a wife home to his father's hearth and to provide against the extinction of the noble race of which he was the sole representative. Ephraim was the son of his sister. Filled with the happiest thoughts, he advanced toward Tanis and, on reaching the goal of all his hopes and wishes, found it lying before him like a ripened grain field devastated by hail and swarms of locusts. As if in derision, fate led him first to the Hebrew quarter. A heap of dusty ruins marked the site of the house where he had spent his childhood, and for which his heart had longed, and where his loved ones had watched his departure. Beggars were now greedily searching for plunder among the debris. The first man to greet him in Tanis was Kasana's father. Instead of a friendly glance from her eyes, he had received from him tidings that pierced his inmost heart. He had expected to bring home a wife, and the house where she was to reign as mistress was razed to the ground. The father, for whose blessings he longed, and who was to have been gladdened by his advancement, had journeyed far away, and must henceforward be the foe of the sovereign to whom he owed his prosperity. He had been proud of rising, despite his origin, to place and power. Now he would be able, as leader of a great host, to show the prowess of which he was capable. His inventive brain had never lacked schemes which, if executed by his superiors, would have had good results. Now he could fulfill them according to his own will, and instead of the tool, become the guiding power. These reflections had wakened a keen sense of exultation in his breast and winged his steps on his homeward march, and, now that he had reached the goal, so long desired, must he turn back to join the shepherds and builders to whom it now seemed a sore misfortune he belonged by the accident of birth and ancestry. Though denial was futile, he felt as utterly alien to the Hebrews as he was to the Libyans whom he had confronted on the battlefield. In almost every pursuit he valued, he had nothing in common with his people. He had believed he might truthfully answer yes to his father's inquiry whether he had returned to Hebrew, yet he now felt it would be only a reluctant and half-hearted assent. He clung with his whole soul to the standards beneath which he had gone to battle and might now himself lead to victory. Was it possible to wrench his heart from them, renounce what his own deeds had won? Yet Eliab's granddaughter had told him that the Hebrews expected him to leave the army and join them. A message from his father must soon reach him, and among the Hebrews a son never opposed a parent's command. There was still another to whom implicit obedience was due, Pharaoh, to whom he had solemnly vowed loyal service, sworn to follow his summons without hesitation or demur, through fire and water, by day and night. How often he had branded the soldiers who deserted to the foe or rebelled against the orders of his commander as a base scoundrel and villain, and by his orders many a renegade from his standard had died a shameful death on the gallows under his own eyes. Was he now to commit the deed for which he had despised and killed others? His prompt decision was known throughout the army. How quickly in the most difficult situations he could resolve upon the right course and carry it into action. But during this dark and lonely hour of the night, he seemed to himself a mere swaying reed, and felt as helpless as a forsaken orphan. Wrath against himself preyed upon him, and when he thrust a spear into the flames, scattering the embers and sending a shower of bright sparks upward, it was rage at his own wavering will that guided his hand. Had recent events imposed upon him the virile duty of vengeance, doubt and hesitation would have vanished, and his father's summons would have spurred him on to action. But who had been the heaviest sufferers here? Surely it was the Egyptians, whom Moses' curse had robbed of thousands of beloved lives, while the Hebrews had escaped their revenge by flight. His wrath had been kindled by the destruction of the Hebrews' houses, but he saw no sufficient cause for a bloody revenge, when he remembered the unspeakable anguish inflicted upon Pharaoh and his subjects by the men of his own race. Nay, he had nothing to avenge. He seemed to himself like a man who beholds his father and mother in mortal peril, owns that he cannot save both, yet knows that while staking his life to rescue one, he must leave the other to perish. If he obeyed the summons of his people, he would lose his honor, which he had kept as untarnished as his brazen helm, and with it the highest goal of his life. If he remained loyal to Pharaoh and his oath, he must betray his own race, have all his future days darkened by his father's curse, and resign the brightest dream he cherished. For Miriam was a true child of her people, and he would be blessed indeed if her lofty soul could be as ardent in love as it was bitter in hate. Stately and beautiful, but with gloomy eyes and hand upraised in warning, her image rose before his mental vision as he sat gazing over the smoldering fire out into the darkness. And now the pride of his manhood rebelled, and it seemed base cowardice to cast aside, from dread of a woman's wrath and censure, all that a warrior held most dear. Nay, nay, he murmured, and the scale containing duty, love, and filial obedience suddenly kicked the beam. He was what he was, the leader of 10,000 men in Pharaoh's army. He had vowed fealty to him, and to none other. Let his people fly from the Egyptian yoke, if they desired. He, Hosea, scorned flight. Bondage had sorely oppressed them, but the highest in the land had received him as an equal and held him worthy of the loftiest honor. To repay them with treachery and desertion was foreign to his nature, and, drawing a long breath, he sprang to his feet with the conviction that he had chosen aright. A fair woman and the weak yearning of a loving heart should not make him a recreant to grave duties and the loftiest purposes of his life. "I will stay," cried a loud voice in his breast. "Father is wise and kind, and when he learns the reason of my choice, he will approve them and bless, instead of cursing me. I will write to him, and the boy Miriam sent me shall be the messenger." A call from the tent startled him, and when, springing up, he glanced at the stars, he found that he had forgotten his duty to the suffering lad and hurried to his couch. Ephraim was sitting up in his bed, watching for him, and exclaimed, "I have been waiting a long, long time to see you. So many thoughts crowd my brain, and above all, Miriam's message. I can get no rest until I have delivered it, so listen now." Hosea nodded assent, and, after drinking the healing potion handed to him, Ephraim began. "Miriam, the daughter of Amram and Jochebed, greets the son of Nun the Ephraimite. Thy name is Hosea, the help, and the Lord our God hath chosen thee to be the helper of his people. But henceforward, by his command, thou shalt be called Joshua, the help of Jehovah, for through Miriam's lips the God of her fathers, who is the God of thy fathers likewise, bids thee be the sword and buckler of thy people. In him dwells all power, and he promises to steel thine arm, that he may smite the foe." Ephraim had begun in a low voice, but gradually his tones grew more resonant, and the last words rang loudly and solemnly through the stillness of the night. Thus had Miriam uttered them, laying her hands on the lad's head, and gazing earnestly into his face, with eyes deep and dark as night, and while repeating them, he had felt as though some secret power were constraining him to shout them aloud to Hosea, just as he had heard them from the lips of the prophetess. Then, with a sigh of relief, he turned his face toward the canvas wall of the tent, saying quietly, "Now I will go to sleep." But Hosea laid his hand on his shoulder, exclaiming imperiously, "Say it again." The youth obeyed, but this time he repeated the words in a low, careless tone, then saying beseechingly, "Let me rest now," put his hand under his cheek and closed his eyes. Hosea let him have his way, carefully applied a fresh bandage to his burning head, extinguished the light, and flung more fuel on the smoldering fire outside. But the alert, resolute man performed every act as if in a dream. At last he sat down, and propping his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands, stared alternately, now into vacancy and anon into the flames. Who was this God who summoned him through Miriam's lips to be, under his guidance, the sword and shield of his people? He was to be known by a new name, and in the minds of the Egyptians the name was everything. Honor to the name of Pharaoh, not honor to Pharaoh, was spoken and written. And if henceforward he was to be called Joshua, the behest involved casting aside his former self and becoming a new man. The will of the God of his fathers announced to him by Miriam meant no less a thing than the command to transform himself from the Egyptian his life had made him into the Hebrew he had been when a lad. He must learn to act and feel like an Israelite. Miriam's summons called him back to his people. The God of his race, through her, commanded him to fulfill his father's expectations. Instead of the Egyptian troops whom he must forsake, he was in future to lead the men of his own blood forth to battle. This was the meaning of her bidding, and when the noble virgin and prophetess who addressed him asserted that God himself spoke through her lips, it was no idle boast. She was really obeying the will of the Most High. And now the image of the woman whom he had ventured to love rose in unapproachable majesty before him. Many things which he had heard in his childhood concerning the God of Abraham and his promises returned to his mind, and the scale which hitherto had been heavier rose higher and higher. The resolve, just matured, now seemed uncertain, and he again confronted the terrible conflict he had believed was overpast. How loud, how potent was the call he heard! Ringing in his ears, it disturbed the clearness and serenity of his mind, and instead of calmly reflecting on the matter, memories of his boyhood, which he had imagined were buried long ago, raised their voices, and incoherent flashes of thought darted through his brain. Sometimes he felt impelled to turn in prayer to the God who summoned him, but whenever he attempted to calm himself and uplift his heart and eyes to him, he remembered the oath he must break, the soldiers he must abandon to lead, instead of well-disciplined, brave, obedient bands of brothers in arms, a wretched rabble of cowardly slaves, and rude, obstinate shepherds, accustomed to the heavy yoke of bondage. The third hour after midnight had come, the guards had been relieved, and Hosea thought he might now permit himself a few hours' repose. He would think all these things over again by daylight with his usual clear judgment, which he strove in vain to obtain now. But when he entered the tent and heard Ephraim's regular breathing, he fancied that the boy's solemn message was again echoing in his ears. Startled, he was in the act of repeating it himself, when loud voices in violent altercation among the sentinels disturbed the stillness of the night. The interruption was welcomed, and he hurried to the outposts. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Hogla, the old slave's granddaughter, had come to beseech Hosea to come with her at once to her grandfather, who had suddenly broken down, and who, feeling the approach of death, could not perish without having once more seen and blessed him. The warrior told her to wait, and, after assuring himself that Ephraim was sleeping quietly, ordered a trusty man to watch beside his bed, and went away with Hogla. The girl walked before him, carrying a small lantern, and as its light fell on her face and figure, he saw how unlovely she was, for the hard toil of slavery had bowed the poor thing's back before its time. Her voice had the harsh accents frequently heard in the tones of women whose strength had been pitilessly tasked. But her words were kind and tender, and Hosea forgot her appearance when she told him that her lover had gone with the departing tribes, yet she had remained with her grandparents, because she could not bring herself to leave the old couple alone. Because she had no beauty, no man had sought her for his wife till Assur came, who did not care for her looks because he toiled industriously, like herself, and expected her to add to his savings.
He would gladly have stayed with her, but his father had commanded him to go forth, so there was no choice for them save to obey and part forever. The words were simple and the accents harsh, yet they pierced the heart of the man who was preparing to follow his own path in opposition to his father's will. As they approached the harbor and Hosea saw the embankments and the vast fortified storehouses built by his own people, he remembered the ragged laborers whom he had so often beheld crouching before the Egyptian overseers or fighting savagely among themselves. He had heard, too, that they shrunk from no lies, no fraud to escape their toil, and how difficult was the task of compelling them to obey and fulfill their duty. The most repulsive forms among these luckless hordes rose distinctly before his vision, and the thought that it might henceforward be his destiny to command such a wretched rabble seemed to him ignominy which the lowest of his brave soldiers, the leader of but 50 men, would seek to avoid. True, Pharaoh's armies contained many a Hebrew mercenary who had won renown for bravery and endurance, but these men were the sons of owners of herds or people who had once been shepherds. The toiling slaves, whose clay huts could be upset by a kick, formed the majority of those to whom he was required to return. Resolute in his purpose to remain loyal to the oath which bound him to the Egyptian standard, yet moved to the very depths of his heart, he entered the slave's little hut, and his anger rose when he saw old Eliab sitting up, mixing some wine and water with his own hands. So he had been summoned from his nephew's sick bed and robbed of his night's rest on a false pretense, in order that a slave, in his eyes scarcely entitled to rank as a man, might have his way. Here he himself experienced a specimen of the selfish craft of which the Egyptians accused his people, and which certainly did not attract him, Hosea, to them. But the anger of the just, keen-sighted man quickly subsided at the sight of the girl's unfeigned joy in her grandfather's speedy recovery. Besides, he soon learned from the old man's aged wife that, shortly after Hogla's departure, she remembered the wine they had, and as soon as he swallowed the first draught, her husband, whom she had believed had one foot in the grave, grew better and better. Now he was mixing some more of God's gift to strengthen himself occasionally by a sip. Here Eliab interrupted her to say they owed this and many more valuable things to the goodness of Nun, Hosea's father, who had given them, besides their little hut, wine, meal for bread, a milk cow, and also an ass, so that he could often ride out into the fresh air. He had likewise left them their granddaughter and some pieces of silver, so that they could look forward without fear to the end of their days, especially as they had behind the house a bit of ground, where Hogla meant to raise radishes, onions, and leeks for their own table. But the best gift of all was the written document making them and the girl free forever. Ay, Nun was a true master and father to his people, and the blessing of Jehovah had followed his gifts. For soon after the departure of the Hebrews, he and his wife had been brought hither unmolested by the aid of Assur, Hogla's lover. "We old people shall die here," Eliab's wife added. But Assur promised Hogla that he would come back for her when she had discharged her filial duties to the end. Then, turning to her granddaughter, she said encouragingly, "And we cannot live much longer." Hogla raised her blue gown to wipe the tears from her eyes, exclaiming, "May it be a long, long time yet. I am young and can wait." Hosea heard the words, and again it seemed as though the poor, forsaken, unlovely girl was giving him a lesson. He had listened patiently to the freed slave's talk, but his time was limited, and he now asked whether Eliab had summoned him for any special purpose. "Aye," he replied, "I was obliged to send, not only to still the yearning of my old heart, but because my lord Nun commanded me to do so." "Thou hast attained a grand and noble manhood, and hast now become the hope of Israel. Thy father promised the slaves and the freedmen of his household that after his death thou wouldst be heir, lord, and master. His words were full of thy praise, and great rejoicing hailed his statement that thou wouldst follow the departing Hebrews. And my lord deigned to command me to tell thee, if thou shouldst return ere his messenger arrived, that Nun, thy father, expected his son. Whithersoever thy nation may wander, thou art to follow. Toward sunrise, or at least by the noontide hour, the tribes will tarry to rest at Succoth. He will conceal in the hollow sycamore that stands in front of Amminadab's house a letter which will inform thee whither they will next turn their steps. His blessing and that of our God will attend thy every step." As Eliab uttered the last words, Hosea bowed his head as if inviting invisible hands to be laid upon it. Then he thanked the old man and asked, in subdued tones, whether all the Hebrews had willingly obeyed the summons to leave house and lands. His aged wife clasped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh no, my lord, certainly not. What wailing and weeping filled the air before their departure! Many refused to go, others fled or sought some hiding place, but all resistance was futile. In the house of our neighbor Deuel, you know him, his young wife had just given birth to their first son. How was she to fare on the journey? She wept bitterly, and her husband uttered fierce curses, but it was all in vain. She was put in a cart with her babe, and as the arrangements went on, both submitted like all the rest. Even Phineas, who crept into a pigeon house with his wife and 5 children, and crooked grave-haunting Kusaja, do you remember her? Adonai, she had seen father, mother, husband, and 3 noble sons, all that the Lord had given her to love, borne to the tomb. They lay side by side in our burying ground, and every morning and evening she went there and, sitting on a log of wood which she had rolled close to the gravestones, moved her lips constantly, not in prayer. No, I have listened often when she did not know I was near. No, she talked to the dead, as though they could hear her in the sepulchre, and understand her words like those who walk alive beneath the sun. She is near 70, and for thrice 7 years she has gone by the name of grave-haunting Kusaja. It was in a sooth a foolish thing to do, yet perhaps that was why she found it all the harder to give it up, and go she would not, but hid herself among the bushes. When Ahiezer the overseer dragged her out, her wailing made one's heart sore, yet when the time for departure came, the longing to go seized upon her also, and she found it as hard to resist as the others. "What had happened to the poor creatures? What possessed them?" asked Hosea, interrupting the old wife's speech, for in imagination he again beheld the people he must lead, if he valued his father's blessing as the most priceless boon the world could offer, and beheld them in all their wretchedness. The startled dame, fearing that she had offended her master's firstborn son, the great and powerful chieftain, stammered, "What possessed them, my lord? Ah, well, I am but a poor lowly slave woman, yet, my lord, had you but seen it—" "Well, even then," interrupted the warrior in harsh, impatient tones, for this was the first time he had ever found himself compelled to act against his desires and belief. Eliab tried to come to the assistance of the terrified woman, saying timidly, "Ah, my lord, no tongue can relate, no human mind can picture it. It came from the Almighty, and if I could describe how great was its influence on the souls of people—" "Try," broke in Hosea, "for my time is brief." So they were compelled to depart, and set forth reluctantly on their wanderings. Even the Egyptians have long known that they obeyed the bidding of Moses and Aaron as the sheep follow the shepherd. Have those who brought the terrible pestilence on so many guiltless human beings also wrought the miracle of blinding the minds of you and your wife? The old man stretched out his hands to the soldier, answered in a troubled voice and a tone of the most humble entreaty, "Oh, my lord, you are my master's firstborn son, the greatest and loftiest of our race. If it is your pleasure, you can trample me into the dust like a beetle. Yet I must lift up my voice and say, you have heard false tales. You were away in foreign lands when mighty things were done in our midst, and far from Zoan, as I hear, when the Exodus took place. Any son of our people who witnessed it would rather his tongue should wither than mock at the marvels the Lord permitted him to behold. Ah, if you had patience to suffer me to tell the tale—" "Speak on!" cried Hosea, astonished at the old man's solemn fervor. Eliab thanked him with an ardent glance, exclaiming, "Oh, would that Aaron or Eleazar or my lord your father were here in my stead, or would that Jehovah would bestow on me the might of their eloquence! But be it as it is. True, I imagine I can again see and hear everything as though it were happening once more before my eyes, But how am I to describe it? How can such things be given in words? Yet with God's assistance I will try." Here he paused, and Hosea, noticing that the old man's hands and lips were trembling, gave him the cup of wine, and Eliab gratefully quaffed it to the dregs. Then, half closing his eyes, he began his story, and his wrinkled features grew sharper as he went on. "My wife has already told you what occurred after the people learned the command that had been issued. We, too, were among those who lost courage and murmured. But last night, all who belonged to the household of Nun, and also the shepherds, the slaves, and the poor, were summoned to a feast, and there was abundance of roast lamb, fresh, unleavened bread, and wine, more than the usual at the harvest festival, which began that night, and which you, my lord, have often attended in your boyhood. We sat rejoicing, and our lord your father comforted us, and told us of the God of our fathers and the wonders he had wrought for them. It was now his will that we should go forth from this land where we had suffered contempt and bondage. This was no sacrifice like that of Abraham when, at the command of the Most High, he had whetted his knife to shed the blood of his son Isaac, though it would be hard for many of us to quit a home that had grown dear to us and forego many a familiar custom. But it will be a great happiness for us all. For, he said, we are not to journey forth to an unknown country, but to a beautiful region which God himself had set apart for us. He had promised us, instead of this place of bondage, a new and delightful home where we should dwell free men, amid fruitful fields and rich pastures, which would supply food to every man and his family and make all hearts rejoice. Just as laborers must work hard to earn high wages, we must endure a brief period of want and suffering, to gain for ourselves and for our children the beautiful new home which the Lord had promised. God's own land it must be, for it was a gift of the Most High. Having spoken thus, he blessed us all and promised that thou, too, wouldst shake the dust off thy feet and join us to fight for our cause with a strong arm as a trained soldier and dutiful son. Shouts of joy rang forth, and when we assembled in the marketplace and found that all the bondmen had escaped from the overseers, many gained fresh courage. Then Aaron stepped into our midst, stood upon the auctioneer's bench, and told us with his own lips all that we had heard from my master Nun at the festival. The words he uttered sounded sometimes like pleading thunder, and anon like the sweetest melodies of lutes, and everyone felt that the Lord our God himself was speaking through him. For even the most rebellious were so deeply moved that they no longer complained and murmured. And when he finally announced to the throng that no erring mortal, but the Lord our God himself would be our leader, and describe the wonders of the land whose gates he would open unto us, and where we might live, trammeled by no bondage, as free and happy men, owing no obedience to any ruler save the God of our fathers and those whom we ourselves chose for our leaders, every man present felt as though he were drunk with sweet wine, and, instead of faring forth across a barren wilderness to an unknown goal, was on the way to a great festal banquet prepared by the Most High himself. Even those who had not heard Aaron's words were inspired with wondrous faith. Men and women behaved even more joyously and noisily than usual at the harvest festival, for every heart was overflowing with genuine gratitude. The old people caught the universal spirit. Your grandfather Elishama, bowed by the weight of his 100 years, who, as you know, has long sat bent and silent in his corner, straightened his drooping form, and with sparkling eyes poured forth a flood of eloquent words. The Spirit of the Lord had descended upon him and upon us all. I myself felt as though the vigor of youth had returned to mind and body, and when I passed the throngs who were preparing to set forth, I saw the young mother Elisheba in her litter. Her face was as radiant as on her marriage morn, and she was pressing her nursling to her breast and rejoicing over his happy fate in growing up in freedom in the promised land. Her spouse, Deuel, who had poured forth such bitter imprecations, now waved his staff, kissed his wife and child with tears of joy, and shouted with delight like a vintager at the harvest season, when jars and wineskins are too few to hold the blessing. Old grave-haunting Kusaja, who had been dragged away from the sepulchre of her kindred, was sitting in a cart with other infirm folk, waving her veil and joining in the hymn of praise, Elkanah and Abiasaph, the sons of Korah, had begun. So they went forth. We who were left behind fell into each other's arms, uncertain whether the tears we shed streamed from our eyes for grief or sheer joy at seeing the throng of our loved ones so full of hope and gladness. So it came to pass. As soon as the pitch torches borne at the head of the procession, which seemed to me to shine more brightly than the lamps lighted by the Egyptians on the gates of the temple of the great goddess Neith, had vanished in the darkness, we set out, that we might not delay Assur too long, and while passing through the streets, which resounded with the wailing of the citizens, we softly sang the hymns of the sons of Korah, and great joy and peace filled our hearts, for we knew that the Lord our God would defend and guide his people. The old man paused, but his wife and Hogla, who had listened with sparkling eyes, leaned one on the other, and without any prompting began the hymn of praise of the sons of Korah, the old woman's faint voice mingling with touching fervor with the tones of the girl, whose harsh notes thrilled with the loftiest enthusiasm. Hosea felt that it would be criminal to interrupt the outpouring of these earnest hearts, but Eliab soon stopped them, and gazed with evident anxiety into the stern face of his lord's firstborn son. Had Hosea understood him? Did this warrior, who served under Pharaoh's banner, realize how entirely the Lord God himself had ruled the souls of his people at their departure? Had the life among the Egyptians so estranged him from his people and his God, rendered him so degenerate, that he would bid defiance to the wishes and commands of his own father? Was the man on whom the Hebrews' highest hopes were fixed a renegade, forever lost to his people? He received no verbal answer to these mute questions, but when Hosea grabbed his callous right hand in both of his own and pressed it as he would have clasped a friend's, when he bade him farewell with tearful eyes, murmuring, "You shall hear from me," he felt that he knew enough, and overwhelmed with passionate delight, he pressed kiss after kiss upon the warrior's arms and clothing. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Hosea returned to the camp with drooping head. The conflict in his soul was at an end. He now knew what duty required. He must obey his father's summons. And the God of his race! The old man's tale had given new life to the memories of his childhood, and he now knew that he was not the same God as the Seth of the Asiatics in Lower Egypt, nor the one and the sum of all of the adepts. The prayers he had uttered ere he fell asleep, the history of the creation of the world, which he could never hear sufficiently enough, because it showed so clearly the gradual development of everything on earth and in heaven until man came to possess and enjoy all, the story of Abraham and Isaac, of Jacob, Esau, and his own ancestor, Joseph. How gladly he had listened to these tales as they fell from the lips of the gentlewoman who had given him life, and from those of his nurse, and his grandfather Elishama. Yet he imagined that they had faded from his memory long ago. But in old Eliab's hovel he could have repeated the stories word for word, and he now knew that there was indeed one invisible, omnipotent God who had preferred his race above all others, and had promised to make them a mighty people. The truths concealed by the Egyptians under the greatest mystery were the common property of his race. Every beggar, every slave might raise his hands in supplication to the one invisible God who had revealed himself unto Abraham. Shrewd Egyptians, who had divined his existence and shrouded his image with monstrous shapes, born of their own thoughts and imaginations, had drawn a thick veil over him, hidden him from the masses. Among the Hebrews alone did he really live and display his power in all its mighty, heart-stirring grandeur. He was not nature, with whom the initiated in the temples confounded him. No, the God of his fathers was far above all created things, and the whole visible universe, far above man, his last, most perfect work, whom he had formed in his own image. And every living creature was subject to his will. The mightiest of kings, He ruled the universe with stern justice, and though he withdrew himself from the sight and understanding of man, his image, he was nevertheless a living, thinking, moving being, though his span of existence was eternity, his mind omniscience, his sphere of sovereignty infinitude. And this God had made himself the leader of his people. There was no warrior who could venture to cope with his might. If the spirit of prophecy had not deceived Miriam, and the Lord had indeed commanded Hosea to wield his sword, how dare he resist? What higher position could earth offer? And his people? The rabble of whom he had thought so scornfully, what a transformation seemed to have been wrought in them by the power of the Most High, since he had listened to old Eliab's tale! Now he longed to be their leader, and midway to the camp he paused on a sand hill, whence he could see the limitless expanse of the sea shimmering under the sheen of the twinkling stars of heaven, and for the first time in many a long, long year he raised his arms and eyes to God, whom he had found once more. He began with a little prayer his mother had taught him. Then he cried out to the Almighty as a powerful counselor, imploring him with fervent zeal to point out the way in which he should walk, without being disobedient to him or to his father, or breaking the oath he had sworn to Pharaoh, and becoming a dishonored man in the eyes of those to whom he owed so great a debt of gratitude. Thy chosen people praise thee as the God of truth, who dost punish those who forswear their oaths, he prayed. How canst thou command me to be faithless and break the vow that I have made? Whatever I am, whatever I may accomplish, belongs to thee, O mighty Lord, and I am ready to devote my blood, my life to my people. But rather than render me a dishonored and perjured man, take me away from the earth and commit the work which thou hast chosen thy servant to perform to the hands of one who is bound by no solemn oath. So he prayed, and it seemed as if he clasped in his embrace a long-lost friend. Then he walked on in silence through the vanishing dusk, and when the first gray light of morning dawned, the flood of feeling ebbed, and the clear-headed warrior regained his calmness of thought. He had vowed to do nothing against the will of his father or his God, but he was no less firmly resolved to be neither perjurer nor renegade. His duty was clear and plain. He must leave Pharaoh's service, first telling his superiors that, as a dutiful son, he must obey his father's commands, and share his fate and that of his people. Yet he did not conceal from himself that his request might be refused, that he might be detained by force, nay, perchance, if he insisted on carrying out his purpose with unshaken will, he might be menaced with death, or if the worst should come, even delivered over to the executioner. But if this should be his doom, if his purpose cost him his life, he still would have done what was right, and his comrades, whose esteem he valued, could still think of him as a brave brother in arms. Nor would his father and Miriam be angry with him. Nay, they would mourn the faithful son, the upright man, who chose death rather than dishonor. Calm and resolute, he gave the password with haughty bearing to the sentinel, and entered his tent. Ephraim was still lying on his couch, smiling as if under the thrall of pleasant dreams. Hosea threw himself on a mat beside him to seek strength for the hard duties of the coming day. Soon his eyes closed too, and after an hour's sound sleep, he woke without being roused and called for his holiday attire, his helmet, and the gilt coat of mail he wore at great festivals or in the presence of Egypt's king. Meantime Ephraim too awoke, looked with mingled curiosity and delight at his uncle, who stood before him in all the splendor of his manhood and glittering panoply of war, and exclaimed, "It must be a proud feeling to wear such garments and lead thousands to battle." Hosea shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Obey thy God, give no man, from the loftiest to the lowliest, a right to regard you save with respect, and you can hold your head as high as the proudest warrior who ever wore purple robe and golden armor." "But you have done great deeds among the Egyptians," Ephraim continued. "They hold you in high regard, even Captain Hornecht and his daughter Kasana." "Do they?" asked the soldier smiling, and then bid his nephew keep quiet, for his brow, though less fevered than the night before, was still burning. "Don't go into the open air until the leech has seen you," Hosea added, "and wait here till my return." "Shall you be absent long?" asked the lad. Hosea paused for a moment, lost in thought, then, with a kindly glance at him, answered gravely, "Whoever serves a master knows not how long he may be detained." Then, changing his tone, he continued less earnestly, "Today, this morning, perchance I may finish my business speedily and return in a few hours. If not, if I do not come back to you this evening or early tomorrow morning, then—" He laid his hand on the lad's shoulder as he spoke. "Then go home at your utmost speed. When you reach Succoth, if the people have gone before your coming, you will find in the hollow sycamore before Aminadab's house a letter which will tell you whither they have turned their steps. When you overtake them, give my greetings to my father, to my grandfather Elishama, and to Miriam. Tell them that Hosea will be mindful of the commands of his God and of his father. In future he will call himself Joshua. Joshua, do you hear? Tell this to Miriam first. Finally, tell them if I remain behind and am not suffered to follow them as I would like to, that the Most High has made a different disposal of his servant and has broken the sword which he had chosen, ere he used it. Do you understand me, boy?" Ephraim nodded and answered, "You mean that death alone could stay you from obeying the summons of God and your father's command." "Aye, that was my meaning," replied the chief. "If they ask why I did not slip away from Pharaoh and escape his power, say that Hosea desired to enter on his new office as a true man, unstained by perjury, or, if it is the will of God, to die one. Now repeat the message." Ephraim obeyed. His uncle's remarks must have sunk deep into his soul, for he neither forgot nor altered a single word. But scarcely had he performed the task of repetition when, with impetuous earnestness, he grasped Hosea's hand and besought him to tell him whether he had any cause to fear for his life. The warrior clasped him affectionately in his arms and answered that he hoped he had entrusted this message to him only to have it forgotten. "Perhaps," he added, "they will strive to keep me by force, but by God's help I shall soon be with you again, and we will ride to Succoth together." With these words he hurried out, unheeding the questions his nephew called after him, for he had heard the rattle of wheels outside. 2 chariots, drawn by mettled steeds, rapidly approached the tent and stopped directly before the entrance. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The men who stepped from the chariots were old acquaintances of Hosea. They were the head chamberlain and one of the king's chief scribes, come to summon him to the sublime port. No hesitation nor escape was possible, and Hosea, feeling more surprise than anxiety, entered the second chariot with the chief scribe. Both officials wore mourning robes, and instead of the white ostrich plume, the insignia of office, black ones waved over the temples of both. The horses and runners of the 2-wheeled chariots were also decked with all the emblems of the deepest woe. And yet the monarch's messengers seemed cheerful rather than depressed, for the eagle they were to bear to Pharaoh was ready to obey his behest, and they had feared that they would find his eyrie abandoned. Swift as the wind, the long-limbed bays of royal breed bore the light vehicles over the uneven sandy road and the smooth highway toward the palace. Ephraim, with the curiosity of youth, had gone out of the tent to view a scene so novel to his eyes. The soldiers were pleased by the Pharaoh's sending his own carriage for their commander, and the lad's vanity was flattered to see his uncle drive away in such state, but he was not permitted the pleasure of watching him long. Dense clouds of dust soon hid the vehicles. The scorching desert wind which, during the spring months so often blows through the valley of the Nile, had risen, and though the bright blue sky which had been visible by night and day was still cloudless, it was veiled by a whitish mist. The sun, a motionless ball, glared down on the heads of men like a blind man's eye. The burning heat it diffused seemed to have consumed its rays, which today were visible. The eye protected by the mist could gaze at it undazzled, yet its scorching power was undiminished. The light breeze which usually fans the brow in the morning touched it now like the hot breath of the ravening beast of prey. Loaded with the fine scorching sand borne from the desert, it transformed the pleasure of breathing into a painful torture. The air of an Egyptian March morning, which was wont to be so balmy, now oppressed both man and beast, choking their lungs, and seemed to weigh upon them like a burden destroying all joy in life. The higher the pale rayless globe mounted into the sky, the grayer became the fog, the more densely and swiftly blew the sand clouds from the desert. Ephraim was still standing in front of the tent, gazing at the spot where Pharaoh's chariots had disappeared. His knees trembled, but he attributed it to the wind sent by Seth Typhon, at whose blowing even the strongest felt an invisible burden clinging to his feet. Hosea was gone, but he might come back in a few hours. Then he, Ephraim, would be obliged to go with him to Succoth, and the bright dreams and hopes which yesterday had bestowed, and whose magical charms were heightened by his fevered brain, would be lost to him forever. During the night he had firmly resolved to enter Pharaoh's army, that he might remain near Tanis and Kasana, but though he had only half comprehended Hosea's message, he could plainly discern that he intended to turn his back upon Egypt and his high position, and meant to take Ephraim with him, should he make his escape. So he must renounce his longing to see Kasana once more. But this thought was unbearable, and an inward voice whispered that, having neither father nor mother, he was free to act according to his own will. His guardian, his dead father's brother, in whose household he had grown up, had died not long before, and no new guardian had been named because the lad was now past childhood. He was destined at some future day to be one of the chiefs of his proud tribe, and until yesterday he had desired no better fate. He had obeyed the impulse of his heart when, with the pride of a shepherd prince, he had refused the priest's suggestion that he should become one of Pharaoh's soldiers, but he now told himself that he had been childish and foolish to reject a thing of which he was ignorant, nay, which had ever been intentionally represented to him in a false and hateful light, in order to bind him more firmly to his own people. The Egyptians had always been described as detestable enemies and oppressors, yet how enchanting everything seemed in the house of the first Egyptian warrior he had entered. And Kasana! What must she think of him, if he left Tanis without a word of greeting, of farewell? Must it not grieve and wound him to remain in her memory a clumsy peasant shepherd? Nay, it would be positively dishonest not to return the costly raiment she had lent him. Gratitude was reckoned among the Hebrews also as the first duty of noble hearts. He would be worthy of hate his whole life long if he did not seek her once more. But there was need of haste. When Hosea returned, he must find him ready for departure. He at once began to bind his sandals on his feet, but he did it slowly, and could not understand why the task seemed so hard today. He passed through the camp unmolested. The pylons and obelisks before the temple, which appeared to quiver in the heated air, marked the direction he was to pursue, and he soon reached the broad road which led to the marketplace. A panting merchant, whose ass was bearing skins of wine to the troops, told him the way. Dense clouds of dust lay on the road and whirled around him. The sun beat fiercely down on his bare head. His wound began to ache again. The fine sand which filled the air entered his eyes and mouth, and stung his face and bare limbs like burning needles. He was tortured by thirst, and was often compelled to stop. His feet grew so heavy. At last he reached a well dug for travelers by a pious Egyptian, and though it was adorned with the image of a god, and Miriam had taught him that this was an abomination from which he should turn aside, he drank again and again, thinking he had never tasted aught so refreshing. The fear of losing consciousness, as he had done the day before, passed away, and, though his feet were still heavy, he walked rapidly toward the alluring goal. But soon his strength again deserted him. The sweat poured from his brow, his wound began to throb and beat, and he felt as though his skull was compressed by an iron circle. His keen eyes, too, failed, for the objects he tried to see blended with the dust of the road. The horizon reeled up and down before his eyes, and he felt as though the hard pavement had turned to a yielding bog under his feet. Yet he took little heed of all these things, for never before had such bright visions filled his mind. His thoughts grew marvelously vivid, and image after image rose before the wide eyes of his soul, not at his own behest, but as if summoned by a secret will outside of his consciousness. Now he fancied that he was laying at Kasana's feet, resting his head on her lap, while he gazed upward into her lovely face. Anon he saw Hosea standing before him in his glittering armor, as he had beheld him a short time ago, only his garb was still more gorgeous, and, instead of the dim light in the tent, a ruddy glow like that of fire surrounded him. Then the finest oxen and rams in his herd passed before him, and sentences from the messages he had learned darted through his mind. Nay, he sometimes imagined that they were being shouted to him aloud. But ere he could grasp their import, some new dazzling vision or loud rushing noise seemed to fill his mental eye and ear. He pressed onward, staggering like a drunken man, with drops of sweat standing on his brow and with parched mouth. Sometimes he unconsciously raised his hand to wipe the dust from his burning eyes, but he cared little that he saw very indistinctly what was passing around him, for there could be nothing more beautiful than what he beheld with his inward vision. True, he was often aware that he was suffering intensely, and he longed to throw himself exhausted on the ground, but a strange sense of happiness sustained him. At last he was seized with the delusion that his head was swelling and growing till it attained the size of the head of the colossus he had seen the day before in front of a temple gate. Then it rose to the height of the palm trees by the roadside, and finally it reached the mist shrouding the firmament, then far above it. Then it suddenly seemed as though this head of his was as large as the whole world, and he pressed his hands to his temples to clasp his brow, for his neck and shoulders were too weak to support the weight of so enormous a head, and, mastered by this strange delusion, he shrieked aloud, his shaking knees gave way, and he fell unconscious in the dust. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. At the same hour, a chamberlain was ushering Hosea into the audience chamber. Usually subjects summoned to the presence of the king were kept waiting for hours, but the Hebrew's patience was not tried long. During this period of deepest mourning, the spacious rooms of the palace, commonly tenanted by a gay and noisy multitude, were hushed to the stillness of death. For not only the slaves and warders, but many men and women in close attendance on the royal couple had fled from the pestilence, quitting the palace without leave. Here and there a solitary priest, official, or courtier leaned against a pillar or crouched on the floor, hiding his face in his hands, while awaiting some order. Sentries paced to and fro with lowered weapons, lost in melancholy thoughts. Now and then a few young priests in mourning robes glided through the infected rooms, silently swinging silver censers which diffused a pungent smell of resin and juniper. A nightmare seemed to weigh upon the palace and its occupants, for in addition to grief for their beloved prince, which saddened many a heart, the dread of death and the desert wind paralyzed alike the energy of mind and body. Here in the immediate vicinity of the throne where, in former days, all eyes had sparkled with hope, ambition, gratitude, fear, loyalty, or hate, Hosea now encountered only drooping heads and downcast looks. Bai, the second prophet of Ammon, alone seemed untouched alike by sorrow, anxiety, or the enervating atmosphere of the day. He greeted the warrior in the anteroom as vigorously and cheerily as ever, and assured him, though in the lowest whisper, that no one thought of holding him responsible for the misdeeds of his people. But when Hosea volunteered the acknowledgment that, at the moment of his summons to the king, he had been in the act of going to the commander-in-chief to beg a release from military service, the priest interrupted him to remind him of the debt of gratitude he, Bai, owed to him as the preserver of his life. Then he added that he would make every effort in his power to keep him in the army and show that the Egyptians, even against Pharaoh's will, or which he would speak farther with him privately, knew how to honor genuine merit without distinction of person or birth. The Hebrew had little time to repeat his resolve. The head chamberlain interrupted them to lead Hosea into the presence of the good God. The sovereign awaited Hosea in the smaller audience room adjoining the royal apartments. It was a stately chamber, and today looked more spacious than when, as of yore, it was filled with obsequious throngs. Only a few courtiers and priests, with some of the queen's ladies in waiting, all clad in deep mourning, stood in groups near the throne. Opposite to Pharaoh, squatting in a circle on the floor, were the king's counselors and interpreters, each adorned with an ostrich plume. All wore tokens of mourning, and the monotonous, piteous plaint of the wailing women, which ever and anon rose into a loud, shrill, tremulous shriek, echoed through the silent rooms within this hall, announcing that death had claimed a victim even in the royal dwelling. The king and queen sat on a gold and ivory couch, heavily draped with black. Instead of their usual splendid attire, both wore dark robes, and the royal consort and mother, who mourned her firstborn son, leaned motionless, with drooping head, against her kingly husband's shoulder. Pharaoh, too, gazed fixedly into space, as though lost in a dream. The scepter had slipped from his hand and lay in his lap. The queen had been torn away from the corpse of her son, which was now delivered to the embalmers, and it was not until she reached the entrance of the audience chamber that she had succeeded in checking her tears. She had no thought of resistance. The inexorable ceremonial of court etiquette required the queen to be present at any audience of importance. Today she would gladly have shunned the task, but Pharaoh had commanded her presence, and she knew and approved the course to be pursued, for she was full of dread of the power of the Hebrew Mesu, called by his own people Moses, and of his God, who had brought such terrible woe on the Egyptians. She had other children to lose, and she had known Mesu from her childhood, and was well aware how highly the great Rameses, her husband's father and predecessor, had prized the wisdom of this stranger who had been reared with his own sons. Ah, if it were only possible to conciliate this man! But Mesu had departed with the Israelites, and she knew his iron will, and had learned that the terrible prophet was armed, not alone against Pharaoh's threats, but also against her own fervent entreaties. She was now expecting Hosea. He, the son of Nun, the foremost man of all the Hebrews in Tanis, would succeed, if any one could, in carrying out the plan which she and her royal husband deemed best for all parties, a plan supported also by Rui, the hoary high priest and first prophet of Ammon, the head of the whole Egyptian priesthood, who held the offices of chief judge, chief treasurer, and viceroy of the kingdom, and had followed the court from Thebes to Tanis. Ere going to the audience hall, she had been twining wreaths for her loved dead, and the lotus flowers, larkspurs, mallow, and willow leaves, from which she was to weave them, had been brought there by her desire. They were laying on a small table and in her lap, but she felt paralyzed, and the hand she stretched toward them refused to obey her will. Rui, the first prophet of Ammon, an aged man, long past his 90th birthday, squat on a mat at Pharaoh's left hand. A pair of bright eyes, shaded by bushy white brows, glittered in his brown face, seamed and wrinkled like the bark of a gnarled oak, like gay flowers amid withered leaves, forming a strange contrast to his lean, bowed, and shriveled form. The old man had long since resigned the management of business affairs to the second prophet, Bai, but he held firmly to his honors, his seat at Pharaoh's side, and his place in the council, where, though he said little, his opinion was more frequently followed than that of the eloquent, ardent second prophet, who was many years his junior. The old man had not quitted Pharaoh's side since the plague entered the palace, yet today he felt more vigorous than usual. The hot desert wind, which weakened others, refreshed him. He was constantly shivering, despite the panther skin which hung over his back and shoulders, and the heat of the day warmed his chilly old blood. Moses the Hebrew had been his pupil, and never had he instructed a nobler nature, a youth more richly endowed with the gifts of intellect. He had initiated the Israelites in all the highest mysteries, anticipating the greatest results for Egypt and the priesthood, and when the Hebrew one day slew an overseer who had mercilessly beaten one of his race, and then fled into the desert, Rui had secretly mourned the evil deed as if his own son had committed it and must suffer the consequences. His intercession had secured Messu's pardon, but when the latter returned to Egypt, and the change had occurred which other priests termed his apostasy, the old man had grieved even more keenly than over his flight. Had he, Rui, been younger, he would have hated the man who had thus robbed him of his fairest hopes, but the aged priest, who read men's hearts like an open book, and could judge the souls of his fellow mortals with the calm impartiality of an unclouded mind, confessed that he had been to blame in failing to foresee his pupil's change of thought. Education and precept had made Messu an Egyptian priest according to his own heart and that of the divinity, but after having raised his hand in the defense of his own people against those to whom he had been bound only by human craft and human will, he was lost to the Egyptians and became once more a true son of his race. And where this man of the strong will and lofty soul led the way, others could not fail to follow. Rui knew likewise full well what the renegade meant to give to his race. He had confessed it himself to the priest, faith in the one God. Messu had rejected the accusation of perjury, declaring that he would never betray the mysteries to the Hebrews. His sole desire was to lead them back to the God whom they had worshipped ere Joseph and his family came to Egypt. True, the one of the initiated resembled the God of the Hebrews in many ways, but this very fact had soothed the old sage. For experience had taught him that the masses are not content with a single invisible God, an idea which many, even among the more advanced of his own pupils, found difficult to comprehend. The men and women of the lower classes needed visible symbols of every important thing whose influence they perceived in and around them, and the Egyptian religion supplied these images. What could an invisible creative power, guiding the course of the universe, be to a lovesick girl? She sought the friendly Hathor, whose gentle hands held the cords that bound heart to heart, the beautiful, mighty representative of her sex. To her she could trustingly pour forth all the sorrows that burdened her bosom. What was the petty grief of a mother who sought to snatch her darling child from death to the mighty and incomprehensible deity who governed the entire universe? But the good Isis, who herself had wept her eyes red in bitter anguish, could understand her woe. And how often in Egypt it was the wife who determined her husband's relations to the gods? Rui had frequently seen Hebrew men and women praying fervently in Egyptian temples. Even if Messu could induce them to acknowledge his God, the experienced sage clearly foresaw that they would speedily turn from the invisible spirit, who must ever remain aloof and incomprehensible, and return by hundreds to the gods they understood. Now Egypt was threatened with the loss of the laborers and builders she so greatly needed, but Rui believed that they might be won back. When fair words will answer our purpose, put aside sword and bow, he had replied to Bai, who demanded that the fugitives should be pursued and slain. We have already too many corpses in this country. What we want is workers. Let us hold fast what we seem on the verge of losing. These mild words were in full harmony with the mood of Pharaoh, who had had sufficient sorrow, and would have thought it wiser to venture unarmed into a lion's cage than to again defy the wrath of the terrible Hebrew. So he had closed his ears to the exhortations of the second prophet, whose steadfast, energetic will usually exercised all the greater influence upon him on account of his own irresolution, and upheld old Rui's suggestion that the warrior, Hosea, should be sent after his people to deal with them in Pharaoh's name, a plan that soothed his mind and renewed his hopes. The second prophet, Bai, had finally assented to the plan, for it afforded a new chance of undermining the throne he intended to overthrow. If the Hebrews were once more settled in the land, Prince Siptah, who regarded no punishment too severe for the race he hated, might perhaps seize the scepter of the cowardly king Menephtah. But the fugitives must first be stopped, and Hosea was the right man to do this. But in Bai's eyes, no one would be more able to gain the confidence of an unsuspicious soldier than Pharaoh and his royal consort. The venerable high priest Rui, though wholly unaware of the conspiracy, shared this opinion, and thus the sovereigns had been persuaded to interrupt the mourning for the dead and speak in person to the Hebrew. Hosea had prostrated himself before the throne, and, when he rose, the king's weary face was bent toward him, sadly it is true, yet graciously. According to custom, the hair and beard of the father who had lost his firstborn son had been shaven. Formerly they had encircled his face in a frame of glossy black, but 20 years of anxious government had made them gray, and his figure, too, had lost its erect carriage and seemed bent and feeble, though he had scarcely passed his 5th decade. His regular features were still beautiful in their symmetry, and there was a touch of pathos in their mournful gentleness, so evidently incapable of any firm resolve, especially when a smile lent his mouth a bewitching charm. The languid indolence of his movements scarcely impaired the natural dignity of his presence, yet his musical voice was wont to have a feeble, beseeching tone. He was no born ruler. 13 older brothers had died ere the throne of Pharaoh had become his heritage, and up to early manhood he had led a careless, joyous existence. As the handsomest youth in the whole land, the darling of women, the light-hearted favorite of fortune. Then he succeeded his father, the great Rameses, but he had scarcely grasped the scepter ere the Libyans, with numerous allies, rebelled against Egypt. The trained troops and their leaders, who had fought in his predecessors' wars, gained him victory, but during the 20 years which had now passed since Rameses' death, the soldiers had rarely had any rest. Insurrections constantly occurred, sometimes in the east, anon in the west, and, instead of living in Thebes, where he had spent many years of happiness, and following the bent of his inclination by enjoying in the splendid palace the blessing of peace and the society of the famous scholars and poets who then made that city their home, he was compelled sometimes to lead his armies in the field, sometimes to live in Tanis, the capital of Lower Egypt, to settle the disturbances of the borderland. This was the desire of the venerable Rui, and the king willingly followed his guidance. During the latter years of Rameses' reign, the temple at Thebes, and with it the chief priest, had risen to power and wealth greater than that possessed by royalty itself, and Menephtah's indolent nature was better suited to be a tool than a guiding hand, so long as he received all the external honors due to Pharaoh. These he guarded with a determination which he never roused himself to display in matters of graver import. The condescending graciousness of Pharaoh's reception awakened feelings of mingled pleasure and distrust in Hosea's mind, but he summoned courage to frankly express his desire to be relieved from his office and the oath he had sworn to his sovereign. Pharaoh listened quietly. Not until Hosea confessed that he was induced to take this step by his father's command did he beckon to the high priest, who began in low, almost inaudible tones. The son who resigns great things to remain obedient to his father will be the most loyal of the good God's servants. Go, obey the summons of Nun. The son of the sun, the Lord of Upper and Lower Egypt, sets you free, but through me, the slave of his master, he imposes one condition. What is that? Asked Hosea. Pharaoh signed to Rui a second time, and as the monarch sank back upon his throne, the old man, fixing his keen eyes on Hosea, replied: "The demand which the Lord of both worlds makes upon you by my lips is easy to fulfill. You must return to be once more his servant and one of us, as soon as your people and their leader, who have brought such terrible woe upon this land, shall have clasped the divine hand which the Son of the Sun extends to them in reconciliation, and shall have returned to the beneficent shadow of his throne. He intends to attach them to his person and his realm by rich tokens of his favor, as soon as they return from the desert to which they have gone forth to sacrifice to their God. Understand me fully. All the burdens which have oppressed the people of your race shall be removed. The great God will secure them, by a new law, privileges, and great freedom, and whatever we promise shall be written down and witnessed on our part and yours, as a new and valid covenant binding on our children and our children's children. When such a compact has been made with an honest purpose on our part to keep it for all time, and your tribes have consented to accept it, will you promise that you will then be one of us again? Accept the office of mediator, Hosea, the queen here interrupted in a low tone, with her sorrowful eyes fixed imploringly on Hosea's face. I dread the fury of Mesu, and everything in our power shall be done to regain his old friendship. Mention my name, and recall the time when he taught little Isis Nephert the names of the plants she brought to him, and explained to her and her sister their beneficial or harmful qualities, during his visits to the queen, his second mother, in the women's apartments. The wounds he has dealt our hearts shall be pardoned and forgotten. Be our envoy. Hosea, do not deny us. Such words from royal lips are a strict mandate, replied the Hebrew, and yet they make the heart rejoice. I will accept the office of mediator. The hoary high priest nodded approvingly, exclaiming, I hope a long period of blessing may arise from this brief hour. But note this, where potions can aid, surgery must be shunned. Where a bridge spans the stream, beware of swimming through the whirlpool. Yes, by all means, shun the whirlpool, Pharaoh repeated, and the queen uttered the same words, then once more bent her eyes on the flowers in her lap. A council now began. The three private scribes took seats on the floor close to Rui in order to catch his low tones, and the scribes and counselors in the circle before the throne seized their writing materials and, holding the papyrus in their left hands, wrote with reed or brush, for nothing which was debated and determined in Pharaoh's presence was suffered to be left unrecorded. During the continuance of this debate, no voice in the audience chamber was raised above a whisper. The courtiers and guards stood motionless at their posts, and the royal pair gazed mutely into vacancy as though lost in reverie. Neither Pharaoh nor his queen could possibly have heard the muttered conversation between the men, yet the Egyptians, at the close of every sentence, glanced upward at the king as if to ensure his approbation. Hosea, to whom the custom was perfectly familiar, did the same, and, like the rest, lowered his tones. Whenever the voices of Bai or the chief of the scribes waxed somewhat louder, Pharaoh raised his head and repeated the words of Rui. Where a bridge spans the stream, beware of swimming through the whirlpool. For this saying precisely expressed his own desires and those of the queen. No strife. Let us live in peace with the Hebrews, and escape from the anger of their awful leader and his God, without losing the thousands of industrious workers in the departed tribes. So the discussion went on, and when the murmuring of the debaters and the scratching of the scribes' reeds had continued at least an hour, the queen remained in the same position. But Pharaoh began to move and lift up his voice, fearing that the second prophet, who had detested the man whose benedictions he had implored, and whose enmities seemed so terrible, was imposing on the mediator requirements impossible to fulfill. Yet he said nothing, save to repeat the warning about the bridge, but his questioning look caused the chief of the scribes to soothe him with the assurance that everything was progressing as well as possible. Hosea had only requested that, in future, the overseers of the workmen should not be of Libyan birth, but Hebrews themselves, chosen by the elders of their tribes, with the approval of the Egyptian government. Pharaoh cast a glance of imploring anxiety at Bai, the second prophet, and the other counselors, but the former shrugged his shoulders deprecatingly, and, pretending to yield his own opinion to the divine wisdom of Pharaoh, acceded Hosea's request. The divinity on the throne of the world accepted with a grateful bend of the head this concession from a man whose wishes had so often opposed his own, and after the repeater or herald had read aloud all the separate conditions of the agreement, Hosea was forced to make a solemn vow to return in any case to Tanis, and report to the Sublime Porte how his people had received the king's proposals. But the wary chief, versed in the wiles and tricks with which the government was but too well supplied, uttered the vow with great reluctance, and only after he had received a written assurance that, whatever might be the result of the negotiations, his liberty should not be restricted in any respect, after he had proved that he had used his utmost efforts to induce the leader of the Hebrews to accept the compact. At last, Pharaoh extended his hand for the warrior to kiss, and when the latter had also pressed his lips to the edge of the queen's garments, Rui signed to the head chamberlain, who made obeisance to Pharaoh, and the sovereign knew that the hour had come when he might retire. He did so gladly and with a lighter heart, for he believed that he had done his best to secure his own welfare and that of his people. A sunny expression flitted across his handsome, worn features, and when the queen also rose and saw his smile of satisfaction, it was reflected on her face. Pharaoh uttered a sigh of relief as he crossed the threshold of the audience chamber and, accosting his wife, said, "If Hosea wins his cause, we shall cross the bridge safely." "And need not swim through the whirlpool," the queen answered in the same tone. "And if the chief succeeds in soothing Mesu and induces the Hebrews to stay in the land," Pharaoh added, "then you will enroll this Hosea. He looks noble and upright, among the kindred of the king," Isisnefert interrupted. But upon this Pharaoh drew up his languid, drooping figure, exclaiming eagerly, "How can I? A Hebrew? Were we to admit him among the friends and fan bearers, it would be the highest favor we could bestow. It is no easy matter in such a case to choose between too great or too small a recompense." The farther the royal pair advanced toward the interior of the palace, the louder rose the wailing voices of the mourning women. Tears once more filled the eyes of the queen, but Pharaoh continued to ponder over what office at court he could bestow on Hosea, should his mission prove successful. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Hosea was forced to hurry in order to overtake the tribes in time, for the farther they proceeded, the harder it would be to induce Moses and the leaders of the people to return and accept the treaty. The events which had befallen him that morning seemed so strange that he regarded them as a dispensation of the God whom he had found again. He recollected, too, that the name Joshua, he who helps Jehovah, had been received through Miriam's message. He would gladly bear it, for though it was no easy matter to resign the name for which he had won renown, still many of his comrades had done likewise. His new one was attesting its truth grandly. Never had God's help been more manifest to him than this morning. He had entered Pharaoh's palace, expecting to be imprisoned or delivered over to the executioner as soon as he insisted upon following his people, and how speedily the bonds that held him in the Egyptian army had been sundered, and he had been appointed to discharge a task which seemed in his eyes so grand, so lofty, that he was on the point of believing that the God of his fathers had summoned him to perform it. He loved Egypt. It was a fair country. Where could his people find a more delightful home? It was only the circumstances under which they had lived there which had been intolerable. Happier times were now in store. The tribes were given the choice between returning to Goshen or settling on the lake land west of the Nile, with whose fertility and ample supply of water he was well acquainted. No one would have a right to reduce them to bondage, and whoever gave his labor to the service of the state was to have for overseer no stern and cruel foreigner, but a man of his own blood. True, he knew that the Hebrews must remain under subjection to Pharaoh, but had not Joseph, Ephraim and his sons, Hosea's ancestors, been called his subjects, and lived content to be numbered among the Egyptians? If the covenant was made, the elders of the tribes were to direct the private concerns of the people. Spite of Bai's opposition, Moses had been named regent of the new territory, while he, Hosea himself, was to command the soldiers who would defend the frontiers, and marshal fresh troops from the Israelite mercenaries, who had already borne themselves valiantly in many a fray. Ere he had quitted the palace, Bai had made various mysterious allusions, which though vague in purport, betrayed that the priest was cherishing important plans, and, as soon as the guidance of the government passed from old Rui's hands into his, a high position, perhaps the command of the whole army, now led by a Syrian named Arsu, would be conferred on him, Hosea. But this prospect caused him more anxiety than pleasure, though great was his satisfaction at having gained the concession that every third year the eastern frontiers of the country should be thrown open to his people, that they might go to the desert and there offer sacrifices to their God. Moses had seemed to lay the utmost stress upon this privilege, and according to the existing law, no one was permitted to cross the narrow fortified frontier on the east without the permission of the government. Perhaps granting this desire of the mighty leader might win him to accept a compact so desirable for his nation. During these negotiations, Hosea had again realized his estrangement from his people. He was not even aware for what purpose the sacrifice in the desert was offered. He also frankly acknowledged to Pharaoh's counselors that he knew neither the grievances nor the requirements of the tribes, a course he pursued to secure to the Hebrews the right of changing or revising in any respect the offers he was to convey. What better proposals could they or their leader desire? The future was full of fresh hopes of happiness for his people and himself. If the compact was made, the time had arrived for him to establish a home of his own, and Miriam's image again appeared in all its loftiness and beauty. The thought of gaining this splendid maiden was fairly intoxicating, and he wondered whether he was worthy of her, and if it would not be presumptuous to aspire to the hand of the divinely inspired, majestic virgin and prophetess. He was experienced in the affairs of life, and knew full well how little reliance could be placed upon the promises of the vacillating man, who found the scepter too heavy for his feeble hand. But he had exercised caution, and, if the elders of the people could be but won over, the agreement would be inscribed on metal tablets, sentence by sentence, and hung in the temple at Thebes, with the signatures of Pharaoh and the envoys of the Hebrews, like every other binding agreement between Egypt and a foreign nation. Such documents, he had learned this from the treaty of peace concluded with the Cheta, assured and lengthened the brief eternity of national covenants. He had certainly neglected no precaution to secure his people from treachery and perjury. Never had he felt more vigorous, more confident, more joyous than when he again entered Pharaoh's chariot to take leave of his subordinates. Bai's mysterious hints and suggestions troubled him very little. He was accustomed to leave future anxieties to be cared for in the future. But at the camp he encountered a grief which belonged to the present. Surprised, angry, and troubled, he learned that Ephraim had secretly left the tent, telling no one whither he was going. A hurried investigation drew out the information that the youth had been seen on the road to Tanis, and Hosea hastily bade his trusty shield-bearer search the city for the youth, and, if he found him, to order him to follow his uncle to Succoth. After the chief had said farewell to his men, he set off, attended only by his old groom. He was pleased to have the Adonai and subaltern officers who had been with him, the stern warriors, with whom he had shared everything in war and peace, in want and privation, show so plainly the pain of parting. Tears streamed down the bronzed cheeks of many a man who had grown gray in warfare, as he clasped his hand for the last time. Many a bearded lip was pressed to the hem of his robe, to his feet, and to the sleek skin of the noble Libyan steed which, pressing forward with arching neck, only to be curbed by its rider's strength, bore him through the ranks. For the first time since his mother's death, his own eyes grew dim, as shouts of farewell rang warmly and loudly from the manly breasts of his soldiers. Never before had he so deeply realized how firmly he was bound to these men, and how he loved his noble profession. Yet the duty he was now fulfilling was also great and glorious, and the God who had absolved him from his oath and smoothed the way for him to obey his father's commands as a true and upright man, would perhaps bring him back to his comrades in arms, whose cordial farewell he still fancied he heard long after he was out of reach of their voices. The greatness of the work assigned to him, the enthusiasm of a man who devotes himself with devout earnestness to the performance of a difficult task, the rapturous joy of the lover, who with well-founded hopes of the fulfillment of the purest and fairest desires of his heart, hastened to meet the woman of his choice, first dawned upon him when he left the city behind and was dashing at a rapid trot toward the southeast across the flat, well-watered plain with its wealth of palm groves. While forcing his steed to a slower pace, as he passed through the streets of the capital and the region near the harbor, his mind was so engrossed by his recent experiences and his anxiety concerning the runaway youth that he paid little attention to the throng of vessels laying at anchor, the motley crowd of ship owners, traders, sailors, and laborers, representatives of the nations of Africa and Asia, who sought a livelihood here, and the officials, soldiers, and petitioners who had followed Pharaoh from Thebes to the city of Rameses. He had even failed to see two men of high rank, though one, Hornecht, the captain of the archers, had waved his hand to him. They had retired into the deep gateway formed by the pylons at the entrance of the temple of Seth, to escape the clouds of dust which the desert wind was still blowing along the road. While Hornecht was vainly trying to arrest the horseman's attention, his companion, Bai, the second prophet of Ammon, whispered, "Let him go. He will learn where his nephew is soon enough." "As you desire," replied the soldier. Then he eagerly continued the story he had just begun. When they brought the lad in, he looked like a piece of clay in the potter's workshop. "No wonder," replied the priest. "He had lain long enough in the road in the dust of Typhon. But what was your steward seeking among the soldiers?" "We had heard from Iadon, whom I sent to the camp last evening, that the poor youth was attacked by a severe fever, so Kasana put some wine in her nurse's balsam and dispatched the old creature with them to the camp." "To the youth or to Hosea?" asked the prophet with a mischievous smile. "To the sufferer," replied Hornecht positively, a frown darkening his brow. But restraining himself, he added as if apologizing, "Her heart is as soft as wax, and the Hebrew youth, you saw him yesterday, is a splendid lad, just fitted to win a woman's heart," replied the priest laughing. "Besides, whoever shows kindness to the nephew does not harm the uncle." "That was not in her mind," replied Hornecht bluntly. "But the invisible God of the Hebrews is not less watchful of his children than the immortals whom you serve, for he led Hotepu to the youth just as he was at the point of death. The dreamer would undoubtedly have ridden past him, for the dust had already transformed him into a bit of potter's clay. But then the old man suddenly saw a glint of gold in the dusty heap." "And the stiffest neck will stoop for that." "Quite true. My Hotepu did so, and the broad gold circlet the lad wore flashed in the sunlight and preserved his life a second time." "The luckiest thing is that we have the lad in our possession." "Yes, I was rejoiced to have him open his eyes once more. Then his recovery grew more and more rapid. The doctor says he's like a kitten, and all these mishaps will not cost him his life. But he is in a violent fever, and in his delirium says all sorts of senseless things, which even my daughter's nurse, a native of Ascalon, cannot clearly comprehend. Only she thought she caught Kasana's name." "So it is once more a woman who is the source of trouble." "Stop these jests, holy father," replied Hornecht, biting his lips. "A modest widow, and that boy with the down still on his lips." "At his age," replied the unabashed priest, "full-blown roses have a stronger attraction for young beetles than do buds, and in this instance," he added more gravely, "it is a most fortunate accident. We have Hosea's nephew in the snare, and it will be your part not to let him escape." Do you mean that we are to deprive him of his liberty?" cried the warrior. "Even so." "Yet you value his uncle?" "Certainly, but the state has a higher claim." "This boy?" "Is a desirable hostage. Hosea's sword was an extremely useful tool to us, but if the hand that guides it is directed by the man whose power ever greater things we know, you mean the Hebrew Mesu? Then Hosea will deal us wounds as deep as those he erst inflicted on his foes." "Yet I have heard you say more than once that he was incapable of perjury." "And so I say still. He has given wonderful proof of it today. Merely for the sake of being released from his oath, he thrust his head into the crocodile's jaws. But though the son of Nun is a lion, he will find his master in Mesu. That man is the mortal foe of the Egyptians. The bare thought of him stirs my gall." "The cries of the wailing women behind this door admonish us loudly enough to hate him." "Yet the weakling on the throne has forgotten vengeance, and is now sending Hosea on an errand of reconciliation." "With your sanction, I think?" "Aye," replied the priest with a mocking smile. "We send him to build a bridge. Oh, this bridge! A graybeard's withered brain recommends it to be thrown across the stream, and the idea just suits this pitiful son of a great father, who would certainly never have shunned swimming through the wildest whirlpool, especially when revenge was to be sought. Let Hosea essay the bridge. If it leads him back across the stream to us, I will offer him a right warm and cordial welcome. But as soon as this one man stands on our shores, may its support sink under the leaders of his people. We, the only brave souls in Egypt, must see to that." "So be it. Yet I fear we shall lose the chief too, if justice overtakes his people." "It might also seem so." "You have greater wisdom than I." "Yet here you believe me in error?" "How could I venture to—" "As a member of the military council you are entitled to your own opinion, and I consider myself bound to show you the end of the path along which you have hitherto followed us with blindfold eyes. So listen, and judge accordingly when your turn comes to speak in the council. The chief priest Rui is old." "And now you fulfill half his offices." "Would that he might soon be relieved of the last half of his burden. Not on my own account. I love strife, but for the welfare of our native land. It is a deep-seated feeling of our natures to regard the utterances and mandates of age as wisdom, so there are few among the counselors who do not follow the old man's opinions. Yet his policy limps on crutches, like himself. All good projects are swamped under his weak, faint-hearted guidance." "That is the very reason my vote is at your disposal," cried the warrior. "That is why I am ready to use all my might to hurl this sleeper from the throne and get rid of his foolish advisers." The prophet laid his finger on his lips to warn his companion to be more cautious, drew him nearer, pointed to his litter, and said in a low, hurried tone: "I am expected at the Sublime Porte, so listen. If Hosea's mission is successful, his people will return, the guilty with the innocent, and the latter will suffer. Among the former we can include the whole of Hosea's tribe, who call themselves the sons of Ephraim, from old Nun down to the youth in your dwelling. We may spare them, but Mesu too is a Hebrew, and what we do to him will not occur in the public street, and it is child's play to sow enmity between two men who desire to rule in the same sphere. I will make sure that Hosea shall shut his eyes to the other's death. But Pharaoh, whether his name is Menephtah or," he lowered his voice, "Siptah, must then raise him to so great a height, and he merits it, that his giddy eyes will never discern aught we desire to conceal. There is one dish that never falls on any man who has once tasted it." "And what is that?" "Power, Hornecht, mighty power. As ruler of a whole province, commander of all the mercenaries in Arsu's stead, he will take care not to break with us. I know him. If I can succeed in making him believe Mesu has wronged him, and the imperious man will afford some pretext for it, and can bring him to the conviction that the law directs the punishment we mete out to the sorcerer and the worst of his adherents, He will not only assent, but approve it. And if he fails in his mission? He will return at any rate, for he would not be false to his oath. But if Mesu, from whom we may expect anything, should detain him by force, the boy will be of service to us, for Hosea loves him, his people value his life, and he belongs to one of their noblest tribes. In any case, Pharaoh must threaten the lad. We will guard him, and that will unite his uncle to us by fresh ties and lead him to join those who are angry with the king. Excellent! The surest way to attain our object will be by forging still another chain. In short, now I beg you to be quiet, your temper is far too hot for your gray hairs. In short, our Hebrew brother in arms, the savior of my life, the ablest man in the army, who is certain to win the highest place, must be your son-in-law. Kasana's heart is his. My wife has told me so. Hornecht frowned again, and struggled painfully to control his anger. He perceived that he must overcome his objection to giving his daughter to the man whose birth he scorned, much as he liked and esteemed his character. He could not refrain from uttering an oath under his breath, but his answer to the prophet was more calm and sensible than the latter had anticipated. If Kasana was so possessed by demons that this stranger infatuated her, let her have her will, but Hosea had not yet sued for her. By the red god Seth and his 70 companions, he added wrathfully, neither you nor anyone shall induce me to offer my daughter, who has 20 suitors, to a man who terms himself our friend, yet finds no leisure to greet us in our own house. To keep fast hold of the lad is another thing. I will see to that. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The midnight heavens, decked with countless stars, spanned with their cloudless azure vault the flat plains of the eastern delta and the city of Succoth, called by the Egyptians, from their sanctuary, the place of the god Tum, or Pithom. The March night was drawing towards its end. Pallid mists floated over the canal, the work of Hebrew bondmen which, as far as the eye could reach, intersected the plain, watering the fields and pasture along its course. Eastward and southward, the sky was shrouded by dense veils of mist that rose from the large lakes and from the narrow estuaries that ran far up into the isthmus. The hot and dusty desert wind, which the day before had swept over the parched grass and the tents and houses of Succoth, had subsided at nightfall, and the cool atmosphere which in March, even in Egypt, precedes the approach of dawn, made itself felt. Whoever had formerly entered, between midnight and morning, the humble frontier hamlet with its shepherd tents, wretched hovels of Nile mud, and by no means handsome farms and dwellings, would scarcely have recognized it now. Even the one noticeable building in the place, besides the stately temple of the sun god Tum, the large fortified storehouse, presented at this hour an unfamiliar aspect. Its long whitewashed walls, it is true, glimmered through the gloom as distinctly as ever, but instead of towering, as usual at this time, mute and lifeless above the slumbering town, the most active bustle was going on within and around it. It was intended also as a defense against the predatory hordes of the Shasu, who had made a circuit around the fortified works on the isthmus, and its indestructible walls contained an Egyptian garrison, who could easily defend it against a force greatly superior in numbers. Today it looked as if the sons of the desert had assailed it, but the men and women who were bustling about below and on the broad parapet of the gigantic building were Hebrews, not Shasu. With loud outcries and gesticulations of delight, they were seizing the thousands of measures of wheat, barley, rye, and durra, the stores of pulse, dates, and onions they found in the well-filled granaries, and even before sunset had begun to empty the storerooms and put their contents into sacks, pails, and skins, trays, jugs, and aprons, which were let down by ropes or carried to the ground on ladders. The better classes took no share in this work, but among the busy throng, despite the lateness of the hour, were children of all ages, carrying away in pots, jugs, and dishes, borrowed from their mothers' cooking utensils, as much as they could. Above, beside the unroofed openings of the storerooms into which the stars were shining, and also at the foot of the ladders, women held torches or lanterns to light the others at their toil. Pans of blazing pitch were set in front of the strong locked doors of the real fortress, and in their light armed shepherds were pacing to and fro. When heavy stones or kicks belabored the brazen-bound door from within, and threats were uttered in the Egyptian tongue, the Hebrews outside did not fail to retort in words of mockery and scorn. On the day of the harvest festival, during the first evening watch, runners arrived at Succoth and announced to the Israelites, whose numbers were 20-fold greater than those of the Egyptians, that they had quitted Tanis in the morning and the tribes intended to leave at night. Their kindred in Succoth must be ready to go forth with them. There was great rejoicing among the Hebrews, who, like those of their blood in the city of Ramesses, had assembled in every house at a festive repast on the night of the new moon after the vernal equinox, when the harvest festival usually began. The heads of the tribes had informed them that the day of liberation had arrived, and the Lord would lead them into the promised land. Here, too, as in Tanis, many had been faint-hearted and rebellious, and others had endeavored to separate their lot from the rest and remain behind. But here, too, they were carried away by the majority. Eleazar, the son of Aaron, and the distinguished heads of the tribe of Judah, Hur and Nashon, had addressed the multitude, as Aaron and Nun had done in the city of Ramesses. But Miriam, the virgin, the sister of Moses, had gone from house to house, everywhere awakening the fire of enthusiasm in men's hearts, and telling the women that the morrow's sun would usher in for them and their children a new day of happiness, prosperity, and freedom. Few had been deaf to the appeals of the prophetess. There was an air of majesty, which compelled obedience, in the bearing of this maiden, whose large black eyes, surmounted by heavy dark eyebrows, which met in the middle, pierced the hearts of those on whom her gaze was bent, and seemed to threaten the rebellious with their gloomy radiance. The members of every household went to rest after the festival with hearts uplifted and full of hope. But what a change had passed over them during the second day, the night that followed it, and the next morning! It seemed as though the desert wind had buried all their courage and confidence in the dust it swept before it. The dread of going forth to face an unknown future had stolen into every heart, and many a man who had waved his staff full of trust and joyful enterprise was now held, as if with clamps and fetters, to his well-tilled garden, the home of his ancestors, and the harvest in the fields, which had just been half gathered. The Egyptian garrison in the fortified storehouse had not failed to notice that the Hebrews were under some special excitement, but they supposed it due to the harvest festival. The commander of the garrison had learned that Moses desired to lead his people into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to their God, and had asked for a reinforcement. But he knew nothing more. For until the morning when the desert wind blew, no Hebrew had disclosed the plans of his kindred. But the more sorely the heat of the day oppressed them, the greater became the dread of the faint-hearted of the pilgrimage through the hot, dusty, waterless desert. The terrible day had given them a foretaste of what was impending, and when, toward noon, the dust grew thicker, the air more and more oppressive, a Hebrew trader, from whom the Egyptian soldiers purchased goods, stole into the storehouse to ask the commander to prevent his people from rushing to their doom. Even among the leaders of the voices of malcontents had grown loud. Asarja and Michael, with their sons, who grudged the power of Moses and Aaron, had even gone from one to another to try to persuade them, ere departing, to summon the elders again and charge them to enter into fresh negotiations with the Egyptians. While these malcontents were successfully gathering adherents, and the traitor had sought the commander of the Egyptian garrison 2 more messengers arrived with tidings that the fugitives would arrive in Succoth between midnight and morning. Breathless, speechless, dripping with perspiration and with bleeding lips, the elder messenger sank on the threshold of Amminadab's house, now the home of Miriam also. Both the exhausted men were refreshed with wine and food, ere the least wearied was fully capable of speech. Then, in a hoarse voice, but with a heart overflowing with gratitude and ardent enthusiasm, he reported the scenes which had occurred at the Exodus, and how the God of their fathers had filled every heart with his spirit, and instilled new faith into the souls of the cowards. Miriam had listened to this story with sparkling eyes. At its close, she flung her veil over her head, and bade the servants of the household, who had assembled around the messengers, to summon the whole Hebrew people under the sycamore, whose broad summit, the growth of 1,000 years, protected a wide space of earth from the scorching sunbeams. The desert wind was still blowing, but the glad news seemed to have destroyed the baneful power it exerted on man, and when many hundreds of people had flocked together under the sycamore, Miriam had given her hand to Eleazar, the son of her brother Aaron, sprung upon the bench which rested against the huge hollow trunk of the tree, raised her hands and eyes towards heaven in an ecstasy, and began in a loud voice to address a prayer to the Lord, as if she beheld him with her earthly vision. Then she permitted the messenger to speak, and when the latter again described the events which had occurred in the city of Rameses, and then announced that the fugitives from Tanis would arrive in a few hours, loud shouts of joy burst from the throng. Eleazar, the son of Aaron, proclaimed with glowing enthusiasm what the Lord had done for his people and had promised to them, their children and children's children. Each word from the lips of the inspired speaker fell upon the hearts of the Hebrews, like the fresh dew of morning on the parched grass. The trusting hearers pressed around him and Miriam with shouts of joy, and the drooping courage of the timorous appeared to put forth new wings. Asarja, Michael, and their followers no longer murmured. Nay, most of them had been infected by the general enthusiasm, and when a Hebrew mercenary stole out from the garrison of the storehouse and disclosed what had been betrayed to his commander, Eleazar, Nahshon, Hur, and others took counsel together, gathered all the shepherds around them, and with glowing words urged them to show in this hour that they were men indeed and did not fear, with their God's mighty aid, to fight for their people and their liberty. There was no lack of axes, clubs, sickles, brazen spears, heavy staves, slings, the shepherds' weapons of defense against the wild beasts of the desert, or bows and arrows, and as soon as a goodly number of strong men had joined him, Hur fell upon the Egyptian overseers, who were watching the labor of several hundred Hebrew slaves, shouting, "They are coming! Down with the oppressors! The Lord our God is our leader!" They rushed upon the Libyan warders, put them to rout, and released their fellows who were digging the earth and laying bricks. As soon as the illustrious Nahshon had pressed one of the oldest of these hapless men like a brother to his heart, the other liberated bondsmen had flung themselves into the shepherd's arms, and thus, still shouting, "They are coming!" and "The Lord, the God of our fathers, is our leader!" they pressed forward in an increasing multitude. When at last the little band of shepherds had grown to a body of several thousand men, Hur led them against the Egyptian soldiers, whom they largely outnumbered. The Egyptian bowmen had already discharged a shower of arrows, and stones hurled from the slings of the powerful shepherds had dealt fatal wounds in the front ranks of the foe, when the blast of a trumpet rang out, summoning the garrison of the fortress behind the sloping walls and solid door. The Hebrews seemed to the commander too superior a force to fight, but duty required him to hold the fort until the arrival of the reinforcements he had requested. Hur, however, had not been satisfied with his first victory. Success had kindled the courage of his followers, as a sharp gust of wind fans the smoldering fire, and wherever an Egyptian showed himself on the battlements of the storehouse, the round stone from the shepherd's sling struck heavily upon him. At Nahshon's bidding, ladders had been brought, and, in the twinkling of an eye, Hundreds climbed up the building from every direction, and, after a short bloodless struggle, the granaries fell into the Hebrews' hands, though the Egyptians had succeeded in still retaining the fort. During the passage of these events, the desert wind had subsided. Some of the liberated bondsmen, furious with rage, had heaped straw, wood, and faggots against the gate of the courtyard into which the Egyptians had been forced. It would have been a light task for the assailants to destroy every one of their foes by fire, but Hur, Nahshon, and other prudent leaders had not suffered this to be done, lest the provisions still in the storerooms should be burned. It had been no easy matter, in truth, to deter the younger of the ill-treated bondsmen from this act of vengeance, but each one was a member of some family, and when Hur's admonitions were supported by those of the fathers and mothers, they not only allowed themselves to be pacified, but aided the elders to distribute the contents of the magazines among the heads of the families, and pack them on the beasts of burden and into the carts which were to accompany the fugitives. The work went forward amid the broad glare of torches, and became a new festival. For neither Hur, Nahshon, nor Eleazar could prevent the men and women from opening the wine jars and skins. They succeeded, however, in preserving the lion's share of the precious booty for a time of need, and thus averted much drunkenness, though the spirit of the grape juice and the pleasure in obtaining so rich a prize doubtless enhanced the grateful excitement of the throng. When Eleazar finally went among them for the second time to tell them of the promised land, men and women listened with uplifted hearts, and joined in the hymn Miriam began to sing. Devout enthusiasm now took possession of every heart in Succoth, as it had done in Tanis during the hour that preceded the Exodus, and when 70 Hebrew men and women, who had concealed themselves in the temple of Tum, heard the jubilant hymn, they came forth into the open air, joined the others, and packed their possessions with as much glad hopefulness and warm trust in the God of their fathers, as if they had never shrunk from the departure. As the stars sank lower in the heavens, the joyous excitement increased. Men and women thronged the road to Tanis to meet their approaching kindred. Many a father led his boy by the hand, and many a mother carried her child in her arms. The multitude drawing near contained numerous beloved relatives to be greeted, and the coming dawn could not fail to bring solemn hours of which one would wish no beloved heart to be deprived, and which would linger in the souls of the little ones till they themselves had children and grandchildren. No bed in tent, hovel, or house was occupied, for everywhere the final packing was going on. The throng of workers at the granaries had lessened. Most of them were now supplied with as much food as they could carry. Men and women equipped for traveling lay around fires hurriedly lighted in front of many tents and houses, and in the larger farms shepherds were driving the cattle and slaughtering the oxen and sheep which were unable to go with the people. The blows of axes and hammers and the creaking of saws were heard in front of many a house, for litters to transport the sick and feeble must be made. Carts and wains were still to be loaded, and the heads of families had a hard task with the women, for a woman's heart often clings more closely to things apparently worthless than to those of the greatest value. When the weaver Rebecca was more eager to find room in the cart for the rude cradle in which her darling had died than for the beautiful ebony chest inlaid with ivory an Egyptian had pawned to her husband, who could blame her? Light shone from all the window openings and tent doors, while from the roofs of the largest houses the blaze of torches or lanterns greeted the approaching Hebrews. At the banquet served on the night of the harvest festival, no table had lacked a roast lamb. During this hour of waiting, the housewife offered her family what she could. The narrow streets of the humble little town were full of active life, and never had the setting stars shone upon features so cheerful, eyes sparkling so brightly with enthusiasm, and faces so transfigured by hope and devout piety. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. When morning dawned, all who had not gone down to meet the fugitives, who were to make their first long halt here, had assembled on the roof of one of the largest houses in Succoth. One after another fleet-footed man or boy, hurrying in advance of the rest, had reached Succoth. Amminadab's house was the goal sought by the majority. It consisted of two buildings, one occupied by Nahshon, the owner's son, and his family, the other a larger dwelling, which sheltered, besides the gray-haired owner and his wife, his son-in-law Aaron with his wife, children and grandchildren, and Miriam. The aged leader of his tribe, who had assigned the duties of his position to his son Nahshon, extended his hand to every messenger and listened to his story with sparkling eyes, often dimmed by tears. He had induced his old wife to sit in the armchair in which she was to be carried after the people, that she might become accustomed to it, and for the same reason he now occupied his own. When the old dame heard the messengers boast that the fair future promised to the people was now close at hand, her eyes often sought her husband, and she exclaimed, "Yes, Moses!" For she held her son-in-law's brother in high esteem, and rejoiced to see his prophecy fulfilled. The old people were proud of Aaron too, but all their love was lavished upon Eleazar, their grandson, whom they beheld growing up into a second Moses. Miriam had been for some time a new and welcome member of the household. True, the warm-hearted old couple's liking for the grave maiden had not increased to parental tenderness, and their daughter Elisheba, Aaron's active wife, had no greater inclination to share the cares of the large family with the prophetess than her son Nahshon's spouse, who, moreover, dwelt with her immediate family under her own roof. Yet the old people owed Miriam a debt of gratitude for the care she bestowed upon their granddaughter Milcah, the daughter of Aaron and Elisheba, whom a great misfortune had transformed from a merry-hearted child into a melancholy woman, whose heart seemed dead to every joy. A few days after her marriage to a beloved husband, the latter, carried away by passion, had raised his hand against an Egyptian tax-gatherer, who, while Pharaoh was passing through Succoth toward the east, had attempted to drive off a herd of his finest cattle for the kitchen of the Lord of both worlds. For this act of self-defense, the hapless man had been conveyed to the mines as a prisoner of state, and everyone knew that the convicts there perished, soul and body, from torturing labor far beyond their strength. Through the influence of old Nun, Hosea's father, the wife and relatives of the condemned man had been saved from sharing his punishment, as the law prescribed. But Milcah languished under the blow, and the only person who could rouse the pale, silent woman from brooding over her grief was Miriam. The desolate heart clung to the prophetess, and she accompanied her when she practiced in the huts of the poor the medical skill she had learned, and took them medicines and alms. The last messengers Amminadab and his wife received on the roof described the hardships of the journey and the misery they had witnessed in dark hues. But if one, more tender-hearted than the rest, broke into lamentations over the sufferings endured by the women and children during the prevalence of the desert wind, and recalling the worst horrors impressed upon his memory, uttered mournful predictions for the future, the old man spoke cheering words, telling him of the omnipotence of God, and how custom would inure one to hardship. His wrinkled features expressed firm confidence, while one could read in Miriam's beautiful yet stern countenance little of the courageous hope, which youth is wont to possess in a far higher degree than age. During the arrival and departure of the messengers, she did not quit the old couple's side, leaving to her sister-in-law Elisheba and her servants the duty of offering refreshments to the wearied men. She herself listened intently, with panting breath, but what she heard seemed to awaken her anxiety, for she knew that no one came to the house which sheltered Aaron, save those who were adherents of her brothers, the leaders of the people. If such men's blitheness was already waning, what must the outlook be to the lukewarm and refractory? She rarely added a question of her own to those asked by the old man, and when she did so, the messengers who heard her voice for the first time, looked at her in surprise. Though musical, the tones were unusually deep. After several messengers, in reply to her inquiries, declared that Hosea, the son of Nun, had not come with the others, her head drooped and she asked nothing more, till pallid Milcah, who followed her everywhere, raised her dark eyes beseechingly and murmured the name of Reuben, her captive husband. The prophetess kissed the poor disconsolate wife's forehead, glanced at her as if she had neglected her in some way, and then questioned the messengers with urgent eagerness concerning their news of Reuben, who had been dragged to the mines. One only had learned from a released prisoner that Milcah's husband was living in the copper mines of the province of Bec, in the neighborhood of Mount Sinai, and Miriam seized upon these tidings to assure Milcah, with great vivacity and warmth, that if the tribes moved eastward, they would surely pass the mines and release the Hebrews imprisoned there. These were welcome words, and Milcah, who nestled to her comforter's breast, would gladly have heard more. But great restlessness had seized upon the people gazing into the distance from the roof of Amminadab's house. A dense cloud of dust was approaching from the north, and soon after a strange murmur arose, then a loud uproar, and finally shouts and cries from thousands of voices, lowing, neighing, and bleating, such as none of the listeners had ever heard, and then on surged the many-limbed and many-voiced multitude, the endless stream of human beings and herds, which the astrologer's grandson on the observatory of the temple at Tanis had mistaken for the serpent of the nether world. Now, too, in the light of early dawn, it might easily have been imagined a host of bodiless spirits driven forth from the realms of the dead. For a whitish gray column of dust, extending to the blue vault of heaven, moved before it, and the vast whole, with its many parts and voices, veiled by the clouds of sand, had the appearance of a single form. Often, however, a metal spearhead or brazen kettle, smitten by a sunbeam, flashed brightly, and individual voices, shouting loudly, fell upon the ear. The foremost billows of the flood had now reached Amminadab's house, before which pasture lands extended as far as the eye could reach. Words of command rang on the air, the procession halted, dispersing as a mountain lake overflows in spring, sending rivulets and streams hither and thither, but the various small runlets speedily united, taking possession of broad patches of the dewy pastures, and wherever such portions of the torrent of human beings and animals rested, the shroud of dust which had concealed them disappeared. The road remained hidden by the cloud a long time, but on the meadows the morning sunlight shone upon men, women, and children, cattle and donkeys, sheep and goats, and soon tent after tent was pitched on the green sward in front of the dwellings of Amminadab and Nahshon. Herds were surrounded by pens, stakes and posts were driven into the hard ground, awnings were stretched, cows were fastened to ropes, cattle and sheep were led to water, fires were lighted, and long lines of women, balancing jars on their heads, with their slender, beautifully curved arms, went to the well behind the old sycamore or to the side of the neighboring canal. This morning, as on every other working day, a pied ox with a large hump was turning the wheel that raised the water. It watered the land, though the owner of the cattle intended to leave it on the morrow, but the slave who drove it had no thought beyond the present, and, as no one forbade him, moistened as he was wont the grass for the foe into whose hands it was to fall. Hours lapsed ere the advancing multitude reached the camp, and Miriam, who stood describing to Amminadab, whose eyes were no longer keen enough to discern distant objects, what was passing below, witnessed many an incident from which she would fain have averted her gaze. She dared not frankly tell the old man what she beheld, it would have clouded his joyous hope. Relying, with all the might of an inspired soul, upon the God of her fathers and his omnipotence, she had but yesterday fully shared Amminadab's confidence, but the Lord had bestowed upon her spirit the fatal gift of seeing things and hearing words incomprehensible to all other human beings. Usually she distinguished them in dreams, but they often came to her also in solitary hours, when she was deeply absorbed by thoughts of the past or the future. The words Ephraim had announced to Hosea in her name, as a message from the Most High, had been uttered by unseen lips, while she was thinking under the sycamore of the Exodus and the man whom she had loved from her childhood, and when that day, between midnight and morning, she again sat beneath the venerable tree and was overpowered by weariness, she had believed she heard the same voice. The words had vanished from her memory when she awoke, but she knew that their purport had been sorrowful and of ill omen. Spite of the vagueness of the monition, it disturbed her, and the outcries rising from the pastures certainly were not evoked by joy. That the people had joined her brothers and the first goal of their wanderings had been successfully gained, as the old man at her side supposed. No, they were the furious shouts of wrathful, undisciplined men, wrangling and fighting with fierce hostility on the meadow for a good place to pitch their tents, or the best spot at the wells, or on the brink of the canals to water their cattle. Wrath, disappointment, despair echoed in the shouts, and when her gaze sought the point where they rose loudest, she saw the corpse of a woman borne on a piece of tent cloth by railing bondmen and a pale, death-stricken infant held on the arm of a half-naked, frantic man, its father, who shook his disengaged hand in menace toward the spot where she saw her brothers. The next moment she beheld a gray-haired old man, bowed by heavy toil, raise his hand against Moses. He would have struck him, had he not been dragged away by others. She could not bear to stay longer on the roof. Pale and panting for breath, she hurried to the camp. Milcah followed, and wherever they encountered people who lived in Succoth, they received respectful greetings. The newcomers from Zoan, as the Hebrews called Tanis, Phacos and Bubastis, whom they met on the way, did not know Miriam, yet the tall figure and stately dignity of the prophetess led them also to make way respectfully or pause to answer her questions. The things she learned were evil and heart-rending, for joyously as the procession had marched forward on the first day, it dragged along sadly and hopelessly on the second. The desert wind had robbed many of the strong of their power of resistance and energy. Others, like the bondsman's wife and nursling, had been attacked by fever on the pilgrimage through the dust and the oppressive heat of the day, and they pointed out to her the procession which was approaching the burial place of the Hebrews of Succoth. Those who were being conveyed to the bourne, whence there was no return, were not only women and children, or those who had been brought from their homes ill, that they might not be left behind, but also men who were in robust health the day before, and had broken down under burdens too heavy for their strength, or who had recklessly exposed themselves, while working, to the beams of the noonday sun. In one tent, where a young mother was shaking with the chill of a severe attack of fever, Miriam asked the pallid Milcah to bring her medicine chest, and the desolate wife went on her errand with joyous alacrity. On the way she stopped many and timidly asked about her captive husband, but could obtain no news of him. Miriam, however, heard from Nun, Hosea's father, that Eliab, the freedman whom he had left behind, had informed him that his son would be ready to join his people. She also learned that the wounded Ephraim had found shelter in his uncle's tent. Was the lad's illness serious, or what other cause detained Hosea in Tanis? These questions filled Miriam's heart with fresh anxiety, yet with rare energy she nevertheless lavished help and comfort wherever she went. Old Nun's cordial greeting had cheered her, and a more vigorous, kind, and lovable old man could not be imagined. The mere sight of his venerable head, with its thick snow-white hair and beard, his regular features, and his eyes sparkling with the fire of youth, was a pleasure to her. And as, in his vivacious winning manner, he expressed his joy at meeting her again, as he drew her to his heart and kissed her brow, after she had told him that, in the name of the Most High, she had called Hosea Joshua, and summoned him back to his people that he might command their forces, she felt as if she had found in him some compensation for her dead father's loss, and devoted herself with fresh vigor to the arduous duties which everywhere demanded her attention. And it was no trivial matter for the high-souled maiden to devote herself, with sweet self-sacrifice, to those whose roughness and uncouth manners wounded her. The women, it is true, gladly accepted her aid, but the men, who had grown up under the rod of the overseer, knew neither reserve nor consideration. Their natures were as rude as their persons, and when, as soon as they learned her name, they began to assail her with harsh reproaches, asserting that her brother had lured them from an endurable situation to plunge them into the most horrible position, when she heard imprecations and blasphemy, and saw the furious wrath of the black eyes that flashed in the brown faces framed by masses of tangled hair and beards, her heart failed her. But she succeeded in mastering dread and aversion, and though her heart throbbed violently, and she expected to meet the worst, she reminded those who were repulsive to her, and from whom her woman's weakness urged her to flee, of the God of their fathers and his promises. She now thought she knew what the sorrowful warning voice under the sycamore had portended, and beside the couch of the young dying mother she raised her hands and heart to heaven, and took an oath unto the Most High that she would exert every power of her being to battle against the faint-hearted lack of faith and rude obstinacy, which threatened to plunge the people into sore perils. Jehovah had promised them the fairest future, and they must not be robbed of it by the short-sightedness and defiance of a few deluded individuals. But God himself could scarcely be wroth with those who, content if their bodily wants were satisfied, had unresistingly borne insults and blows like cattle. The multitude even now did not realize that they must pass through the darkness of misery to be worthy of the bright day that awaited them. The medicines administered by Miriam seemed to relieve the sufferer, and filled with fresh confidence, she left the tent to seek her brothers. There had been little change in the state of affairs in the camp, and she again beheld scenes from which she recoiled and which made her regret that sensitive Milcah was her companion. Some rascally bondmen, who had seized cattle and utensils belonging to others, had been bound to a palm tree, and the ravens that followed the procession, and had found ample sustenance on the way, now croaked greedily around the quickly established place of execution. No one knew who had been judge or executioner of the sentence, but those who took part in the swift retribution considered it well justified, and rejoiced in the deed. With rapid steps and averted head, Miriam drew the trembling Milcah on, and gave her to the care of her uncle Nahshon to lead home. The latter had just parted from the man who with him ruled the sons of Judah as a prince of the tribe, her who at the head of the shepherds had won the first victory against the Egyptians, and who now led to the maiden with joyful pride a man and a boy, his son and grandson. Both had been in the service of the Egyptians, practicing the trade of goldsmith and worker in metals for Pharaoh at Memphis. The former's skill had won him the name of Uri, which in Egyptian means great, and this artificer's son Bezaleel, hers grandson, though scarcely beyond boyhood, was reputed to surpass his father in the gifts of genius. Hur gazed with justifiable pride at son and grandson, for though both had attained much consideration among the Hebrews, they had followed their father's messenger without demur, leaving behind them many who were dear to their hearts, and the property gained in Memphis, to join their wandering nation and share its uncertain destiny. Miriam greeted the new arrivals with the utmost warmth, and the men who, representing 3 generations, stood before her, presented a picture on which the eyes of any well-disposed person could not fail to rest with pleasure. The grandfather was approaching his 60th year, and though many threads of silver mingled with his ebon black hair, he held himself as erect as a youth, while his thin, sharply cut features expressed the unyielding determination which explained his sons' and grandsons' prompt obedience to his will. Uri, too, was a stately man, and Bezaleel a youth, who showed that he had industriously utilized his 19 years and already attained an independent position. His artist's eyes sparkled with special brilliancy, and after he and his father had taken leave of Miriam to greet Caleb, their grandfather and great-grandfather, she heartily congratulated the man, who was one of her brother's most loyal friends, upon such scions of his noble race. Hur seized her hand, and, with a warmth of emotion gushing from a grateful heart that was by no means usual to the stern, imperious nature of this chief of an unruly shepherd tribe, exclaimed: "Ay, they have remained good, true, and obedient. God has guarded them and prepared this day of happiness for me. Now it depends on you to make the fairest of all festivals. You must have long perceived that my eyes have followed you and that you have been dear to my heart. To work for our people and their welfare is my highest aim as a man, yours as a woman, and that is a strong bond. But I desire to have a still firmer one unite us, and since your parents are dead, and I cannot go with the bridal dower to Amram to buy you from him, I now bring my suit to you in person, high soul maiden. But ere you say yes or no, you should learn that my son and grandson are ready to pay you the same honor as head of our household that they render me, and your brothers willingly permit me to approach you as a suitor." Miriam had listened to this offer in silent surprise. She had a high esteem and warm regard for the man who so fervently desired her love. Spite of his age, he stood before her in the full flush of manhood and stately dignity, and the beseeching expression of eyes, whose glance was wont to be so imperious and steadfast, stirred the inmost depths of her soul. She, however, was waiting with ardent longing for another, so her sole answer was a troubled shake of the head. But this man of mature years, a prince of his tribe, who was accustomed to carry his plans persistently into execution, undeterred by her mute refusal, continued even more warmly than before: "Do not destroy in one short moment the yearning repressed with so much difficulty for years. Do you object to my age?" Miriam shook her head a second time, but Hur went on: "That was the source of my anxiety, though I can still vie with many a younger man in vigor. But if you can overlook your lover's gray hairs, perhaps you may be induced to weigh the words he now utters. Of the faith and devotion of my soul I will say nothing. No man of my years woos a woman unless his heart's strong impulse urges him on. But there is something else which, meseems, is of equal import. I said that I would lead you to my house. Yonder it stands, a building firm and spacious enough, but from tomorrow a tent will be our home, the camp our dwelling place, and there will be wild work enough within its bounds. No one is secure, not even of life, least of all a woman, however strong she may be, who has made common cause with those against whom thousands murmur. Your parents are dead, your brothers might protect you, but should the people lay hands on them, the same stones on which you crossed the stream would drag you down into the depths with them." "And were I your wife, you also," replied Miriam, her thick eyebrows contracting in a heavy frown. "I will take the risk," Hur answered. "The destinies of all are in God's hands. My faith is as firm as yours, and behind me stands the tribe of Judah, who follow me and Nahshon as the sheep follow the shepherds. Old Nun and the Ephraimites are with us, and should matters come to the worst, it would mean perishing according to God's will, or in faithful union, power, and prosperity, awaiting old age in the promised land." Miriam fearlessly gazed full into his stern eyes, laid her hand on his arm, and answered: "Those words are worthy of the man whom I have honored from childhood, and who has reared such sons. But I cannot be your wife." "You cannot?" "No, my lord, I cannot." "A hard sentence, but it must suffice," replied the other, his head drooping in sorrow, but Miriam exclaimed: "Nay, Hur, you have a right to ask the cause of my refusal, and because I honor you, I owe you the truth. Another man of our race reigns my heart. He met me for the first time when I was still a child. Like your son and grandson, he has lived among the Egyptians, but the summons of our God and of his father reached him as did the message to your sons, and like Uri and Bezaleel, he showed himself obedient. If he still desires to wed me, I shall become his wife, if it is the will of God whom I serve, and who shows me the favor of suffering me to hear his voice. But I shall think of you with gratitude forever." Her large eyes had been glittering through tears as she uttered the words, and there was a tremor in the gray-haired lover's voice as he asked in hesitating, embarrassed tones: "And if the man for whom you are waiting, I do not ask his name, shuts his ears to the call that has reached him, if he declines to share the uncertain destiny of his people?" "That will never happen," Miriam interrupted, a chill creeping through her veins, but Hur exclaimed: "There is no never, no surely, save with God. If, spite of your firm faith, the result should be different from your expectations, will you resign to the Lord the wish which began to stir in your heart when you were still a foolish child?" "He who has guided me until now will show me the right way." "Well then," replied Hur, "put your trust in him, and if the man of your choice is worthy of you and becomes your lord, my soul will rejoice without envy when the Most High blesses your union. But if God wills otherwise, and you need a strong arm for your support, I am here. The tent and the heart of Hur will ever be open to you." With these words he turned away, but Miriam gazed thoughtfully after him as long as the old chief's stately figure was visible. At last, still pondering, she moved toward her host's house, but at the road leading to Tanis she paused and gazed northward. The dust had subsided and she could see a long distance, but the one person whom it was to lead back to her and to his people did not appear. Sighing sadly, she moved onward with drooping head, and started violently when her brother Moses' deep voice called to her from the old sycamore. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Aaron and Eleazar, with fiery eloquence, had reminded the murmuring, disheartened people of the power and promises of their God. Whoever had stretched his limbs undisturbed to comfortable rest, whoever had been strengthened by food and drink, regained the confidence that had been lost. The liberated bondmen were told of the hard labor and dishonoring blows which they had escaped, and admonished that they must recognize as God's dispensation, among other things, that Pharaoh had not pursued them. But the rich booty still found in the plundered storehouse had no small share in the revival of their drooping courage, and the bondmen and lepers, for many of the latter had accompanied them and rested outside the camp, in short, all for whose support Pharaoh had provided, saw themselves safe for a long time from care and privation. Yet there was no lack of malcontents, and here and there, though no one knew who instigated the question, loud discussion arose whether it would not be more advisable to return to Pharaoh and rely on his favor. Whoever raised it did the work secretly, and was often compelled to submit to sharp, threatening retorts. Miriam had talked with her brothers, and shared the heavy anxieties that oppressed them. Why had the desert winds so speedily destroyed the courage of the people during their brief pilgrimage? How impatient, how weak in faith, how rebellious they had showed themselves at the first obstacle they had encountered, how uncontrollable they had been in following their fierce impulses. When summoned to prayer just before sunrise during their journey, some had turned toward the day star rising in the east, others had taken out a small idol they had brought with them, and others still had uplifted their eyes to the Nile acacia, which in some provinces of Egypt was regarded as a sacred tree. What did they know of the God who had commanded them to cast so much behind them and take upon themselves such heavy burdens? Even now many were despairing, though they had confronted no serious dangers. For Moses had intended to lead the Hebrews in Succoth over the road to Philistia, direct to the promised land in Palestine, but the conduct of the people forced him to resign this plan and form another. To reach the great highway connecting Asia and Africa, it was necessary to cross the isthmus, which rather divided than united the two continents, for it was most thoroughly guarded from intruders, and partially by natural, partially by artificial obstacles, barred the path of every fugitive. A series of deep lakes rolled their waves upon its soil, and where these did not stay the march of the travelers, strong fortifications, garrisoned by trained Egyptian troops, rose before them. This chain of forts was called Chittim, or in the Hebrew tongue, Etham, and wayfarers leaving Succoth would reach the nearest and strongest of these forts in a few hours. When the tribes, full of enthusiasm for their God, and ready for the most arduous enterprises, shook off their chains, and exulting in their new liberty, rushed forward to the promised land, Moses, and with him the majority of the elders, had believed that, like a mountain torrent, bursting dams and sluices, they would destroy and overthrow everything that ventured to oppose their progress. With these enthusiastic masses, to whom bold advance would secure the highest good, and timid hesitation could bring nothing save death and ruin, they had expected to rush over the Etham line as if it were a pile of faggots. But now, since a short chain of difficulties and suffering had stifled the fire of their souls, now that wherever the eye turned, there were 2 calm and 5 dissatisfied or anxious individuals to one upheld by joyous anticipation, to storm the Etham line would have cost rivers of blood and, moreover, jeopardized all that had been already gained. The overpowering of the little garrison in the storehouse of Pithom had occurred under specially favorable circumstances, which could hardly be expected to happen again, so the original plan must be changed, and an attempt made to take a circuit around the fortifications. Instead of moving toward the northeast, the tribes must turn southward. But ere carrying this plan into execution, Moses, accompanied by a few trusty men, desired to examine the new route and ascertain whether it would be passable for the great wandering people. These matters were discussed under the great sycamore in front of Amminadab's house, and Miriam was present, a mute witness. Women, even those like herself, were forced to keep silence when men were holding council, yet it was hard for her to remain speechless when it was decided to abstain from attacking the forts, even should the trained warrior, Hosea, whom God himself had chosen to be his sword, return to his people. What avails the best leader if there is no army to obey him? Nahshon, Amminadab's son, had exclaimed, and the others shared his opinion. When the council finally broke up, Moses took leave of his sister with fraternal affection. She knew that he was in the act of plunging into fresh dangers, and, in the modest manner in which she had always wont to accost the brother who so far surpassed all others in every gift of mind and body, expressed her anxiety. He looked into her eyes with friendly reproach and raised his right hand toward heaven, but she understood his meaning, and kissing his hand with grateful warmth, replied, "You stand under the protection of the Most High, and I fear no longer." Pressing his lips upon her brow, he bade her give him a tablet, wrote a few words on it, flung it into the hollow trunk of the sycamore, and said, "For Hosea, no, for Joshua, the son of Nun, if he comes while I am absent. The Lord has great deeds for him to accomplish, when he learns to expect loftier things from the Most High than from the mighty ones of earth." With these words he left her, but Aaron, who as the oldest was the head of her tribe, lingered and told her that a man of worth sought her hand. Miriam, with blanching face, replied, "I know it." He looked at her in surprise, and with earnest monition added, "As you choose. Yet it will be wise to consider this. Your heart belongs to your God and to your people, and the man whom you wed must be ready, like yourself, to serve both. For 2 must be one in marriage, and if the highest aim of one is not also that of the other, they will remain 2 till the end. The voice of the senses, which drew them together, will soon be mute, and nothing will be left to them save discord." Having said this, he went away, and she too was preparing to leave the others, for on the eve of departure she might be needed in the house whose hospitality she enjoyed. But a new incident detained her, as though bound with fetters, under the sycamore. What cared she for the packing of perishable wares and providing for bodily needs, when affairs which occupied her whole soul were under discussion? Elisheba, Naashon's wife, any housekeeper and faithful slave could attend to the former wants. Higher things were to be determined here, the weal or woe of her people. Several men of distinction in the tribes had joined the elders under the sycamore, but Hur had already departed with Moses. Uri, the son of the former, now appeared beneath the ancient tree. The worker in metals, who had just come from Egypt, had talked in Memphis with persons who were near to the king, and learned that Pharaoh was ready to remove great burdens from the Hebrews and grant them new favors, if Moses would render the God whom he served propitious to him and induce the people to return after they had offered sacrifices in the wilderness. Therefore it would be advisable to send envoys to Tanis and enter into negotiations with the Sublime Porte. These proposals, which Uri had not yet ventured to moot to his father, he, with good intentions, brought before the assembled elders. He hoped that their acceptance might spare the people great suffering. But scarcely had he concluded his clear and convincing speech, when old Nun, Hosea's father, who had with difficulty held his feelings in check, broke in. The old man's face, usually so cheerful, glowed with wrath, and its fiery hue formed a strange contrast to the thick white locks which framed it. A few hours before, he had heard Moses repel similar propositions with harsh decision and crushing reasons. Now he had heard them again brought forward, and noted many a gesture of assent among the listeners, and saw the whole great enterprise imperiled. The enterprise, for whose success he had himself risked and sacrificed more than any other man. This was too much for the active old man who, with flashing eyes and hand upraised in menace, burst forth. "What do you mean? Are we to pick up the ends of the rope the Lord our God has severed? Do you counsel us to fasten it anew with a looser knot, which will hold as long as the whim of a vacillating weakling, who has broken his promises to us and to Moses a score of times? Do you wish to lead us back to the cage whence the Almighty released us by a miracle? Are we to treat the Lord our God like a bad debtor, and prefer the spurious gold ring we are offered to the royal treasures he promises? O messenger from the Egyptians, I would—" Here the hot-blooded gray beard raised his clenched fist in menace, but ere he had uttered the threat that hovered on his lips, he let his arm fall. For Gabriel, the oldest member of the tribe of Zebulun, shouted, "Remember your own son, who is today among the foes of his people." The words struck home, yet they only dimmed the fiery old man's glad self-reliance a moment, and, amid the voices uttering disapproval of the malicious Gabriel and the few who upheld the Zebulunite, he cried, "And because I am perhaps in danger of losing, not only the 10,000 acres of land I flung behind me, but a noble son, it is my right to speak here." His broad chest heaved with a labored breathing, and his eyes, shadowed by thick white brows, rested with a milder expression on the son of Hur, whose face had paled at his vehement words, as he continued, "Uri is a good and dutiful son to his father, and has also been obliged to make great sacrifices in leaving the place where his work was so much praised in his own house in Memphis. The blessing of the Most High will not fail him, but for the very reason that he has hitherto obeyed the command, he must not now seek to destroy what we have commenced under the guidance of the Most High. To you, Gabriel, I answer that my son probably will not tarry among our foes, but obedient to my summons, will join us, like Uri, the firstborn of Hur. What still detains him is doubtless some important matter, of which Hosea will have as little cause to be ashamed as I, his father. I know and trust him, and whoever expects aught else will sooner or later, by my son's course of action, be proved a liar." Here he paused to push his white hair back from his burning brow, and, as no one contradicted him, he turned to the worker in metals and added with cordial friendliness, "What angered me, Uri, was certainly not your purpose. That is a good one. But you have measured the greatness and majesty of the God of our fathers by the standard of the false gods of the Egyptians, who die and rise again, and, as Aaron has just said, represent only minor attributes of Him who is in all and transcends everything. To serve God, until Moses taught me a better counsel, I deemed meant to sacrifice an ox, a lamb, or a goose upon the altar like the Egyptians. But your eyes, as befell me through Moses, will not be open to Him who rules the world and has made us His people, until, like me, you and all of us, and probably my son also, shall have each kindled in his own breast the sacrificial fire which never goes out and consumes everything that does not relate to Him in love and loyalty, faith and reverence. Through Moses, His servant, God has promised us the greatest blessings: deliverance from bondage, the privilege of ruling on our own land as free men in a beautiful country, our own possession and the heritage of our children. We are going forth to receive His gift, and whoever seeks to stop us on our way, whoever urges us to turn and creep back into the net whose brazen meshes we have burst, advises his people to run once more like sheep into the fire, from which they have escaped. I am not angry with you. Your face shows that you perceive how foolishly you have erred. But all ye who are here must know that I heard only a few hours ago from Moses' own lips these words: Whoever counsels return and the making of covenants with the Egyptians, I will denounce as a scorner of Jehovah our God, and the destroyer and worst foe of His people. Uri went to the old man, gave him his hand, and deeply convinced of the justice of his reproaches, exclaimed: No treaty, no covenant with the Egyptians. I am grateful to you, nun, for opening my eyes. To me also the hour will doubtless come in which you, or someone who stands nearer to Him than I, will teach me to know your God, who is also my own. As he ceased speaking, he went away from Nun, who put his arm around his shoulders. But Miriam had listened breathlessly to Uri's last words, and as he expressed a desire to know the God of his people, her eyes had sparkled with the light of enthusiasm. She felt that her soul was filled with the greatness of the Most High, and that she had the gift of speech to make another familiar with the knowledge she herself possessed. But this time also custom required her to keep silence. Her heart ached, and as she again moved among the multitude, and convinced herself that Hosea had not yet come, she went home, as twilight was beginning to gather, and joined the others on the roof. No one there appeared to have missed her, not even poor melancholy Milcah, and she felt unutterably lonely in this house. If Hosea would only come, if she might have a strong breast on which to lean, if this sense of being a stranger in her own house, this useless life beneath the roof she was obliged to call hers, though she never felt thoroughly at home under it, would but cease. Moses and Aaron too had gone away, taking Hur's grandson with them. But no one had deemed her, who lived and breathed solely for her people and their welfare, worthy to learn whither their journey led, or what was its purpose. Why had the God to whom she devoted her whole life and being made her a woman, yet given her the mind and soul of a man? She waited, as if to test whether any of the circle of kindly-natured people to which she belonged really loved her, for some one of the elders or the children to accost her. But Eleazar's little ones were pressing around their grandparents, and she had never understood how to make herself agreeable to children. Elisheba was directing the slaves who were putting the finishing touches to the packing. Milcah sat with her cat in her lap, gazing into vacancy. No one heeded or spoke to her. Bitter pain overpowered Miriam, and after she had shared the evening meal with the others, and forced herself not to disturb by her own sorrowful mood the joyous excitement of the children, who looked forward to the pilgrimage as a great pleasure, she longed to go out of doors. Closely veiled, she passed alone through the camp, and what she beheld there was certainly ill-suited to dispel the mood that oppressed her. There was plenty of noise, and though sometimes devout hymns, full of joy and hope, echoed on the air, She heard far more frequently savage quarreling and rebellious words. When her ear caught threats or reproaches leveled against her noble brother, she quickened her pace, but she could not escape her anxiety concerning what would happen at the departure after sunrise on the morrow, should the malcontents obtain supremacy. She knew that the people would be forced to press forward, but her dread of Pharaoh's military power had never permitted her to be at peace. To her it was as it were embodied in Hosea's heroic figure. If the Lord himself did not fight in the ranks of the wretched bondmen and shepherds who were quarreling and disputing around her, how were they to withstand the well-trained and equipped hosts of the Egyptians, with their horses and chariots? She had heard that guards had been posted in all parts of the camp, with orders to sound the horn or strike the cymbal at the approach of the foe, until the men had flocked to the spot whence the warning first echoed. She had long listened for such an alarm, yet how much more intently for the hoofbeats of a single steed, the firm step and deep voice of the warrior for whom she yearned. On his account, she constantly returned to the northern part of the camp, which adjoined the road coming from Tanis, and where now, at Moses' bidding, the tents of most of the men capable of bearing arms were pitched. Here she had hoped to find true confidence. But as she listened to the talk of the armed soldiers who surrounded the campfires in dense circles, she heard that Uri's proposal had reached them also. Most of them were husbands and fathers, had left behind a house, a bit of land, a business or an office, and though many spoke of the command of the Most High and the beautiful new home God had promised, not a few were disposed to return. How gladly she would have gone among these blinded mortals, and exhorted them to obey with fresh faith and confidence the command of the Lord and of her brother. But here too she was forced to keep silence. She was permitted to listen only, and she was most strongly attracted to the very places where she might expect to hear rebellious words and proposals. There was a mysterious charm in this cruel excitement, and she felt as if she were deprived of something desirable when many a fire was extinguished, the soldiers went to sleep, and conversation ceased. She now turned for the last time toward the road leading from Tanis, but nothing was stirring there save the sentries pacing to and fro. She had not yet doubted Hosea's coming, for the summons she had sent to him in the name of the Lord had undoubtedly reached him. But now that the stars showed her it was past midnight, the thought came vividly before her mind of the many years he had spent among the Egyptians, and that he might perhaps deem it unworthy of a man to obey the call of a woman, even if she uplifted her voice in the name of the Most High. She had experienced humiliations enough that day. Why should not this be decreed also? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Deeply disturbed and tortured by such thoughts, Miriam walked towards Amminadab's house to seek repose, but just as she was in the act of crossing the threshold, she paused and again listened for sounds coming from the north. Hosea must arrive from that direction. But she heard nothing save the footsteps of a sentinel and the voice of her who was patrolling the camp with a body of armed men. He too had been unable to stay in the house. The night was mild and starry. The time seemed just suited for dreams under the sycamore. Her bench beneath the venerable tree was empty, and with drooping head she approached the beloved resting place, which she must leave forever on the morrow. But ere she had reached the spot so close at hand, she paused with her figure drawn up to its full height and her hand pressed upon her throbbing bosom. This time she was not mistaken. The beat of hoofs echoed on the air, and it came from the north. Were Pharaoh's chariots approaching to attack the camp? Should she shout to wake the warriors? Or could it be he whom she so longingly expected? Yes, yes, yes! It was the tramp of a single steed, and must be a new arrival, for there were loud voices in the tents, the dogs barked, and shouts, questions and answers came nearer and nearer with the rider. It was Hosea, she felt sure, his riding alone through the night, released from the bonds that united him to Pharaoh and his comrades in arms, was a sign of his obedience. Love had steeled his will and quickened the pace of his steed, and the gratitude of answering affection, the reward she could bestow, should be withheld no longer. In her arms he should blissfully perceive that he had resigned great possessions to obtain something still fairer and sweeter. She felt as though the darkness around had suddenly brightened into broad day, as her ear told her that the approaching horseman was riding straight toward the house of her host Amminadab. She now knew that he was obeying her summons, that he had come to find her. Hosea was seeking her ere he had went to his own father, who had found shelter in the big empty house of his grandson Ephraim. He would gladly have dashed toward her at the swiftest pace of his steed, but it would not do to ride rapidly through the camp. Ah, how long the time seemed ere she at last saw the horseman, ere he swung himself to the ground, and his companion flung the reins of the horse to a man who followed him. It was he, it was Hosea. But his companion, she had recognized him distinctly and shrank a little. His companion was her, the man who a few hours before had sought her for his wife. There stood her two suitors side by side in the starlight, illumined by the glare of the pitch torches, blazing beside the carts and the household utensils which had been packed for the morrow's journey. The tall figure of the elder Hebrew towered over the sinewy form of the warrior, and the shepherd prince bore himself no whit less erect than the Egyptian hero. Both voices sounded earnest and manly, yet her lovers seemed to Miriam stronger and deeper. They had now advanced so near that she could understand their conversation. Hur was telling the newcomer that Moses had gone on a reconnoitering expedition, and Hosea was expressing his regret because he had important matters to discuss with him. Then he must set out with the tribes the next morning, Hur replied, for Moses intended to join them on the way. Then he pointed to Amminadab's house, from which no ray of light gleamed through the darkness, and asked Hosea to spend the remainder of the night beneath his roof, as he probably would not wish to disturb his aged father at so late an hour. Miriam saw her friend hesitate and gazed intently up to the women's apartments and the roof of her host's house. Knowing what he sought, she could no longer resist the impulse of her heart, but stepped forth from the shadow of the sycamore and gave Hosea a cordial and tender welcome. He too disdained to conceal the joy of his heart, and Hur stood beside the reunited lovers as they clasped each other's hands and exchanged greetings, at first mutely, then with warm words. "I knew you would come," cried the maiden, and Hosea answered with joyful emotion. "You might easily suppose so, O prophetess, for your own voice was among those that summoned me here." Then in a calmer tone he added, "I hope to find your brother also. I am the bearer of a message of grave import to him, to us and to the people. I see that you, too, are ready to depart, and should grieve to behold the comfort of your aged hosts destroyed by hasty acts that may yet be needless." "What do you mean?" asked Hur, advancing a step nearer to the other. "I mean," replied Hosea, "that if Moses persists in leading the tribes eastward, much blood will flow uselessly tomorrow. For I learned at Tanis that the garrison at XVIII has been ordered to let no man pass, still less the countless throng, whose magnitude surprised me as I rode through the camp. I know Apu, who commands the fortifications and the legions whom he leads. There will be a terrible, fruitless massacre of our half-armed, untrained people. There would be... In short, I have urgent business to discuss with Moses. Urgent and immediate, to avert the heaviest misfortune ere it is too late." "What you fear has not escaped our notice," replied Hur, "and it is in order to guard against this peril that Moses has set forth on a dangerous quest." "Whither?" asked Hosea. "That is the secret of the leaders of the tribes." "Of which my father is one." "Certainly, and I have already offered to take you to him. If he assumes the responsibility of informing you..." "Should he deem it a breach of duty, he will keep silent. Who is to command the wandering host tomorrow?" "I." "You?" asked Hosea in astonishment, and Hur answered calmly, You marvel at the audacity of the shepherd who ventures to lead an army, but the Lord of all armies, to whom we trust our cause, is our leader. I rely solely on his guidance." "And so do I," replied Hosea. "No one save the God through whom Miriam summoned me to this spot, entrusted me, of that I am confident, with the important message which brings me here. I must find Moses ere it is too late." "You have already heard that he will be beyond the reach of anyone, myself included, until tomorrow, perhaps the day after. Will you speak to Aaron?" "Is he in the camp?" "No, but we expect his return before the departure of the people, that is in a few hours." "Has he the power to decide important matters in Moses' absence?" "No, he merely announces to the people in eloquent language what his illustrious brother commands." The warrior bent his eyes with a disappointed expression on the ground, and after a brief pause for reflection, eagerly added, fixing his gaze on Miriam: "It is Moses to whom the Lord our God announces his will, but to you, his august maiden sister, the Most High also reveals himself. To you." "Oh, Hosea!" interrupted the prophetess, extending her hands toward him with a gesture of mingled entreaty and warning. But the chief, instead of heeding her monition, went on: "The Lord our God hath commanded you to summon me, his servant, back to the people. He hath commanded you to give me the name for which I am to exchange the one my father and mother bestowed upon me, and which I have borne in honor for 30 years. Obedient to your summons, I have cast aside all that could make me great among men, but on my way through Egypt, bearing in my heart the image of my God and of you, braving death, the message I now have to deliver was entrusted to me, and I believe that it came from the Most High himself. It is my duty to convey it to the leaders of the people. But as I am unable to find Moses, I can confide it to no better one than you who, though only a woman, stand, next to your brother, nearest to the Most High. So I implore you to listen to me. The tidings I bring are not yet ripe for the ears of a third person." Hur drew his figure to a still greater height, and, interrupting Hosea, asked Miriam whether she desired to hear the son of Nun without witnesses. She answered with a quiet "Yes." Then Hur turned haughtily and coldly to the warrior: "I think that Miriam knows the Lord's will, as well as her brothers, and is aware of what beseems the women of Israel. If I am not mistaken, it was under this tree that your own father, the worthy Nun, gave to my son Uri the sole answer which Moses must also make to every bearer of a message akin to yours." "Do you know it?" asked Hosea in a tone of curt reproof. "No," replied the other, "but I suspect its purport, and look here." While speaking, he stooped with joyful agility, and, raising 2 large stones with his powerful arms, propped them against each other, rolled several smaller ones to their sides, and then, with panting breath, exclaimed: "Let this heap be a witness between me and thee, like the stones named Mitzpah, which Jacob and Laban erected. And as the latter called upon the Lord to watch between him and the other, so do I likewise. I point to this heap that you may remember it, when we are parted one from the other. I lay my hand upon these stones and bear witness that I, Hur, son of Caleb and Ephrath, put my trust in no other than the Lord, the God of our fathers, and am ready to obey his command, which calls us forth from the kingdom of Pharaoh into a land which he promised to us. But of thee, Hosea, son of Nun, I ask, and the Lord our God hears thee. Dost thou too expect no other help save the God of Abraham, who has made thy race his chosen people? And wilt thou also testify whether thou wilt ever regard the Egyptians who oppressed us, and from whose bondage the Lord our God delivered us, as the mortal foes of thy God and of thy race?" The warrior's bearded features quivered, and he longed to overthrow the heap and answer the troublesome questioner with wrathful words, but Miriam had laid her hand on the top of the pile of stones, and clasping his right hand, exclaimed: "He is questioning you in the presence of our God and Lord, who is your witness." Hosea succeeded in controlling his wrath, and pressing the maiden's hand more closely, he answered earnestly: He questions, but I may not answer. Yea or nay will be of little service here, but I too call God to witness, and before this heap you, Miriam, but you alone, shall hear what I propose and for what purpose I have come. Look, Hur, like you I lay my hand upon this heap and bear witness that I, Hosea, son of Nun, put my sole trust in the Lord and God of our fathers. He stands as a witness between me and thee, and shall decide whether my way is his, or that of an erring mortal. I will obey his will, which he has made known to Moses and to this noble maiden. This I swear by an oath, whose witness is the Lord our God. Hur listened intently, and impressed by the earnestness of the words, now exclaimed, The Lord our God has heard your vow, and against your oath, I, in the presence of this heap, take another. If the hour comes when, mindful of this heap of stones, you give the testimony you have refused me, there shall henceforward be no ill will between us. And if it is in accordance with the will of the Most High, I will cheerfully resign to you the office of commander, which you, trained in many wars, would be better suited to fill than I, who hitherto have ruled only my flocks and shepherds. But you, Miriam, I charge to remember that this heap of stones will also be a witness to the colloquy you are to hold with this man in the presence of God. I remind you of the reproving words you heard beneath this tree from the lips of his father, and call God to witness that I have darkened the life of my son Uri, who is the joy of my heart, with a father's curse, if he had gone among the people to induce them to favor the message he brought, for it would have turned those of little faith from their God. Remember this, maiden, and let me say again, if you seek me, you will find me, and the door I opened will remain open to you, whatever may happen. With these words, Hur turned his back upon Miriam and the warrior. Neither knew what had befallen them, but he, who during the long ride beset by many a peril, had yearned with ardent anticipations for the hour which was to once more unite him to the object of his love, gazed on the ground full of bewilderment and profound anxiety, while Miriam, who at his approach had been ready to bestow upon him the highest, sweetest gifts with which a loving woman rewards fidelity and love, had sunk to the earth before the ominous pile of stones, close beside the tree, and pressed her forehead against its gnarled, hollowed trunk. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. For a long time nothing was heard beneath the sycamore save Miriam's low moans and the impatient footsteps of the warrior who, while struggling for composure, did not venture to disturb her. He could not yet understand what had suddenly towered like a mountain between him and the object of his love. He had learned from Hur's words that his father and Moses rejected all mediation, yet the promises he was bearing to the people seemed to him a merciful gift from the Most High. None of his race yet knew it, and, if Moses was the man whom he believed him to be, the Lord must open his eyes and show him that he had chosen him, Hosea, to lead the people through his mediation to a fairer future, nor did he doubt that he could easily win his father over to his side. He would even have declared a second time, with the firmest faith, that it was the Most High who had pointed out his path. And after reflecting upon all this, he approached Miriam, who had at last risen, with fresh confidence. His loving heart prompted him to clasp her in his arms, but she thrust him back, and her voice, usually so pure and clear, sounded harsh and muffled as she asked why he had lingered so long and what he intended to confide to her. While cowering under the sycamore, she had not only struggled and prayed for composure, but also gazed into her own soul. She loved Hosea, but she suspected that he came with proposals similar to those of Uri, and the wrathful words of hoary Nun rang in her ears more loudly than ever. the fear that the man she loved was walking in mistaken paths, and the startling act of her had made the towering waves of her passion subside, and her mind, now capable of calmer reflection, desired first of all to know what had so long detained him, whom she had summoned in the name of her God, and why he came alone, without Ephraim. The clear sky was full of stars, and those heavenly bodies, which seemed to have been appointed to look down upon the bliss of united human lovers, now witnessed the anxious questions of a tortured girl and the impatient answers of a fiery, bitterly disappointed man. He began with the assurance of his love and that he had come to make her his wife, but, though she permitted him to hold her hand in his clasp, she entreated him to cease pleading his suit and first tell her what she desired to know. On his way he had received various reports concerning Ephraim through a brother-in-arms from Tanis, so he could tell her that the lad had been disobedient and, probably from foolish curiosity, had gone, ill and wounded, to the city, where he had found shelter and care in the house of a friend. But this troubled Miriam, who seemed to regard it as a reproach to know that the orphaned, inexperienced lad, who had grown up under her own eyes, and whom she herself had sent forth among strangers, was beneath an Egyptian roof. But Hosea declared that he would undertake the task of bringing him back to his people, and as, nevertheless, she continued to show her anxiety, asked whether he had forfeited her confidence and love. Instead of giving him a consoling answer, she began to put more questions, desiring to know what had delayed his coming, and so, with a sorely troubled and wounded heart, he was forced to make his report and, in truth, begin at the end of his story. While she listened, leaning against the trunk of the sycamore, he paced to and fro, urged by longing and impatience, sometimes pausing directly in front of her. Not in this hour seemed to him worthy of being clothed in words, save the hope and passion which filled his heart. Had he been sure that hers was estranged, he would have dashed away again, after having revealed his whole soul to his father, and risked the ride into unknown regions to seek Moses. To win Miriam and save himself from perjury were his only desires, and momentous as had been his experiences and expectations during the last few days, he answered her questions hastily as if they concerned the most trivial things. He began his narrative in hurried words, and the more frequently she interrupted him, the more impatiently he bore it, the deeper grew the lines in his forehead. Hosea, accompanied by his attendant, had ridden southward several hours full of gladsome courage and rich in budding hopes, when just before dusk he saw a vast multitude moving in advance of him. At first he supposed he had encountered the rear guard of the migrating Hebrews, and had urged his horse to greater speed. But, ere he overtook the wayfarers, some peasants and carters who had abandoned their wains and beasts of burden rushed past him with loud outcries and shouts of warning which told him that the people moving in front were lepers. And the fugitives' warning had been but too well founded, for the first, who turned with the heart-rending cry, "Unclean! Unclean!" bore the signs of those attacked by the fell disease, and from their distorted faces covered with white dust and scurf, lustreless eyes, destitute of brows, gazed at him. Hosea soon recognized individuals. Here Egyptian priests with shaven heads, yonder Hebrew men and women. With the stern composure of a soldier, he questioned both and learned that they were marching from the stone quarries opposite Memphis to their place of isolation on the eastern shore of the Nile. Several of the Hebrews among them had heard from their relatives that their people had left Egypt and gone to seek a land which the Lord had promised them. Many had therefore resolved to put their trust also in the Almighty God of their fathers and follow the wanderers. The Egyptian priests, bound to the Hebrews by the tie of a common misfortune, had accompanied them, and fixed upon Succoth as the goal of their journey, knowing that Moses intended to lead his people there first. But every one who could have directed them on their way had fled before them, so they had kept too far northward and wandered near the fortress of Thabne. Hosea had met them a mile from this spot, and advised them to turn back, that they might not bring their misfortune upon their fugitive brethren. During this conversation, a body of Egyptian soldiers had marched from the fortress toward the lepers to drive them from the road, but their commander, who knew Hosea, used no violence, and both men persuaded the leaders of the lepers to accept the proposal to be guided to the peninsula of Sinai, where in the midst of the mountains, not far from the mines, a colony of lepers had settled. They had agreed to this plan because Hosea promised them that, if the tribes went eastward, they would meet them and receive everyone who was healed, but if the Hebrews remained in Egypt, nevertheless the pure air of the desert would bring health to many a sufferer, and everyone who recovered would be free to return home. These negotiations had consumed much time, and the first delay was followed by many others, for as Hosea had been in such close contact with the lepers, he was obliged to ride to Thabne, there with the commander of the garrison, who had stood by his side, to be sprinkled with birds' blood, put on new garments, and submit to certain ceremonies which he himself considered necessary, and which could be performed only in the bright sunlight. His servant had been kept in the fortress because the kind-hearted man had shaken hands with a relative whom he met among the hapless wretches. The cause of the delay had been both sorrowful and repulsive, and not until after Hosea had left Thabne in the afternoon and proceeded on his way to Succoth, did hope and joy again revive at the thought of seeing Miriam once more and bringing to his people a message that promised so much good. His heart had never throbbed faster or with more joyous anticipation than on the nocturnal ride which led him to his father and the woman he loved, and on reaching his goal, instead of the utmost happiness, he now found only bitter disappointment. He had reluctantly described in brief, disconnected sentences his meeting with the lepers, though he believed he had done his best for the welfare of these unfortunates. All of his warrior comrades had uttered a word of praise, but when he paused, she whose approval he valued above aught else pointed to a portion of the camp and said sadly, "They are of our blood, and our God is theirs. The lepers in Zoan, Phacos and Phibeseth follow the others at a certain distance, and their tents are pitched outside the camp. Those in Succoth, there are not many, will also be permitted to go forth with us. For when the Lord promised the people the land for which they long, he meant lofty and lowly, poor and humble, and surely also the hapless ones who must now remain in the hands of the foe. Would you not have done better to separate the Hebrews from the Egyptians, and guide those of our own blood to us?" The warrior's manly pride rebelled, and his answer sounded grave and stern. "In war we must resolve to sacrifice hundreds in order to save thousands. The shepherds separate the scabby sheep to protect the flock." "True," replied Miriam eagerly, "for the shepherd is a feeble man who knows no remedy against contagion. But the Lord, who calls all his people, will suffer no harm to arise from rigid obedience." "This is a woman's mode of thinking," replied Hosea, "but what pity dictates to her must not weigh too heavily in the balance in the councils of men. You willingly obey the voice of the heart, which is most proper, but you should not forget what befits you and your sex." A deep flush crimsoned Miriam's cheeks, for she felt the sting contained in this speech with twofold pain, because it was Hosea who dealt the thrust. How many pangs she had been compelled to endure that day on account of her sex, and now he too made her feel that she was not his peer because she was a woman. In the presence of the stones Hur had gathered, and on which her hand now rested, he had appealed to her verdict, as though she were one of the leaders of the people, and now he abruptly thrust her, who felt herself inferior to no man in intellect and talent, back into a woman's narrow sphere. But he too felt his dignity wounded, and her bearing showed him that this hour would decide whether he or she would have the mastery in their future union. He stood proudly before her, his mien stern in its majesty. Never before had he seemed so manly, so worthy of admiration. Yet the desire to battle for her insulted womanly dignity gained supremacy over every other feeling, and it was she who at last broke the brief, painful silence that had followed his last words, and with a composure won only by the exertion of all her strength of will, she began: "We have both forgotten what detains us here so late at night. You wish to confide to me what brings you to your people, and to hear, not what Miriam, the weak woman, but the confidant of the Lord decides." "I hope also to hear the voice of the maiden on whose love I rely," he answered gloomily. "You shall hear it," she replied quickly, taking her hand from the stones. "Yet it may be that I cannot agree with the opinion of the man whose strength and wisdom are so far superior to mine. Yet you have just shown that you cannot tolerate the opposition of a woman, not even mine." "Miriam," he interrupted reproachfully, but she continued still more eagerly, "I have felt it, and because it would be the greatest grief of my life to lose your heart, you must learn to understand me ere you call upon me to express my opinion." "First hear my message." "No, no," she answered quickly. "The reply would die upon my lips. Let me first tell you of the woman who has a loving heart, and yet knows something else that stands higher than love. Do you smile? You have a right to do so. You have so long been a stranger to the secret I mean to confide." "Speak then," he interrupted, in a tone which betrayed how difficult it was for him to control his impatience. "I thank you," she answered warmly. Then leaning against the trunk of the ancient tree, while he sank down on the bench, gazing alternately at the ground and into her face, she began: "Childhood already lies behind me, and youth will soon follow. When I was a little girl there was not much to distinguish me from others. I played like them, and though my mother had taught me to pray to the God of our fathers, I was well pleased to listen to the other children's tales of the goddess Isis. Nay, I stole into her temple, bought spices, plundered our little garden for her, anointed her altar, and brought flowers for offerings. I was taller and stronger than many of my companions, and was also the daughter of Amram, so they followed me and readily did what I suggested. When I was 8 years old, we moved hither from Zoan, ere I again found a girl playfellow, who came to Gamaliel, your sister's husband, to be cured of the wound dealt by a Libyan's lance. Do you remember that time when you, a youth, made the little girl a companion? I brought you what you needed and prattled to you of the things I knew, but you told me of bloody battles and victories, of flashing armor, and the steeds and chariots of the warrior. You showed me the ring your daring had won, and when the wound in your breast was cured, we roved over the pastures. Isis, whom you also loved, had a temple here, and how often I secretly slipped into the forecourt to pray for you and offer her my holiday cakes. I had heard so much from you of Pharaoh and his splendor, of the Egyptians and their wisdom, their art and luxurious life, that my little heart longed to live among them in the capital. Besides, it had reached my ears that my brother Moses had received great favors in Pharaoh's palace and risen to distinction in the priesthood. I no longer cared for my own people. They seemed to me inferior to the Egyptians in all respects. Then came the parting from you, and as my little heart was devout and expected all good gifts from the divine power, no matter what name it bore, I prayed for Pharaoh and his army in whose ranks you were fighting. My mother sometimes spoke of the God of our fathers as a mighty protector, to whom the people in former days owed much gratitude, and told me many beautiful tales of him. But she herself often offered sacrifices in the temple of Seth, or carried clover blossoms to the sacred bull of the sun god. She, too, was kindly disposed toward the Egyptians, among whom her pride and joy, our Moses, had attained such high honors. So in happy intercourse with the others I reached my 15th year. In the evening, when the shepherds returned home, I sat with the young people around the fire, and was pleased when the sons of the shepherd princes preferred me to my companions and sought my love. But I refused them all, even the Egyptian captain who commanded the garrison of the storehouse. For I remembered you, the companion of my youth. My best possession would not have seemed too dear a price to pay for some magic spell that would have brought you to us when, at the festal games, I danced and sang to the tambourine while the loudest shouts of applause greeted me. Whenever many were listening I thought of you. Then I poured forth like the lark the feelings that filled my heart. Then my song was inspired by you, and not by the fame of the Most High, to whom it was consecrated. Here passion, with renewed power, seized the man, to whom the woman he loved was confessing so many blissful memories. Suddenly starting up, he extended his arms toward her, but she sternly repulsed him, that she might control the yearning which threatened to overpower her also. Yet her deep voice had regained a new, strange tone, as at first rapidly and softly, then in louder and firmer accents, she continued. So I attained my 18th year and was no longer satisfied to dwell in Succoth. An indescribable longing, and not for you only, had taken possession of my soul. What had formerly afforded me pleasure now seemed shallow, and the monotony of life here in the remote frontier city, amid shepherds and flocks, appeared dull and pitiful. Eleazar, Aaron's son, had taught me to read and brought me books, full of tales which could never have happened, yet which stirred the heart. Many also contain hymns and fervent songs, such as one lover sings to another. These made a deep impression on my soul, and whenever I was alone in the evening, or at noonday when the shepherds and flocks were far away in the fields, I repeated these songs or composed new ones, most of which were hymns in praise of the Deity. Sometimes they extolled Ammon with the ram's head, sometimes cow-headed Isis, and often, too, the great and omnipotent God who revealed himself to Abraham, and of whom my mother spoke more and more frequently as she advanced in years. To compose such hymns in quiet hours, wait for visions revealing God's grandeur and splendor, or beautiful angels and horrible demons, became my favorite occupation. The merry child had grown a dreamy maiden, who let household affairs go as they would. And there was no one who could have warned me, for my mother had followed my father to the grave, and I now lived alone with my old Aunt Rachel, unhappy myself, and a source of joy to no one. Aaron, the oldest of our family, had removed to the dwelling of his father-in-law Amminadab. The house of Amram, his heritage, had become too small and plain for him, and he left it to me. My companions avoided me, for my mirthfulness had departed, and I patronized them with wretched arrogance, because I could compose songs and beheld more in my visions than all the other maidens. 19 years passed, and on the evening of my birthday, which no one remembered save Milcah, Eleazar's daughter, the Most High for the first time sent me a messenger. He came in the guise of an angel, and bade me set the house in order, for a guest, the person dearest to me on earth, was on the way. It was early and under this very tree, but I went home, and with old Rachel's help set the house in order, and provided food, wine, and all else we offer to an honored guest. Noon came, and the afternoon passed away. Evening deepened into night, and morning returned, yet I still waited for the guest. But when the sun of that day was nearing the western horizon, the dogs began to bark loudly, and when I went to the door a powerful man, with tangled gray hair and beard, clad in the tattered white robes of a priest, hurried toward me. The dogs shrank back whining, but I recognized my brother. Our meeting after so long a separation at first brought me more fear than pleasure, for Moses was flying from the officers of the law because he had slain the overseer. You know the story. Wrath still glowed in his flashing eyes. He seemed to me like the god Seth in his fury, and each one of his slow words was graven upon my soul as by a hammer and chisel. Thrice 7 days and nights he remained under my roof, and as I was alone with him and deaf Rachel, he was compelled to remain concealed. No one came between us, and he taught me to know him who is the God of our fathers. Trembling and despairing, I listened to his powerful words, which seemed to fall like rocks upon my breast, when he admonished me of God's requirements, or described the grandeur and wrath of him whom no mind can comprehend and no name can describe. Ah, when he spoke of him and of the Egyptian gods, it seemed as if the God of my people stood before me like a giant, whose head touched the sky, and the other gods were creeping in the dust at his feet like whining curs. He taught me also that we alone were the people whom the Lord had chosen, we and no other, Then for the first time I was filled with pride at being a descendant of Abraham, and every Hebrew seemed a brother, every daughter of Israel a sister. Now too I perceived how cruelly my people had been enslaved and tortured. I had been blind to their suffering, but Moses opened my eyes and sowed in my heart hate, intense hate of their oppressors. And from that hate sprang love for the victims. I vowed to follow my brother and await the summons of my God. And lo, he did not tarry, and Jehovah's voice spoke to me as with tongues. Old Rachel died. At Moses' bidding, I gave up my solitary life and accepted the invitation of Aaron and Amminadab. So I became a guest in their household, yet led a separate life among them all. They did not interfere with me, and the sycamore here on their land became my special property. Beneath its shadow, God commanded me to summon you and bestow on you the name Help of Jehovah. And you, no longer Hosea, but Joshua, will obey the mandate of God and his prophetess. Here the warrior interrupted the maiden's words, to which he had listened earnestly, yet with increasing disappointment. I have obeyed you and the Most High, but what it cost me you disdain to ask. Your story has reached the present time, yet you have made no mention of the days following my mother's death, during which you were our guest in Tanis. Have you forgotten what first your eyes and then your lips confessed? Have the day of your departure and the evening on the sea, when you bade me hope for and remember you, quite vanished from your memory? Did the hatred Moses implanted in your heart kill love as well as every other feeling? Love? Asked Miriam, raising her large eyes mournfully to his. Oh no! How could I forget that time, the happiest of my life? Yet from the day Moses returned from the wilderness by God's command to release the people from bondage, 3 months after my separation from you, I have taken no note of years and months, days and nights. Then you have forgotten those also? Hosea asked harshly. Not so, Miriam answered, gazing beseechingly into his face. The love that grew up in the child and did not wither in the maiden's heart cannot be killed, but whoever consecrates one's life to the Lord. Here she suddenly paused, raised her hands and eyes rapturously, as if born out of herself, and cried imploringly, Thou art near, omnipotent one, and seest my heart. Thou knowest why Miriam took no note of days and years, and asked nothing save to be thy instrument until her people, who are also this man's people, received what thou didst promise. During this appeal, which rose from the inmost depths of the maiden's heart, the light wind which precedes the coming of dawn had risen, and the foliage of the thick crown of the sycamore above Miriam's head rustled, but Hosea fairly devoured with his eyes the tall majestic figure, half illumined, half veiled by the faint glimmering light. What he heard and saw seemed like a miracle, the lofty future she anticipated for her people, and which must be realized ere she would permit herself to yield to the desire of her own heart. He believed that he was hearing them as a messenger of the Lord. As if rapt by the noble enthusiasm of her soul, he rushed toward her, seized her hand, and cried in glad emotion, Then the hour has come which will again permit you to distinguish months from days and listen to the wishes of your own soul. For to I, Joshua, no longer Hosea, but Joshua, come as the envoy of the Lord, and my message promises to the people, whom I will learn to love as you do, new prosperity, and thus fulfills the promise of a new and better home bestowed by the Most High. Miriam's eyes sparkled brightly, and overwhelmed with grateful joy, she exclaimed, Thou hast come to lead us into the land which Jehovah promised to his people? O Lord, how measureless is thy goodness! He comes as thy messenger. He comes, he is here, Joshua enthusiastically replied, and she did not resist when he clasped her to his breast, and, thrilling with joy, she returned his kiss. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Fear of her own weakness soon made Miriam release herself from her lover's embrace, but she listened with eager happiness, seeking some new sign from the Most High in Joshua's brief account of everything he had felt and experienced since her summons. He first described the terrible conflict he endured, then how he regained entire faith, and, obedient to the God of his people and his father's summons, went to the palace expecting imprisonment or death, to obtain release from his oath. He told her how graciously the sorrowing royal pair had received him, and how he had at last taken upon himself the office of urging the leaders of his nation to guide them into the wilderness for a short time only, and then take them home to Egypt, where a new and beautiful region on the western bank of the river should be allotted to them. There no foreign overseer should henceforward oppress the workmen, but the affairs of the Hebrews should be directed by their own elders, and a man chosen by themselves appointed their head. Lastly, he said that he, Joshua, would be placed in command of the Hebrews' forces, and, as regent, mediate and settle disputes between them and the Egyptians, whenever it seemed necessary. United to her, a happy husband, he would care in the land for even the lowliest of his race. On the ride hither he had felt as men do after a bloody battle, when the blast of trumpets proclaimed victory. He had indeed a right to regard himself as the envoy of the Most High. Here, however, he interrupted himself, for Miriam, who at first had listened with open ears and sparkling eyes, now showed a more and more anxious and troubled mien. When he at last spoke of making the people happy as her husband, she withdrew her hand, gazed timidly at his manly features, glowing with joyful excitement, and then, as if striving to maintain her calmness, fixed her eyes upon the ground. Without suspecting what was passing in her mind, Hosea drew nearer. He supposed that her tongue was paralyzed by maidenly shame at the first token of favor she had bestowed upon a man. But when at last his words, designating himself as the true messenger of God, she shook her head disapprovingly, he burst forth again, almost incapable of self-control in his sore disappointment. So you believe that the Lord has protected me by a miracle from the wrath of the mightiest sovereign, and permitted me to obtain from his powerful hand favors for my people, such as the stronger never grant to the weaker, simply to trifle with the joyous confidence of a man whom he himself summoned to serve him? Miriam, struggling to force back her tears, answered in a hollow tone, "The stronger to the weaker? If that is your opinion, you compel me to ask, in the words of your own father, who is the more powerful, the Lord our God, or the weakling on the throne, whose firstborn son withered like grass at a sign from the Most High? Oh, Hosea, Hosea!" "Joshua!" he interrupted fiercely. "Do you grudge me even the name your God bestowed? I relied upon his help when I entered the palace of the mighty king. I sought under God's guidance rescue and salvation for the people, and I found them. But you, your father and Moses, nay, all the believing heads of the tribes, see no salvation for us among the Egyptians," she answered, panting for breath. "What they promised the Hebrews will be their ruin. The grass sown by us withers where their feet touch it. And you, whose honest heart they deceive, are the whistler whom the bird-catcher uses to decoy his feathered victims into the snare. They put the hammer into your hand to rivet more firmly than before the chains which, with God's aid, we have sundered. Before my mind's eye I perceive—" "Too much!" replied the warrior, grinding his teeth with rage. "Hate dims your clear intellect. If the bird-catcher really— What was your comparison? If the bird-catcher really made me his whistler, deceived and misled me, he might learn from you. I, from you. Encouraged by you, I relied upon your love and faith. From you I hoped all things. And where is this love? As you spared me nothing that could cause me pain, I will, pitiless to myself, confess the whole truth to you. It was not alone because the God of my fathers called me, but because his summons reached me through you and my father that I came. You yearn for a land in the far uncertain distance, which the Lord has promised you. But I open to the people the door of a new and sure home, not for their sakes. What hitherto have they been to me? But first of all to live there in happiness with you whom I loved, and my old father, yet you, whose cold heart knows not of love, with my kiss still on your lips, disdain what I offer, from hatred of the hand to which I owe it. Your life, your conflicts have made you masculine. What other women would trample the highest blessings underfoot? Miriam could bear no more, and sobbing aloud, covered her convulsed face with her hands. At the great light of dawn, the sleepers in the camp began to stir, and men and maidservants came out of the dwellings of Amminadab and Nahshon. All whom the morning had roused were moving toward the wells and watering places, but she did not see them. How her heart had expanded and rejoiced when her lover exclaimed that he had come to lead them to the land which the Lord had promised to his people. Gladly had she rested on his breast to enjoy one brief moment of the greatest bliss. But how quickly had bitter disappointment expelled joy! While the morning breeze had stirred the crown of the sycamore, and Joshua had told her what Pharaoh would grant to the Hebrews, the rustling among the branches had seemed to her like the voice of God's wrath, and she fancied she again heard the angry words of hoary-headed Nun. The latter's reproaches had dismayed Uri, like the flash of lightning, the roll of thunder, yet how did Joshua's proposition differ from Uri's? The people, she had heard it also from the lips of Moses, were lost if, faithless to their God, they yielded to the temptations of Pharaoh. To wed a man who came to destroy all for which she, her brothers, and his own father lived and labored was base treachery. Yet she loved Joshua, and instead of harshly repulsing him, she would have again nestled, ah, how gladly, to the heart which she knew loved her so ardently. But the leaves in the top of the tree continued to rustle, and it seemed as if they reminded her of Aaron's warning, so she forced herself to remain firm. The whispering above came from God, who had chosen her for his prophetess, and when Joshua, in passionate excitement, owned that the longing for her was his principal motive for toiling for the people, who were as unknown to him as they were dear to her, her heart suddenly seemed to stop beating, and in her mortal agony she could not help sobbing aloud. Unheeding Joshua or the stir in the camp, she again flung herself down with uplifted arms under the sycamore, gazing upward with dilated, tearful eyes, as if expecting a new revelation. But the morning breeze continued to rustle in the summit of the tree, and suddenly everything seemed as bright as sunshine, not only within, but around her, as always happened when she, the prophetess, was to behold a vision. And in this light she saw a figure whose face startled her, not Joshua, but another to whom her heart did not incline. Yet there he stood before the eyes of her soul in all his stately height, surrounded by radiance, and with a solemn gesture he laid his hand on the stones he had piled up. With quickened breath she gazed upward to the face, yet she would gladly have closed her eyes and lost her hearing, that she might neither see it nor catch the voices from the tree. But suddenly the figure vanished, the voices died away, and she appeared to behold in a bright fiery glow the first man her virgin lips had kissed, as with uplifted sword, leading the shepherds of her people, he dashed toward an invisible foe. Swiftly as the going and coming of a flash of lightning, the vision appeared and vanished, yet ere it had wholly disappeared, she knew its meaning. The man whom she called Joshua, and who seemed fitted in every respect to be the shield and leader of his people, must not be turned aside by love from the lofty duty to which the Most High had summoned him. None of the people must learn the message he brought, lest it should tempt them to turn aside from the dangerous path they had entered. Her course was as plain as the vision which had just vanished, and as if the Most High desired to show her that she had rightly understood its meaning, hers voice was heard near the sycamore, ere she had risen to prepare her lover for the sorrow to which she must condemn herself and him, commanding the multitude flocking from all directions to prepare for the departure. The way to save him from himself lay before her, But Joshua had not yet ventured to disturb her devotions. He had been wounded and angered to the inmost depths of his soul by her denial, but as he gazed down at her and saw her tall figure shaken by a sudden chill, and her eyes and hands raised heavenward as though spellbound, he had felt that something grand and sacred dwelt within her breast, which it would be sacrilege to disturb. Nay, he had been unable to resist the feeling that it would be presumptuous to seek to wed a woman united to the Lord by so close a tie. It must be bliss indeed to call this exalted creature his own, yet it would be hard to see her place another, even though it were the Almighty himself, so far above her lover and husband. Men and cattle had already passed close by the sycamore, and just as he was in the act of calling Miriam and pointing to the approaching throng, she rose, turned toward him, and forced from her troubled breast the words: "I have communed with the Lord, Joshua, and now know his will. Do you remember the words by which God called you?" He bent his head in assent, but she went on: "Well then, you must also know what the Most High confided to your father, to Moses, and to me. He desires to lead us out of the land of Egypt, to a distant country where neither Pharaoh nor his viceroy shall rule over us, and he alone shall be our king. That is his will, and if he requires you to serve him, you must follow us, and in case of war, command the men of our people." Joshua struck his broad breast, exclaiming in violent agitation: "An oath binds me to return to Tanis to inform Pharaoh how the leaders of the people received the message with which I was sent forth. Though my heart should break, I cannot perjure myself." "And mine shall break," gasped Miriam, "ere I will be disloyal to the Lord our God. We have both chosen, so let what once united us be sundered before these stones." He rushed frantically toward her to seize her hand, but with an imperious gesture she waved him back, turned away, and went toward the multitude which, with sheep and cattle, were pressing around the wells. Old and young respectfully made way for her as, with haughty bearing, she approached her, who was giving orders to the shepherds. But he came forward to meet her and, after hearing the promise she whispered, he laid his hand upon her head and said with solemn earnestness: "Then may the Lord bless our alliance." Hand in hand with the gray-haired man to whom she had given herself, Miriam approached Joshua. Nothing betrayed the deep emotion of her soul, save the rapid rise and fall of her bosom, for though her cheeks were pale, her eyes were tearless, and her bearing was as erect as ever. She left to her to explain to the lover, whom she had forever resigned, what she had granted him, and when Joshua heard it, he started back as though a gulf yawned at his feet. His lips were bloodless as he stared at the unequally matched pair. A jeering laugh seemed the only fitting answer to such a surprise, but Miriam's grave face helped him to repress it and conceal the tumult of his soul by trivial words. But he felt that he could not long succeed in maintaining a successful display of indifference, so he took leave of Miriam. He must greet his father, he said hastily, and induce him to summon the elders. Ere he finished, several shepherds hurried up, disputing wrathfully, and appealed to her to decide what place in the procession belonged to each tribe. He followed them, and as soon as Miriam found herself alone with Joshua, she said softly, yet earnestly, with beseeching eyes: "A hasty deed was needful to sever the tie that bound us, but a loftier hope unites us. As I sacrifice what was dearest to my heart to remain faithful to my God and people, do you, too, renounce everything to which your soul clings. Obey the Most High, who called you Joshua. This hour transform the sweetest joy to bitter grief. May it be the salvation of our people. Remain a son of the race which gave you your father and mother. Be what the Lord called you to become, a leader of your race. If you insist on fulfilling your oath to Pharaoh, and tell the elders the promises with which you came, you will win them over, I know. Few will resist you, but of those few, the first will surely be your own father. I can hear him raise his voice loudly and angrily against his own dear son. But if you close your ears even to his warning, the people will follow your summons instead of God's, and you will rule the Hebrews as a mighty man. But when the time comes that the Egyptian casts his promises to the winds, when you see your people in still worse bondage than before, and behold them turn from the God of their fathers to again worship animal-headed idols, your father's curse will overtake you, the wrath of the Most High will strike the blinded man, and despair will be the lot of him who led to ruin the weak masses for whose shield the Most High chose him. So I, a feeble woman, yet the servant of the Most High and the maiden who was dearer to you than life, cry in tones of warning, fear your father's curse and the punishment of the Lord. Beware of tempting the people. Here she was interrupted by a female slave who summoned her to her house, and she added in low, hurried accents, "Only this one thing more. If you do not desire to be weaker than the woman whose opposition roused your wrath, sacrifice your own wishes for the welfare of yonder thousands who are of the same blood. With your hand on these stones, you must swear." But here her voice failed. Her hands groped vainly for some support, and with a loud cry she sank down on her knees beside hers token. Joshua's strong arms saved her from falling prostrate, and several women who hurried up at his shout soon recalled the fainting maiden to life. Her eyes wandered restlessly from one to another, and not until her glance rested on Joshua's anxious face did she become conscious where she was and what she had done. Then she hurriedly drank the water a shepherd's wife handed to her, wiped the tears from her eyes, sighed painfully, and with a faint smile whispered to Joshua, "I am but a weak woman after all." Then she walked toward the house, but after the first few steps turned, beckoned to the warrior, and said softly, "You see how they are forming into ranks. They will soon begin to move. Is your resolution still unshaken? There is still time to call the elders." He shook his head, and as he met her tearful, grateful glance, answered gently, "I shall remember these stones and this hour, wife of Hur. Greet my father for me and tell him that I love him. Repeat to him also the name by which his son, according to the command of the Most High, will henceforth be called, that its promise of Jehovah's aid may give him confidence when he hears whither I am going to keep the oath I have sworn." With these words he waved his hand to Miriam and turned toward the camp, where his horse had been fed and watered, but she called after him, "Only one last word. Moses left a message for you in the hollow trunk of the tree." Joshua turned back to the sycamore and read what the man of God had written for him. "Be strong and steadfast," were the brief contents, and raising his head, he joyfully exclaimed, "Those words are balm to my soul. We meet here for the last time, wife of Hur, and if I go to my death, be sure that I shall know how to die strong and steadfast. But show my old father what kindness you can." He swung himself upon his horse, and while trotting toward Tanis, faithful to his oath, his soul was free from fear, though he did not conceal from himself that he was going to meet great perils. His fairest hopes were destroyed, yet deep grief struggled with glad exultation. A new and lofty emotion, which pervaded his whole being, had waked within him and was but slightly dimmed, though he had experienced a sorrow bitter enough to darken the light of any other man's existence. Naught could suppress the noble objects to which he intended to devote his blood and life, his God and his people. He perceived with amazement this new feeling, which had power to thrust far into the background every other emotion of his breast, even love. True, his head often drooped sorrowfully when he thought of his old father, but he had done right in repressing the eager yearning to clasp him to his heart. The old man would scarcely have understood his motives, and it was better for both to part without seeing each other rather than in open strife. Often it seemed as though his experiences had been but a dream, and while he felt bewildered by the excitements of the last few hours, his strong frame was little wearied by the fatigues he had undergone. At a well-known hostelry on the road, where he met many soldiers and among them several military commanders with whom he was well acquainted, he at last allowed his horse and himself a little rest and food, and as he rode on refreshed, active life asserted its claims, for as far as the gate of the city of Rameses he passed bands of soldiers, and learned that they were ordered to join the cohorts he had himself brought from Libya. At last he rode into the capital, and as he passed the temple of Ammon he heard loud lamentations, though he had learned on the way that the plague had ceased. What many a sign told him was confirmed at last by some passing guards. The first prophet and high priest of Ammon, the gray-haired Rui, had died in the 98th year of his life. Bai, the second prophet, who had so warmly protested his friendship and gratitude to Hosea, had now become Rui's successor and was high priest and judge, keeper of the seals and treasurer, in short, the most powerful man in the realm. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Help of Jehovah, murmured a state prisoner, laden with heavy chains, 5 days later, smiling bitterly as, with 40 companions in misfortune, he was led through the gate of victory in Tanis toward the east. The mines in the Sinai Peninsula, where more convict labor was needed, were the goal of these unfortunate men. The prisoner's smile lingered a short time, then drawing up his muscular frame, his bearded lips murmured, "Strong and steadfast." And as if he desired to transmit the support he had himself found, he whispered to the youth marching at his side, "Courage, Ephraim, courage! Don't gaze down at the dust, but upward, whatever may come." "Silence in the ranks!" shouted one of the armed Libyan guards, who accompanied the convicts, to the older prisoner, raising his whip with a significant gesture. The man thus threatened was Joshua, his companion in suffering Ephraim, who had been sentenced to share his fate. What this was every child in Egypt knew, for "May I be sent to the mines" was one of the most terrible oaths of the common people, and no prisoner's lot was half so hard as that of the convicted state criminals. A series of the most terrible humiliations and tortures awaited them. The vigor of the robust was broken by unmitigated toil. The exhausted were forced to execute tasks so far beyond their strength that they soon found the eternal rest for which their tortured souls longed. To be sent to the mines meant to be doomed to a slow, torturing death. Yet life is so dear to men that it was considered a milder punishment to be dragged to forced labor in the mines than to be delivered up to the executioner. Joshua's encouraging words had little effect upon Ephraim, but when, a few minutes later, a chariot shaded by an umbrella passed the prisoners, a chariot in which a slender woman of aristocratic bearing stood beside a matron behind the driver, he turned with a hasty movement and gazed after the equipage with sparkling eyes, till it vanished in the dust of the road. The younger woman had been closely veiled, but Ephraim thought he recognized her, for whose sake he had gone to his ruin, and whose lightest sign he would still have obeyed. And he was right. The lady in the chariot was Kasana, the daughter of Hornecht, captain of the archers, and the matron was her nurse. At a little temple by the roadside, where in the midst of a grove of Nile acacias, a well was maintained for travelers, she bade the matron wait for her, and springing lightly from the chariot which had left the prisoners some distance behind, she began to pace up and down with drooping head in the shadow of the trees, until the whirling cloud of dust announced the approach of the convicts. Taking from her robe the gold ring she had ready for this purpose, she went to the man who was riding at its head on an ass, and who led the mournful procession. While she was talking with him and pointing to Joshua, the guard cast a sly glance at the rings which had been slipped into his hand, and seeing a welcome yellow glitter when his modesty had expected only silver, his features instantly assumed an expression of obliging goodwill. True, his face darkened at Kasana's request, but another promise from the young widow brightened it again, and he now turned eagerly to his subordinates, exclaiming, "To the well with the moles, men! Let them drink! They must be fresh and healthy under the ground!" Then riding up to the prisoners, he shouted to Joshua, "You once commanded many soldiers, and look more stiff-necked now than beseems you and me. Watch the others, guards. I have a word or two to say to this man alone." He clapped his hands as if he were driving hens out of a garden, and while the prisoners took pails and with the guards enjoyed the refreshing drink, their leader drew Joshua and Ephraim away from the road. They could not be separated on account of the chain which bound their ankles together. The little temple soon hid them from the eyes of the others, and the warder sat down on a step some distance off, first showing the two Hebrews, with a gesture whose meaning was easily understood, the heavy spear he carried in his hand and the hounds which lay at his feet. He kept his eyes open too, during the conversation that followed. They could say whatever they chose. He knew the duties of his office, and though, for the sake of good money, he could wink at a farewell for 20 years, though there had been many attempts to escape, not one of his moles, a name he was fond of giving to the future miners, had succeeded in eluding his watchfulness. Yonder fair lady doubtless loved the stately man who, he had been told, was formerly a chief in the army, but he had already numbered among his moles personages even more distinguished, and if a veiled woman managed to slip files or gold into the prisoner's hands, he would not object, for that very evening the persons of both would be thoroughly searched, even the youth's black locks, which would not have remained unshorn, had not everything been in confusion prior to the departure of the convicts, which took place just before the march of Pharaoh's army. The watcher could not hear the whispered words exchanged between the degraded chief and the lady, but her humble manner and bearing led him to suppose that it was she who had brought the proud warrior to his ruin. Ah, these women! And the fettered youth! The looks he fixed upon the slender figure were ardent enough to scorch her veil. But patience! Mighty Father Amon! His moles were going to a school where people learned modesty. Now the lady had removed her veil. She was a beautiful woman. It must be hard to part from such a sweetheart. And now she was weeping. The rude warder's heart grew as soft as his office permitted, but he would fain have raised his scourge against the older prisoner, for was it not a shame to have such a sweetheart and stand there like a stone? At first the wretch did not even hold out his hand to the woman who evidently loved him, while he, the watcher, would gladly have witnessed both a kiss and an embrace. Or was this beauty the prisoner's wife who had betrayed him? No, no, how kindly he was now gazing at her. That was the manner of a father speaking to his child, but his mole was probably too young to have such a daughter. A mystery. But he felt no anxiety concerning its solution. During the march he had the power to make the most reserved convict an open book. Yet not only the rude jailer, but anyone who had marveled what had brought this beautiful, aristocratic woman in the gray light of dawn out on the highway to meet the hapless man loaded with chains. In sooth, nothing would have induced Kasana to take this step, save the torturing dread of being scorned and execrated as a base traitress by the man whom she loved. A terrible destiny awaited him, and her vivid imagination had shown her Joshua in the mines, languishing, disheartened, drooping, dying, always with a curse upon her on his lips. On the evening of the day Ephraim had been brought to the house, shivering with the chill caused by a burning fever, and half stifled with the dust of the road, her father had told her that in the youthful Hebrew they possessed a hostage to compel Hosea to return to Tanis and submit to the wishes of the prophet Bai, with whom she knew her father was in league in a secret conspiracy. He also confided to her that not only great distinction and high offices, but a marriage with herself had been arranged to bind Hosea to the Egyptians, and to a cause for which the chief of the archers expected the greatest blessings for himself, his house, and his whole country. These tidings had filled her heart with joyous hope of a long-desired happiness, and she confessed it to the prisoner with drooping head amid floods of tears, by the little wayside temple, for he was now forever lost to her, and though he did not return the love she had lavished on him from his childhood, he must not hate and condemn her without having heard her story. Joshua listened willingly and assured her that nothing would lighten his heart more than to have her clear herself from the charge of having consigned him and the youth at his side to their most terrible fate. Kasana sobbed aloud and was forced to struggle hard for composure ere she succeeded in telling her tale with some degree of calmness. Shortly after Hosea's departure, the chief priest died, and on the same day, Bai, the second prophet, became his successor. Many changes now took place, and the most powerful man in the kingdom filled Pharaoh with hatred of the Hebrews and their leader, Mesu, whom he and the queen had hitherto protected and feared. He had even persuaded the monarch to pursue the fugitives, and an army had been instantly summoned to compel their return. Kasana had feared that Hosea could not be induced to fight against the men of his own blood, and that he must feel incensed at being sent to make treaties which the Egyptians began to violate even before they knew whether their offers had been accepted. When he returned, as he knew only too well, Pharaoh had had him watched like a prisoner, and would not suffer him to leave his presence until he had sworn to again lead his troops and be a faithful servant to the king. Bai, the new chief priest, however, had not forgotten that Hosea had saved his life, and showed himself well disposed and grateful to him. She also knew that he hoped to involve him in a secret enterprise, with which her father, too, was associated. It was Bai who had prevailed upon Pharaoh, if Hosea would renew his oath of fealty, to absolve him from fighting against his own race, put him in command of the foreign mercenaries, and raise him to the rank of friend of the king. All these events, of course, were familiar to him, for the new chief priest had himself set before him the tempting dishes which, with such strong, manly defiance, he had thrust aside. Her father had also sided with him, and for the first time ceased to reproach him with his origin. But on the third day after Hosea's return, Hornecht had gone to talk with him, and since then everything had changed for the worse. He must be best aware what had caused the man of whom she, his daughter, must think no evil, to be changed from a friend to a mortal foe. She had looked inquiringly at him as she spoke, and he did not refuse to answer. Hornecht had told him that he would be a welcome son-in-law. "And you?" asked Kasana, gazing anxiously into his face. "I," replied the prisoner, "was forced to say that though you had been dear and precious to me from your childhood, many causes forbade me to unite a woman's fate to mine." Kasana's eyes flashed, and she exclaimed, "Because you love another, a woman of your own people, the one who sent Ephraim to you." But Joshua shook his head and answered pleasantly, "You are wrong, Kasana. She of whom you speak is the wife of another." "Then," cried the young widow with fresh animation, gazing at him with loving entreaty, "why are you compelled to rebuff my father so harshly?" "That was far from my intention, dear child," he replied warmly, laying his hand on her head. "I thought of you with all the tenderness of which my nature is capable. If I could not fulfill his wish, it was because grave necessity forbids me to yearn for the peaceful happiness by my own hearthstone for which others strive. Had they given me my liberty, my life would have been one of restlessness and conflict." "Yet how many bear sword and shield," replied Kasana, "and still on their return rejoice in the love of their wives and the dear ones sheltered beneath their roof." "True, true," he answered gravely, "but special duties, unknown to the Egyptians, summon me. I am a son of my people." "And you intend to serve them?" asked Kasana. "Oh, I understand you. Yet, why then did you return to Tanis? Why did you put yourself into Pharaoh's power?" "Because a sacred oath compelled me, poor child," he answered kindly. "An oath," she cried, "which places death and imprisonment between you and those whom you love and still desire to serve! Oh, would that you had never returned to this abode of injustice, treachery, and ingratitude! To how many hearts will this vow bring grief and tears? But what do you men care for the suffering you inflict on others? You have spoiled all the pleasure of life for my hapless self, and among your own people dwells a noble father whose only son you are. How often I have seen the dear old man, the stately figure with sparkling eyes and snow white hair. So would you look when you, too, had reached a ripe old age, as I said to myself when I met him at the harbor, or in the forecourt of the palace, directing the shepherds who were driving the cattle and fleecy sheep to the tax receiver's table, and now his son's obstinacy must embitter every day of his old age." "Now," replied Joshua, "he has a son who is going, laden with chains, to endure a life of misery, but who can hold his head higher than those who betrayed him. They, and Pharaoh at their head, have forgotten that he has shed his heart's blood for them on many a battlefield, and kept faith with the king at every peril. Menephtah, his viceroy and chief, whose life I saved, and many who formerly called me friend, have abandoned and hurled me and this guiltless boy into wretchedness. But those who have done this, woman, who have committed this crime, may they all—" "Don't curse them," interrupted Kasana with glowing cheeks. But Joshua, unheeding her entreaty, exclaimed, "Should I be a man if I forgot vengeance?" The young widow clung anxiously to his arm, gasping in beseeching accents. "How could you forgive him? Only you must not curse him, for my father became your foe through love for me. You know his hot blood, which so easily carries him to extremes, despite his years. He concealed from me what he regarded as an insult, for he saw many woo me, and I am his greatest treasure. Pharaoh can pardon rebels more easily than my father can forgive the man who disdained his jewel. He behaved like one possessed when he returned. Every word he uttered was an invective. He could not endure to stay home and rage just as furiously elsewhere. But no doubt he would have calmed himself at last, as he so often did before, had not someone who desired to pour oil on the flames met him in the forecourt of the palace. I learned this from Bai's wife, for she too repents what she did to injure you. Her husband used every effort to save you. She, who is as brave as any man, was ready to aid him and open the door of your prison, for she has not forgotten that you saved her husband's life in Libya. Ephraim's chains were to fall with yours, and everything was ready to aid your flight." "I know," Hosea interrupted gloomily, "and I will thank the God of my fathers if those were wrong from whom I heard that you are to blame, Kasana, for having our dungeon door locked more firmly." "Should I be here if that were so?" cried the beautiful grieving woman with impassioned eagerness. "True, resentment did stir within me as it does in every woman whose lover scorns her, but the misfortune that befell you speedily transformed resentment into compassion and fanned the old flames anew. So surely as I hope for a mild judgment before the tribunal of the dead, I am innocent and have not ceased to hope for your liberation. Not until yesterday evening, when all was too late, did I learn that Bai's proposal had been futile. The chief priest can do much, but he will not oppose the man who made himself my father's ally." "You mean Prince Siptah, Pharaoh's nephew," cried Joshua in excited tones. "They intimated to me the scheme they were weaving in his interest. They wished to put me in the place of the Syrian Arsu, the commander of the mercenaries, if I would consent to let them have their way with my people and desert those of my own blood. But I would rather die 20 deaths than sully myself with such treachery. Arsu is better suited to carry out their dark plans, but he will finally betray them all. So far as I am concerned, the prince has good reason to hate me." Kasana laid her hand upon his lips, pointed anxiously to Ephraim and the guide, and said gently, "Spare my father. The prince, what roused his enmity?" "The profligate seeks to lure you into his snare and has learned that you favor me," the warrior broke in. She bent her head with a gesture of assent, and added blushing, "That is why Arsu, whom he has won over to his cause, watches you so strictly." "And the Syrian will keep his eyes sufficiently wide open," cried Joshua. "Now let us talk no more of this. I believe you and thank you warmly for following us hapless mortals. How fondly I used to think, while serving in the field, of the pretty child whom I saw blooming into maidenhood." "And you will think of her still with neither wrath nor rancor?" "Gladly, most gladly." The young widow, with passionate emotion, seized the prisoner's hand to raise it to her lips, but he withdrew it, and gazing at him with tears in her eyes, she said mournfully, You deny me the favor a benefactor does not refuse even to a beggar." Then, suddenly drawing herself up to her full height, she exclaimed so loudly that the warder started and glanced at the son. "But I tell you the time will come when you will sue for the favor of kissing this hand in gratitude. For when the messenger arrives bringing to you and to this youth the liberty for which you have longed, it will be Kasana to whom you owe it." Rapt by the fervor of the wish that animated her, her beautiful face glowed with a crimson flush. Joshua seized her right hand, exclaiming: "Ah, if you could attain what your loyal soul desires! How could I dissuade you from mitigating the great misfortune which overtook this youth in your house? Yet, as an honest man, I must tell you that I shall never return to the service of the Egyptians, for, come what may, I shall in future cleave, body and soul, to those you persecute and despise, to whom belonged the mother who bore me." Kasana's graceful head drooped, but directly after she raised it again, saying: "No other man is so noble, so truthful, that I have known from my childhood. If I can find no one among my own nation whom I can honor, I will remember you, whose every thought is true and lofty, whose nature is faultless. But if poor Kasana succeeds in liberating you, do not scorn her, if you find her worse than when you left her, for however she may humiliate herself, whatever shame may come upon her—" "What do you intend?" Hosea anxiously interrupted, but she had no time to answer, for the captain of the guard had risen, and clapping his hands shouted, "Forward, you moles!" and "Step briskly!" The warrior's stout heart was overwhelmed with tender sadness, and obeying a hasty impulse, he kissed the beautiful unhappy woman on the brow and hair, whispering: "Leave me in my misery, if our freedom will cost you your humiliation. We shall probably never meet again, for whatever may happen, my life will henceforth be nothing but battle and sacrifice. Darkness will shroud us in deeper and deeper gloom, but however black the night may be, one star will still shine for this boy and for me, the remembrance of you, my faithful, beloved child." He pointed to Ephraim as he spoke, and the youth, as if out of his senses, pressed his lips on the hand and arm of the sobbing woman. "Forward!" shouted the leader again, and with a grateful smile helped the generous lady into the chariot, marveling at the happy, radiant gaze with which her tearful eyes followed the convicts. The horses started, fresh shouts arose, blows from the whips fell on bare shoulders. Now and then a cry of pain rang on the morning air, and the train of prisoners again moved eastward. The chain on the ankles of the companions in suffering stirred the dust, which shrouded the little band like the grief, hate, and fear darkening the soul of each. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. A long hour's walk beyond the little temple, where the prisoners had rested, the road, leading to Succoth and the western arm of the Red Sea, branched off from the one that ran in a southeasterly direction past the fortifications on the isthmus to the mines. Shortly after the departure of the prisoners, the army which had been gathered to pursue the Hebrews left the city of Ramesses, and as the convicts had rested some time at the well, the troops almost overtook them. They had not proceeded far when several runners came hurrying up to clear the road for the advancing army. They ordered the prisoners to move aside and defer their march until the swifter baggage train bearing Pharaoh's tents and traveling equipments, whose chariot wheels could already be heard, had passed them. The prisoners' guards were glad to stop. They were in no hurry. The day was hot, and if they reached their destination later, it would be the fault of the army. The interruption was welcome to Joshua too, for his young companion had been gazing into vacancy as if bewildered, and either made no answer to his questions, or gave such incoherent ones, that the older man grew anxious. He knew how many of those sentenced to forced labor went mad or fell into melancholy. Now a portion of the army would pass them, and the spectacle was new to Ephraim, and promised to put an end to his dull brooding. A sandhill overgrown with tamarisk bushes rose beside the road, and thither the leader guided the party of convicts. He was a stern man, but not a cruel one, so he permitted his moles to lie down on the sand, for the troops would doubtless be a long time in passing. As soon as the convicts had thrown themselves on the ground, the rattle of wheels, the neighing of fiery steeds, shouts of command, and sometimes the disagreeable braying of an ass were heard. When the first chariots appeared, Ephraim asked if Pharaoh was coming, but Joshua, smiling, informed him that when the king accompanied the troops to the field, the camp equipage followed directly behind the vanguard, for Pharaoh and his dignitaries wished to find the tents pitched and the tables laid, when the day's march was over, and the soldiers and officers expected a night's repose. Joshua had not finished speaking when a number of empty carts and unladen asses appeared. They were to carry the contributions of bread and meal, animals and poultry, wine and beer, levied on every village the sovereign passed on the march, and which had been delivered to the tax gatherers the day before. Soon after, a division of chariot warriors followed. Every pair of horses drew a small, two-wheeled chariot, cased in bronze, and in each stood a warrior and the driver of the team. Huge quivers were fastened to the front of the chariots, and the soldiers leaned on their lances or on gigantic bows. Shirts covered with brazen scales, or padded coats of mail with gay overmantle, a helmet, and the front of the chariot protected the warrior from the missiles of the foe. This troop, which Joshua said was the van, went by at a slow trot, and was followed by a great number of carts and wagons, drawn by horses, mules, or oxen, as well as whole troops of heavily laden asses. The uncle now pointed out to his nephew the long masts, poles, and heavy rolls of costly stuffs, intended for the royal tent, and borne by numerous beasts of burden, as well as the asses and carts with the kitchen utensils and field forges. Among the baggage heaped on the asses, which were followed by nimble drivers, rode the physicians, tailors, salve-makers, cooks, weavers of garlands, attendants and slaves belonging to the camp. Their departure had been so recent that they were still fresh and inclined to jest, and whoever caught sight of the convicts flung them, in the Egyptian fashion, a caustic quip which many sought to palliate by the gift of alms. Others, who said nothing, also sent by the ass drivers fruit and trifling gifts. For those who were free today might share the fate of these hapless men tomorrow. The captain permitted it, and when passing a slave, whom Joshua had sold for thieving, shouted the name of Hosea, pointing to him with a malicious gesture, the rough but kind-hearted officer offered his insulted prisoner a sip of wine from his own flask. Ephraim, who had walked from Succoth to Tanis with a staff in his hand, and a small bundle containing bread, dried lamb, radishes, and dates, expressed his amazement at the countless people and things a single man needed for his comfort, and then relapsed into his former melancholy until his uncle roused him with farther explanations. As soon as the baggage train had passed, the commander of the band of prisoners wished to set off, but the openers of the way, who preceded the archers, forbade him, because it was not seemly for convicts to mingle with soldiers. So they remained on their hillock and continued to watch the troops. The archers were followed by heavily armed troops, bearing shields covered with strong hides so large that they extended from the feet to above the middle of the tallest man, and Hosea now told the youth that in the evening they set them side by side, thus surrounding the royal tent like a fence. Besides this weapon of defense, they carried a lance, a short dagger-like sword, or a battle sickle, and as these thousands were succeeded by a body of men armed with slings, Ephraim for the first time spoke without being questioned, and said that the slings the shepherds had taught him to make were far better than those of the soldiers, and, encouraged by his uncle, he described in language so eager that the prisoners lying by his side listened, how he had succeeded in slaying not only jackals, wolves, and panthers, but even vultures, with stones hurled from a sling. Meanwhile he interrupted himself to ask the meaning of the standards and the names of the separate divisions. Many thousands had already passed, when another troop of warriors in chariots appeared, and the chief warder of the prisoners exclaimed, "The good God, the Lord of two worlds! May life, happiness, and health be his!" With these words he fell upon his knees in the attitude of worship, while the convicts prostrated themselves to kiss the earth and be ready to obey the captain's bidding and join at the right moment in the cry, "Life, happiness, and health!" But they had a long time to wait ere the expected sovereign appeared, for, after the warriors in the chariots had passed, the bodyguard followed, foot soldiers of foreign birth, with singular ornaments on their helmets and huge swords, and then numerous images of the gods, a large band of priests and wearers of plumes. They were followed by more bodyguards, and then Pharaoh appeared with his attendants. At their head rode the chief priest Bai, in a gilded battle chariot drawn by magnificent bay stallions. He who had formerly led troops in the field had assumed the command of this pursuing expedition ordered by the gods, and though clad in priestly robes, he also wore the helmet and battle axe of a general. At last, directly behind his equipage, came Pharaoh himself, but he did not go to battle like his warlike predecessors in a war chariot, but preferred to be carried on a throne. A magnificent canopy protected him above, and large, thick, round ostrich feather fans, carried by his fan bearers, sheltered him on both sides from the scorching rays of the sun. After Menephtah had left the city and the gate of victory behind him, the exulting exclamations of the multitude had ceased to amuse him. He had gone to sleep, and the shading fans would have concealed his face and figure from the prisoners, had not their shouts been loud enough to rouse him and induce him to turn his head toward them. The gracious wave of his right hand showed that he had expected to see different people from convicts, and ere the shouts of the hapless men had died away, his eyes closed again. Ephraim's silent brooding had now yielded to the deepest interest, and as the empty, golden war chariot of the king, before which pranced the most superb steeds he had ever seen, rolled by, he burst into loud exclamations of admiration. These noble animals, on whose intelligent heads large bunches of feathers nodded, and whose rich harness glittered with gold and gems, were indeed a splendid sight. The large gold quivers set with emeralds, fastened on the sides of the chariot, were filled with arrows. The feeble man to whose weak hand the guidance of a great nation was entrusted, the weakling who shrunk from every exertion, regained his lost energy whenever hunting was in prospect. He considered this campaign a chase on the grandest scale, and as it seemed royal pastime to discharge his arrows at the human beings he had so lately feared, instead of at game, he had obeyed the chief priest's summons, and joined the expedition. It had been undertaken by the mandate of the great god Ammon, so he had little to dread from Mesu's terrible power. When he captured him, he would make him atone for having caused Pharaoh and his queen to tremble before him and shed so many tears on his account. While Joshua was still telling the youth from which Phoenician city the golden chariots came, he suddenly felt Ephraim's right hand clutch his wrist, and heard him exclaim, "She, look yonder! It is she!" The youth had flushed crimson, and he was not mistaken. The beautiful Kasana was passing amid Pharaoh's train in the same chariot in which she had pursued the convicts, and with her came a considerable number of ladies who had joined what the commander of the foot soldiers, a brave old warrior who had served under the great Rameses, termed a pleasure party. On campaigns through the desert and into Syria, Libya, or Ethiopia, the sovereign was accompanied only by a chosen band of concubines in curtained chariots, guarded by eunuchs. But this time, though the queen had remained at home, the wife of the chief priest Bai and other aristocratic ladies had set the example of joining the troops, and it was doubtless tempting enough to many to enjoy the excitements of war without peril. Kasana had surprised her friend by her appearance an hour before. Only yesterday the young widow could not be persuaded to accompany the troops. Obeying an inspiration, without consulting her father, so unprepared that she lacked the necessary traveling equipments, She had joined the expedition, and it seemed as if a man whom she had hitherto avoided, though he was no less a personage than Siptah, the king's nephew, had become a magnet to her. When she passed the prisoners, the prince was standing in the chariot beside the young beauty in her nurse's place, explaining in jesting tones the significance of the flowers in a bouquet, which Kasana declared could not possibly have been intended for her, because an hour and a quarter before she had not thought of going with the army. But Siptah protested that the Hathors had revealed at sunrise the happiness in store for him, and that the choice of each single blossom proved his assertion. Several young courtiers who were walking in front of their chariots surrounded them and joined in the laughter and merry conversation, in which the vivacious wife of the chief priest shared, having left her large traveling chariot to be carried in a litter. None of these things escaped Joshua's notice, and as he saw Kasana, who a short time before had thought of the prince with aversion, now saucily tap his hand with her fan, his brow darkened, and he asked himself whether the young widow was not carelessly trifling with his misery. But the prisoner's chief warder had now noticed the locks on Siptah's temples, which marked him as a prince of the royal household, and his loud "Hail! Hail!" in which the other guards and captives joined, was heard by Kasana and her companions. They looked toward the tamarisk bushes, whence the cry proceeded, and Joshua saw the young widow turn pale, and then point with a hasty gesture to the convicts. She must undoubtedly have given Siptah some command, for the latter at first shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. Then, after a somewhat lengthy discussion, half grave, half jesting, he sprang from the chariot and beckoned to the chief jailer. "Have these men," he called from the road so loudly that Kasana could not fail to hear, "seen the face of the good God, the Lord of both worlds?" And when he received a reluctant answer, he went on arrogantly, "No matter. At least they beheld mine and that of the fairest of women, and if they hope for favor on that account, they are right. You know who I am. Let the chains that bind them together be removed." Then beckoning to the man, he whispered, "But keep your eyes open all the wider. I have no liking for the fellow beside the bush, the ex-chief Hosea. After returning home, report to me and bring news of this man. The quieter he has become, the deeper my hand will sink in my purse. Do you understand?" The warder bowed, thinking, "I will take care, my prince, and see also that no one attempts to take the life of any of my moles. The greater the rank of these gentlemen, the more bloody and strange are their requests. How many have come to me with similar ones? He releases the poor wretch's feet, and wants me to burden my soul with a shameful murder? Siptah has tried the wrong man. Here, Hetter, bring the bag of tools and open the mole's chains." While the files were grating on the sand hill by the road, and the prisoners were being released from the fetters on their ankles, though for the sake of security each man's arms were bound together, Pharaoh's host marched by. Kasana had commanded Prince Siptah to release from their iron burden the unfortunates who were being dragged to a life of misery, openly confessing that she could not bear to see a chief who had so often been a guest of her house so cruelly humiliated. Bai's wife had supported her wish, and the prince obliged to yield. Joshua knew to whom he and Ephraim owed this favor, and received it with grateful joy. Walking had been made easier for him, but his mind was more and more sorely oppressed with anxious cares. The army passing yonder would have been enough to destroy down to the last man a force 10 times greater than the number of his people. His people, and with them his father and Miriam, who had caused him such keen suffering, yet to whom he was indebted for having found the way which, even in prison, he had recognized as the only right one, seemed to him marked out for a bloody doom. For, however powerful might be the God whose greatness the prophetess had praised in such glowing words, and to whom he himself had learned to look up with devout admiration, untrained and unarmed bands of shepherds must surely and hopelessly succumb to the assault of this army. This certainty, strengthened by each advancing division, pierced his very soul. Never before had he felt such burning anguish, which was terribly sharpened when he beheld the familiar faces of his own troops, which he had so lately commanded, passed before him under the leadership of another. This time they were taking the field to hew down men of his own blood. This was pain indeed, and Ephraim's conduct gave him cause for fresh anxiety, since Kasana's appearance and interference in behalf of him and his companions in suffering. The youth had again lapsed into silence, and gazed with wandering eyes at the army or into vacancy. Now he too was freed from the chain, and Joshua asked in a whisper if he did not long to return to his people to help them resist so powerful a force. But Ephraim merely answered, "When confronted with those hosts, they can do nothing but yield. What did we lack before the Exodus? You are a Hebrew, and yet became a mighty chief among the Egyptians ere you obeyed Miriam's summons. In your place, I would have pursued a different course." "What would you have done?" asked Joshua sternly. "What?" replied the youth, the fire of his young soul blazing. "What? Only this. I would have remained where there is honor and fame and everything beautiful. You might have been the greatest of the great, the happiest of the happy. This I have learned, but you made a different choice." "Because duty commanded it," Joshua answered gravely. "Because I will no longer serve anyone save the people among whom I was born." "The people?" exclaimed Ephraim contemptuously. "I know them, and you met them at Succoth. The poor are miserable wretches who cringe under the lash. The rich value their cattle above all else, and, if they are head of the tribes, quarrel with one another. No one knows aught of what pleases the eye and the heart. They call me one of the richest of the race, and yet I shudder when I think of the house I inherited, one of the best and the largest. One who has seen more beautiful ones ceases to long for such an abode." The vein on Joshua's brow swelled, and he wrathfully rebuked the youth for denying his own blood and being a traitor to his people. The guard commanded silence, for Joshua had raised his reproving voice louder, and this order seemed welcome to the defiant youth. When, during their march, his uncle looked sternly into his face, or asked whether he had thought of his words, he turned angrily away, and remained mute and sullen until the first star had risen, the night camp had been made under the open sky, and the scanty prison rations had been served. Joshua dug with his hands a resting place in the sand, and with care and skill helped the youth to prepare a similar one. Ephraim silently accepted this help, but as they lay side by side, and the uncle began to speak to his nephew of the God of his people, on whose aid they must rely, if they were not to fall victims to despair in the mines, the youth interrupted him, exclaiming in low tones, but with fierce resolution: "They will not take me to the mines alive. I would rather die, while making my escape, than pine away in such wretchedness." Joshua whispered words of warning, and again reminded him of his duties to his people, but Ephraim begged to be let alone. Yet soon after he touched his uncle and asked softly: "What are they planning with Prince Siptah?" "I don't know. Nothing good, that is certain." "And where is Aarsu the Syrian, your foe, who commands the Asiatic mercenaries, and who was to watch us with such fierce zeal? I did not see him with the others." "He remained in Tanis with his troops." "To guard the palace?" "Undoubtedly." "Then he commands many soldiers, and Pharaoh has confidence in him?" "The utmost, though he ill deserves it." "And he is a Syrian, and therefore of our blood?" "And more closely allied to us than to the Egyptians, at least so far as language and appearance are concerned." "I should have taken him for a man of our race, yet he is, as you were, one of the leaders of the army." "Other Syrians and Libyans command large troops of mercenaries, and the herald Ben Manasseh, one of the highest dignitaries of the court, the Egyptians call him Ramesses in the sanctuary of Ra, has a Hebrew father." "And neither he nor the others are scorned on account of their birth?" "This is not quite so. But why do you ask these questions?" "I cannot sleep." "And so such thoughts came to you. But you have some definite idea in your mind, and if my inference is correct, it would cause me pain. You wish to enter Pharaoh's service." Both were silent a long time. Then Ephraim spoke again, and though he addressed Joshua, it seemed as if he were talking to himself. They will destroy our people. Bondage and shame await those who survive. My house is now left to ruin. Not a head of my splendid herds of cattle remains, and the gold and silver I inherited, of which there was said to be a goodly store, they are carrying with them, for your father has charge of my wealth, and it will soon fall as booty into the hands of the Egyptians. Shall I, if I obtain my liberty, return to my people and make bricks? Shall I bow my back and suffer blows and abuse? Joshua eagerly whispered, You must appeal to the God of your fathers, that he may protect and defend his people. Yet, if the Most High has willed the destruction of our race, be a man and learn to hate with all the might of your young soul those who trample your people under their feet. Fly to the Syrians, offer them your strong young arm, and take no rest till you have avenged yourself on those who have shed the blood of your people, and load you, though innocent, with chains. Again silence reigned for some time. Nothing was heard from Ephraim's rude couch, save a dull low moan from his oppressed breast. But at last he answered softly, The chains no longer weigh upon us, and how could I hate her who released us from them? Remain grateful to Kasana, was the whispered reply, but hate her nation. Hosea heard the youth toss restlessly, and again sighed heavily and moan. It was past midnight. The waxing moon rode high in the heavens, and the sleepless man did not cease to listen for sounds from the youth, but the latter remained silent, though slumber had evidently fled from him also, for a noise as if he were grinding his teeth came from his place of rest. Or had mice wandered into this barren place, where hard brown blades of grass grew between the crusts of salt and the bare spots, and were gnawing the prisoner's hard bread? Such gnawing and grinding disturbed the sleep of one who longs for slumber, but Joshua desired to keep awake, to continue to open the eyes of the blinded youth, yet he waited in vain for any sign of life from his nephew. At last he was about to lay his hand on the lad's shoulder, but paused, as by the moonlight he saw Ephraim raise one arm, though before he lay down both hands were tied more firmly than before. Joshua now knew that it was the youth's sharp teeth, gnawing the rope, which had caused the noise that had just surprised him, and he immediately stood up and looked first upward and then around him. Holding his breath, the older man watched every movement, and his heart began to throb anxiously. Ephraim meant to fly, and the first step toward escape had already succeeded. Would that the others might prosper too! But he feared that the liberated youth might enter the wrong path. He was the only son of his beloved sister, a fatherless and motherless lad, so he had never enjoyed the uninterrupted succession of precepts and lessons which only a mother can give and a defiant young spirit will accept from her alone. The hands of strangers had bound the sapling to a stake, and it had shot straight upward, but a mother's love would have ennobled it with carefully chosen grafts. He had grown up beside another hearth than his parents, yet the latter is the only true home for youth. What marvel if he felt himself a stranger among his people? Amid such thoughts, a great sense of compassion stole over Joshua, and with it the consciousness that he was deeply accountable for this youth who, for his sake, while on the way to bring him a message, had fallen into sore misfortune. But much as he longed to warn him once more against treason and perjury, he refrained, fearing to imperil his success. Any noise might attract the attention of the guards, and he took as keen an interest in the attempt at liberation as if Ephraim had made it at his suggestion. So instead of annoying the youth with fruitless warnings, he kept watch for him. Life had taught him that good advice was more frequently unheeded than followed, and only personal experiences possess resistless power of instruction. The chief's practiced eye soon showed him the way by which Ephraim, if fortune favored him, could escape. He called softly, and directly after his nephew answered, "I'll loose your ropes if you will hold up your hands to me. Mine are free." Joshua's tense features brightened. The defiant lad was a noble fellow after all, and risked his own chance in behalf of one who, if he escaped with him, threatened to bar the way in which, in youthful blindness, he hoped to find happiness. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Joshua gazed intently around him. The sky was still bright, but if the north wind continued to blow, the clouds which seemed to be rising from the sea must soon cover it. The air had grown sultry, but the guards kept awake and regularly relieved one another. It was difficult to elude their attention. Yet close by Ephraim's couch, which his uncle, for greater comfort, had helped him make on the side of a gently sloping hill, a narrow ravine ran down to the valley. White veins of gypsum and glittering mica sparkled in the moonlight along its bare edges. If this agile youth could reach this cleft unseen, and crawl through as far as the pool of salt water, overgrown with tall grass and tangled desert shrubs, at which it ended, he might, aided by the clouds, succeed. After arriving at this conviction, Joshua considered, as deliberately as if the matter concerned directing one of his soldiers on his way, whether he himself, in case he regained the use of his hands, could succeed in following Ephraim without endangering his project. And he was forced to answer this question in the negative, for the guard who sometimes sat, sometimes paced to and fro on a higher part of the crest of the hill a few paces away, could but too easily perceive by the moonlight the youth's efforts to loose the firmly knotted bonds. The cloud approaching the moon might perhaps darken it ere the work was completed. Thus Ephraim might, on his account, incur the peril of losing the one fortunate moment which promised escape. Would it not be the basest of crimes, merely for the sake of the uncertain chance of flight, to bar the path to liberty of the youth whose natural protector he was? So he whispered to Ephraim, "I cannot go with you. Creep through the chasm at your right to the salt pool. I will watch the guards. As soon as the cloud passes over the moon and I clear my throat, start off. If you escape, join our people. Greet my old father, assure him of my love and fidelity, and tell him where I am being taken. Listen to his advice and Miriam's. Theirs is the best counsel. The cloud is approaching the moon. Not another word now." As Ephraim still continued to urge him in a whisper to hold up his pinioned arms, he ordered him to keep silence, and as soon as the moon was obscured, and the guard, who was pacing to and fro above their heads, began a conversation with the man who came to relieve him, Joshua cleared his throat, and holding his breath, listened with a throbbing heart for some sound in the direction of the chasm. He first heard a faint scraping, and by the light of the fire, which the guards kept on the hill top as a protection against wild beasts, saw Ephraim's empty couch. He uttered a sigh of relief, for the youth must have entered the ravine. But though he strained his ears to follow the crawling or sliding of the fugitive, he heard nothing save the footsteps and voices of the warders. Yet he caught only the sound, not the meaning of their words, so intently did he fix his powers of hearing upon the course taken by the fugitive. How nimbly and cautiously the agile fellow must move! He was still in the chasm, yet meanwhile the moon struggled victoriously with the cloud, and suddenly her silver disk pierced the heavy black curtain that concealed her from the gaze of men, and her light was reflected like a slender, glittering pillar from the motionless pool of salt water, enabling the watching Joshua to see what was passing below, but he perceived nothing that resembled a human form. Had the fugitive encountered any obstacle in the chasm? Did some precipice or abyss hold him in its gloomy depths? And at that thought he fancied that his heart had stopped beating. Had some gulf swallowed the lad when he was groping his way through the night? How he longed for some noise, even the faintest, from the ravine! The silence was terrible. But now, oh, would that it had continued! Now the sound of falling stones, and the crash of earth sliding after, echoed loudly through the still night air. Again the moonlight burst through the cloud curtain, and Joshua perceived near the pool a living creature which resembled an animal more than a human being, for it seemed to be crawling on 4 feet. Now the water sent up a shower of glittering spray. The figure below had leaped into the pool. Then the clouds again swallowed the lamp of night, and darkness covered everything. With a sigh of relief, Joshua told himself that he had seen the flying Ephraim, and that, come what might, the escaping youth had gained a considerable start of his pursuers. But the latter neither remained inert nor allowed themselves to be deceived, for though, to mislead them, he had shouted loudly, "A jackal!" they uttered a long shrill whistle, which roused their sleeping comrades. A few seconds later the chief warder stood before him with a burning torch, threw its light on his face, and sighed with relief when he saw him. Not in vain had he bound him with double ropes, for he would have been called to a severe reckoning at home had this particular man escaped. But while he was feeling the ropes on the prisoner's arms, the glare of the burning torch, which lighted him, fell on the fugitive's rude, deserted couch. There, as if in mockery, lay the gnawed rope. Taking it up, he flung it at Joshua's feet, blew his whistle again and again, and shouted, "Escaped! The Hebrew! Young Curlyhead!" Paying no farther heed to Joshua, he began the pursuit. Hoarse with fury, he issued order after order, each one sensible and eagerly obeyed. While some of the guards dragged the prisoners together, counted them, and tied them with ropes, their commander, with the others and his dogs, set off in the track of the fugitive. Joshua saw him make the intelligent animals smell Ephraim's gnawed bonds and resting place, and beheld them instantly rush to the ravine. Gasping for breath, he also noted that they remained in it quite a long time, and at last, the moon meanwhile scattered the clouds more and more, darted out of the ravine and dashed into the water. He felt that it was fortunate Ephraim had waded through instead of passing round it, for at its edge the dogs lost the scent, and minute after minute elapsed, while the commander of the guards walked along the shore with the eager animals, which fairly thrust their noses into the fugitive's steps, in order to again get on the right trail. Their loud, joyous barking at last announced that they had found it. Yet even if they persisted in following the runaway, the captive warrior no longer feared the worst, for Ephraim had gained a long advance on his pursuer. Still his heart beat loudly enough, and time seemed to stand still, until the chief warder returned exhausted and unsuccessful. The older man, it is true, could never have overtaken the swift-footed youth, but the youngest and most active guards had been sent after the fugitive. This statement the captain of the guards himself made with an angry jeer. The kindly-natured man seemed completely transformed, for he felt what had occurred as a disgrace which could scarcely be overcome, nay, a positive misfortune. The prisoner who had tried to deceive him by the shout of "Jackal!" was doubtless the fugitive's accomplice. Prince Siptah, too, who had interfered with the duties of his office, he loudly cursed. But nothing of the sort could happen again, and he would make the whole band feel what had fallen to his lot through Ephraim. Therefore he ordered the prisoners to be again loaded with chains, the ex-chief fastened to a coughing old man, and all made to stand in rank and file before the fire till morning dawned. Joshua gave no answer to the questions his new companion in chains addressed to him. He was waiting with anxious heart for the return of the pursuers. At times he strove to collect his thoughts to pray, and commended to the God who had promised his aid, his own destiny and that of the fugitive boy. True, he was once rudely interrupted by the captain of the guards, who vented his rage upon him. Yet the man who had once commanded thousands of soldiers quietly submitted to everything, forcing himself to accept it like the unavoidable discomfort of hail or rain. Nay, it cost him an effort to conceal his joyful emotion, when toward sunrise the young warder sent in pursuit returned with tangled hair, panting for breath, and bringing nothing save one of the dogs with a broken skull. The only thing left for the captain of the guards to do was to report what had occurred at the first fortress on the Etham border, which the prisoners were obliged in any case to pass, and toward this they were now driven. Since Ephraim's flight, a new and more cruel spirit had taken possession of the warders. While yesterday they had permitted the unfortunate men to move forward at an easy pace, they now forced them to the utmost possible speed. Besides, the atmosphere was sultry, and the scorching sun struggled with the thunderclouds gathering in heavy masses at the north. Joshua's frame, inured to fatigues of every kind, resisted the tortures of this hurried march, but his weaker companion, who had grown gray in a scribe's duties, often gave way and at last lay prostrate beside him. The captain was obliged to have the hapless man placed on an ass and chain another prisoner to Joshua. He was his former yokemate's brother, an inspector of the king's stables, a stalwart Egyptian, condemned to the mines solely on account of the unfortunate circumstance of being the nearest blood relative of a state criminal. It was easier to walk with this vigorous companion, and Joshua listened with deep sympathy and tried to comfort him when, in a low voice, he made him the confidant of his yearning, and lamented the heaviness of heart with which he left his wife and child in want and suffering. 2 sons had died of the pestilence, and it sorely oppressed his soul that he had been unable to provide for their burial. Now his darlings would be lost to him in the other world also, and forever. At the second halt, the troubled father became franker still. An ardent thirst for vengeance filled his soul, and he attributed the same feeling to his stern-eyed companion, whom he saw had plunged into misfortune from a high station in life. The ex-inspector of the stables had a sister-in-law who was one of Pharaoh's concubines, and through her and his wife, her sister, he had learned that a conspiracy was brewing against the king in the house of the separated. He even knew whom the women desired to place in Menephtah's place. As Joshua looked at him, half questioning, half doubting, his companion whispered, "Siptah, the king's nephew, and his noble mother, are at the head of the plot. When I am once more free, I will remember you, for my sister-in-law certainly will not forget me." Then he asked what was taking his companion to the mines, and Joshua frankly told his name. But when the Egyptian learned that he was fettered to a Hebrew, he tore wildly at his chain and cursed his fate. His rage, however, soon subsided in the presence of the strange composure with which his companion in misfortune bore the rudest insults, and Joshua was glad to have the other beset him less frequently with complaints and questions. He now walked on for hours undisturbed, free to yield to his longing to collect his thoughts, analyze the new and lofty emotions which had ruled his soul during the past few days, and accommodate himself to his novel and terrible position. This quiet reflection and self-examination relieved him, and during the following night he was invigorated by a deep, refreshing sleep. When he awoke, the setting stars were still in the sky and reminded him of the sycamore in Succoth, and the momentous morning when his lost love had won him for his God and his people. The glittering firmament arched over his head, and he had never so distinctly felt the presence of the Most High. He believed in his limitless power, and for the first time felt a dawning hope that the Almighty Lord who had created heaven and earth would find ways and means to save his chosen people from the thousands of the Egyptian hosts. After fervently imploring God to extend his protecting hand over the feeble bands who, obedient to his command, had left so much behind them and marched so confidently through an unknown and distant land, and commended to his special charge the aged father whom he himself could not defend, a wonderful sense of peace filled his soul. The shouts of the guards, the rattling of the chain, his wretched companions in misfortune, nay, all that surrounded him, could not fail to recall the fate awaiting him. He was to grow gray in slavish toil within a closed, hot pit, whose atmosphere choked the lungs, deprived of the bliss of breathing the fresh air and beholding the sunlight, loaded with chains, beaten and insulted, starving and thirsting, spending days and nights in a monotony destructive alike to soul and body. Yet not for a moment did he lose the confident belief that this horrible lot might befall any one rather than himself, and something must interpose to save him. On the march farther eastward, which began with the first gray dawn of morning, he called his resolute confidence folly, yet strove to retain it and succeeded. The road led through the desert, and at the end of a few hours' rapid march they reached the first fort, called the fortress of Seti. Long before, they had seen it through the clear desert air, apparently within a bow shot. Unrelieved by the green foliage of bush or palm tree, it rose from the bare, stony, sandy soil, with its wooden palisades, its rampart, its escarped walls, and its lookout, with broad flat roof, swarming with armed warriors. The latter had heard from Pithom that the Hebrews were preparing to break through the chain of fortresses on the isthmus, and had at first mistaken the approaching band of prisoners for the vanguard of the wandering Israelites. From the summits of the strong projections, which jutted like galleries from every direction along the entire height of the escarped walls to prevent the planting of scaling ladders, soldiers looked through the embrasures at the advancing convicts. Yet the archers had replaced their arrows in the quivers, for the watchmen in the towers perceived how few were the numbers of the approaching troop, and a messenger had already delivered to the commander of the garrison an order from his superior authorizing him to permit the passage of the prisoners. The gate of the palisade was now opened, and the captain of the guards allowed the prisoners to lie down on the glowing pavement within. No one could escape hence, even if the guards withdrew, for the high fence was almost insurmountable, and from the battlements on the top of the jutting walls darts could easily reach a fugitive. The ex-chief did not fail to note that everything was ready, as if in the midst of war, for defense against a foe. Every man was at his post, and beside the huge brazen disc on the tower stood sentinels, each holding in his hand a heavy club, to deal a blow at the approach of the expected enemy, for though as far as the eye could reach, neither tree nor house was visible, the sound of the metal plate would be heard at the next fortress in the XVIII line, and warn or summon its garrison. To be stationed in the solitude of this wilderness was not a punishment, but a misfortune, and the commander of the army therefore provided that the same troops should never remain long in the desert. Joshua himself, in former days, had been in command of the most southerly of these fortresses, called the Migdol of the south, for each one of the fortifications bore the name of Migdol, which in the Semitic tongue means the tower of a fortress. His people were evidently expected here, and it was not to be supposed that Moses had led the tribes back to Egypt, so they must have remained in Succoth or have turned southward, but in that direction rolled the waters of the Bitter Lakes and the Red Sea, and how could the Hebrew hosts pass through the deep waters? Hosea's heart throbbed anxiously at this thought, and all his fears were to find speedy confirmation, for he heard the commander of the fortress tell the captain of the prisoners' guards that the Hebrews had approached the line of fortifications several days before, but soon after, without assaulting the garrison, had turned southward. Since then they seem to have been wandering in the desert between Pithom and the Red Sea. All this had been instantly reported at Tanis, but the king was forced to delay the departure of the army for several days until the week of general mourning for the heir to the throne had expired. The fugitives might have turned this to account, but news had come by a carrier dove that the blinded multitude had encamped at Pihahiroth, not far from the Red Sea, so it would be easy for the army to drive them into the water like a herd of cattle. There was no escape for them in any other direction. The captain listened to these tidings with satisfaction. Then he whispered a few words to the commander of the fortress and pointed his finger to Joshua, who had long recognized him as a brother in arms, who had commanded 100 men in his own cohorts, and to whom he had done many a kindness. He was reluctant to reveal his identity in this wretched plight to his former subordinate, who was also his debtor, but the commander flushed as he saw him, shrugged his shoulders as though he desired to express to Joshua regret for his fate and the impossibility of doing anything for him, and then exclaimed so loudly that he could not fail to hear: "The regulations forbid any conversation with prisoners of state, but I knew this man in better days, and will send you some wine which I beg you to share with him." as he walked with the other to the gate, and the latter remarked that Hosea deserved such favor less than the meanest of the band, because he had connived at the escape of the fugitive of whom he had spoken. The commander ran his hand through his hair and answered, "I would have gladly shown him some kindness, though he is much indebted to me. But if that is the case, we will omit the wine. You have rested long enough at any rate." The captain angrily gave the order for departure, and drove the hapless band deeper into the desert toward the mines. This time Joshua walked with drooping head. Every fiber of his being rebelled against the misfortune of being dragged through the wilderness at this decisive hour, far from his people and the Father, whom he knew to be in such imminent danger. Under his guidance the wanderers might perchance have found some means of escape. His fists clenched when he thought of the fettered limbs which forbade him to utilize the plans his brain devised for the welfare of his people, yet he would not lose courage, and whenever he said to himself that the Hebrews were lost and must succumb in this struggle, he heard the new name God himself had bestowed upon him ringing in his ears, and at the same moment the flames of hate and vengeance on all Egyptians, which had been fanned anew by the fortress commander's base conduct, blazed up still more brightly. His whole nature was in the most violent tumult, and as the captain noted his flushed cheeks and the gloomy light in his eyes, he thought that this strong man too had been seized by the fever to which so many convicts fell victims on the march. When, at the approach of darkness, the wretched band sought a night's rest in the midst of the wilderness, a terrible conflict of emotions was seething in Joshua's soul, and the scene around him fitly harmonized with his mood. For black clouds had again risen in the north from the sea, and before the thunder and lightning burst forth and the rain poured in torrents, howling, whistling winds swept masses of scorching sand upon the recumbent prisoners. After these, dense clouds had been their coverlet, pools and ponds were their beds. The guards had bound them together hand and foot, and, dripping and shivering, held the ends of the ropes in their hands, for the night was as black as the embers of their fire which the rain had extinguished, and who could have pursued a fugitive through such darkness and tempest? But Joshua had no thought of secret flight, while the Egyptians were trembling and moaning, when they fancied they heard the wrathful voice of Seth, and the blinding sheets of fire flame from the clouds. He only felt the approach of the angry God, whose fury he shared, whose hatred was also his own. He felt himself a witness of his all-destroying omnipotence, and his breast swelled more proudly as he told himself that he was summoned to wield the sword in the service of this mightiest of the mighty. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The storm which had risen as night closed in swept over the isthmus. The waves in its lakes dashed high, and the Red Sea, which thrust a bay shaped like the horn of a snail into it from the south, was lashed to the wildest fury. Farther northward, where Pharaoh's army, protected by the Migdol of the south, the strongest fort of the Etham line, had encamped a short time before, the sand lashed by the storm whirled through the air, and in the quarter occupied by the king and his great officials, hammers were constantly busy, driving the tent pins deeper into the earth, for the brocades, cloths, and linen materials which formed the portable houses of Pharaoh and his court, struck by the gale, threatened to break from the poles by which they were supported. Black clouds hung in the north, but the moon and stars were often visible, and flashes of distant lightning frequently brightened the horizon. Even now the moisture of heaven seemed to avoid this rainless region, and in all directions fires were burning, which the soldiers surrounded in double rows, like a living shield, to keep the storm from scattering the fuel. The sentries had a hard duty, for the atmosphere was sultry in spite of the north wind, which still blew violently, driving fresh clouds of sand into their faces. Only 2 sentinels were pacing watchfully to and fro at the most northern gate of the camp, but they were enough, for on account of the storm no one had appeared for a long time to demand entrance or egress. At last, 3 hours after sunset, a slender figure, scarcely beyond boyhood, approached the guards with a firm step, and showing a messenger's pass, asked the way to Prince Siptah's tent. He seemed to have had a toilsome journey, for his thick black locks were tangled and his feet were covered with dust and dried clay. Yet he excited no suspicion, for his bearing was that of a self-reliant freeman. His messenger's pass was perfectly correct, and the letter he produced was really directed to Prince Siptah. A scribe of the corn storehouses, who was sitting at the nearest fire with other officials and subordinate officers, examined it. As the youth's appearance pleased most of those present, and he came from Tanis and perhaps brought news, a seat at the fire and a share in the meal was offered, but he was in haste. Declining the invitation with thanks, he answered the questions curtly and hurriedly, and begged the resting soldiers for a guide. One was placed at his disposal without delay, but he was soon to learn that it was not an easy matter to reach a member of the royal family, for the tents of Pharaoh, his relatives and dignitaries, stood in a special spot in the heart of the camp, hedged in by the shields of the heavily armed troops. When he entered, he was challenged again and again, and his messenger's pass and the prince's letter were frequently inspected. The guide, too, was sent back, and his place was filled by an aristocratic lord, called the eye and ear of the king, who busied himself with the seal of the letter. But the messenger resolutely demanded it, and as soon as it was again in his hand, and 2 tents standing side by side rocking in the tempest had been pointed out to him, one as Prince Siptah's, the other as the shelter of Kasana, the daughter of Hornecht, for whom he asked, he turned to the chamberlain who came out of the former one, showed him the letter, and asked to be taken to the prince. But the former offered to deliver the letter to his master, whose steward he was, and Ephraim, for he was the messenger, agreed, if he would obtain him immediate admission to the young widow. The steward seemed to lay much stress upon getting possession of the letter, and, after scanning Ephraim from top to toe, he asked if Kasana knew him, and when the other assented, adding that he brought her a verbal message, the Egyptian said smiling, "Well then, but we must protect our carpets from such feet, and you seem weary and in need of refreshment. Follow me." With these words, he took him to a small tent, before which an old slave and one scarcely beyond childhood were sitting by the fire, finishing their late meal with a bunch of garlic. They started up as they saw their master, but he ordered the old man to wash the messenger's feet, and bade the younger ask the prince's cook in his name for meat, bread, and wine. Then he led Ephraim to his tent, which was lighted by a lantern, and asked how he, who from his appearance was neither a slave nor a person of mean degree, had come into such a pitiable plight. The messenger replied that on his way he had bandaged the wounds of a severely injured man with the upper part of his apron, and the chamberlain instantly went to his baggage and gave him a piece of finely plaited linen. Ephraim's reply, which was really very near the truth, had cost him so little thought and sounded so sincere that it won credence, and the steward's kindness seemed to him so worthy of gratitude that he made no objection when the courtier, without injuring the seal, pressed the roll of papyrus with a skillful hand, separating the layers and peering into the openings to decipher the contents. While thus engaged, the corpulent courtier's round eyes sparkled brightly, and it seemed to the youth as if the countenance of the man, whose comfortable plumpness and smooth rotundity at first appeared like a mirror of the utmost kindness of heart, now had the semblance of a cat's. As soon as the steward had completed his task, he begged the youth to refresh himself in all comfort, and did not return until Ephraim had bathed, wrapped a fresh linen upper garment around his hips, perfumed and anointed his hair, and glancing into the mirror, was in the act of slipping a broad gold circlet upon his arm. He had hesitated some time ere doing this, for he was aware that he would encounter great perils, but this circlet was his one costly possession, and during his captivity it had been very difficult for him to hide it under his apron. It might be of much service to him, but if he put it on, it would attract attention and increase the danger of being recognized. Yet the reflection he beheld in the mirror, vanity, and the desire to appear well in Kasana's eyes, conquered caution and prudent consideration, and the broad costly ornament soon glittered on his arm. The steward stood in astonishment before the handsome aristocratic youth, so haughty in his bearing, who had taken the place of the unassuming messenger. The question whether he was a relative of Kasana sprang to his lips, and receiving an answer in the negative, he asked to what family he belonged. Ephraim bent his eyes on the ground for some time in embarrassment, and then requested the Egyptian to spare him an answer until he had talked with Hornecht's daughter. The other, shaking his head, looked at him again, but pressed him no farther, for what he had read in the letter was a secret which might bring death to whoever was privy to it, and the aristocratic young messenger was doubtless the son of a dignitary who belonged to the circle of the fellow conspirators of Prince Siptah, his master. A chill ran through the courtier's strong, corpulent body, and he gazed with mingled sympathy and dread at the blooming human flower associated thus early in plans fraught with danger. His master had hitherto only hinted at the secret, and it would still be possible for him to keep his own fate separate from his. Should he do so, an old age free from care lay before him. But if he joined the prince and his plan succeeded, how high he might rise! Terribly momentous was the choice of confronting him, the father of many children, and beads of perspiration stood on his brow as, incapable of any coherent thought, he led Ephraim to Kasana's tent, and then hastened to his master. Silence reigned within the light structure, which was composed of poles and gay heavy stuffs, tenanted by the beautiful widow. With a throbbing heart, Ephraim approached the entrance, and when he at last summoned courage and drew aside the curtain fastened firmly to the earth, which the wind puffed out like a sail, he beheld a dark room, from which a similar one opened on the right and left. The one on the left was as dark as the central one, but a flickering light stole through numerous chinks of the one on the right. The tent was one of those with a flat roof, divided into 3 apartments, which he had often seen, and the woman who irresistibly attracted him was doubtless in the lighted one. To avoid exposing himself to fresh suspicion, he must conquer his timid delay, and he had already stooped and loosened the loop which fastened the curtain to the hook in the floor, when the door of the lighted room opened and a woman's figure entered the dark central chamber. Was it she? Should he venture to speak to her? Yes, it must be done. Panting for breath and clenching his hands, he summoned up his courage as if he were about to steal unbidden into the most sacred sanctuary of a temple. Then he pushed the curtain aside, and the woman whom he had just noticed greeted him with a low cry. But he speedily regained his composure, for a ray of light had fallen on her face, revealing that the person who stood before him was not Kasana, but her nurse, who had accompanied her to the prisoners and then to the camp. She too recognized him and stared at him as though he had risen from the grave. They were old acquaintances, for when he was first brought to the archer's house, she had prepared his bath and moistened his wound with balsam, and during his second stay beneath the same roof, she had joined her mistress in nursing him. They had chatted away many an hour together, and he knew that she was kindly disposed toward him, for when midway between waking and sleeping in his burning fever, her hand had stroked him with maternal tenderness, and afterwards she had never wearied of questioning him about his people, and at last had acknowledged that she was descended from the Syrians, who were allied to the Hebrews. Nay, even his language was not wholly strange to her, for she was a woman of 20 when dragged to Egypt, with other prisoners of Rameses the Great. Ephraim, she was fond of saying, reminded her of her own son when he was still younger. The youth, who had no ill to fear from her, so grasping her hand, he whispered that he had escaped from his guards and come to ask counsel from her mistress and herself. The word escaped was sufficient to satisfy the old woman, for her idea of ghosts was that they put others to flight, but did not fly themselves. Relieved, she stroked the youth's curls, and ere his whispered explanation was ended, turned her back upon him, and hurried into the lighted room to tell her mistress whom she had found outside. A few minutes after, Ephraim was standing before the woman who had become the guiding star of his life. With glowing cheeks he gazed into the beautiful face, still flushed by weeping, and though it gave his heart a pang when, before vouchsafing him a greeting, she inquired whether Hosea had accompanied him, he forgot the foolish pain when he saw her gaze warmly at him. Yet when the nurse asked whether she did not think he looked well and vigorous, and withal more manly in appearance, it seemed as though he had really grown taller, and his heart beat faster and faster. Kasana desired to learn the minutest details of his uncle's experiences, but after he had done her bidding and finally yielded to the wish to speak of his own fate, she interrupted him to consult the nurse concerning the means of saving him from unbidden looks and fresh dangers, and the right expedient was soon found. First, with Ephraim's help, the old woman closed the main entrance of the tent as firmly as possible, and then pointed to the dark room into which he must speedily and softly retire as soon as she beckoned to him. Meanwhile, Kasana had poured some wine into a goblet, and when he came back with the nurse, she made him sit down on the giraffe skin at her feet, and asked how he had succeeded in evading the guards, and what he expected from the future. She would tell him in advance that her father had remained in Tanis, so he need not fear recognition and betrayal. Her pleasure in this meeting was evident to both eyes and ears. Nay, when Ephraim commenced his story by saying that Prince Siptah's command to remove the prisoners' chains, for which they were indebted solely to her, had rendered his escape possible, she clapped her hands like a child. Then her face clouded, and with a deep sigh she added that ere his arrival her heart had almost broken with grief and tears, but Hosea should learn what a woman would sacrifice for the most ardent desire of her heart. She repaid with grateful words Ephraim's assurance that, before his flight, he had offered to release his uncle from his bonds, and when she learned that Joshua had refused to accept his nephew's aid, lest it might endanger the success of the plan he had carefully devised for him, she cried out to her nurse, with tearful eyes, that Hosea alone would have been capable of such a deed. To the remainder of the fugitive's tale she listened intently, often interrupting him with sympathizing questions. The torturing days and nights of the past, which had reached such a happy termination, seemed now like a blissful dream, a bewildering fairy tale, and the goblet she constantly replenished was not needed to lend fire to his narrative. Never before had he been so eloquent as while describing how, in the ravine, he had stepped on some loose stones and rolled head foremost down into the chasm with them. On reaching the bottom, he had believed that all was lost, for soon after extricating himself from the rubbish that had buried him, in order to hurry to the pool, he had heard the whistle of the guards. Yet he had been a good runner from his childhood, had learned in his private pastures to guide himself by the light of the stars, so without glancing to the right or to the left, he had hastened southward as fast as his feet would carry him. Often in the darkness he had fallen over stones or tripped in the hollows of the desert sand, but only to rise again quickly and dash onward toward the south, where he knew he should find her, Kasana, her for whose sake he recklessly flung to the winds what wiser heads had counseled, her for whom he was ready to sacrifice liberty and life. Whence he derived the courage to confess this, he knew not, and neither the blow from her fan nor the warning exclamation of the nurse, "Just look at this boy," sobered him. Nay, his sparkling eyes sought hers still more frequently as he continued his story. One of the hounds which attacked him he had flung against a rock, and the other he pelted with stones till it fled howling into a thicket. He had seen no other pursuers, either that night or during the whole of the next day. At last he again reached a traveled road, and found country people who told him which way Pharaoh's army had marched. At noon, overwhelmed by fatigue, he had fallen asleep under the shade of a sycamore, and when he awoke, the sun was near its setting. He was very hungry, so he took a few turnips from a neighboring field, but their owners suddenly sprang from a ditch near by, and he barely escaped his pursuit. He had wandered along during a part of the night, and then rested beside a well on the roadside, for he knew that wild beasts shunned such frequented places. After sunrise he continued his march, following the road taken by the army. Everywhere he found traces of it, and when, shortly before noon, exhausted and faint from hunger, he reached a village in the cornlands watered by the Seti Canal, he debated whether to sell his gold armlet, obtain more strengthening food, and receive some silver and copper in change. But he was afraid of being taken for a thief and again imprisoned, for his apron had been tattered by the thorns, and his sandals had long since dropped from his feet. He had believed that even the hardest hearts could not fail to pity his misery, so, hard as it was for him, he knocked at a peasant's door and begged. But the man gave him nothing, save the jeering counsel that a strong young fellow like him ought to use his arms and leave begging to the old and weak. A second peasant had even threatened to beat him, but as he walked on with drooping head, a young woman whom he had noticed in front of the barbarian's house followed him, thrust some bread and dates into his hand, and whispered hastily that heavy taxes had been levied on the village when Pharaoh marched through, or she would have given him something better. This unexpected donation, which he had eaten at the next well, had not tasted exactly like a festal banquet, but he did not tell Kasana that it had been embittered by the doubt whether to fulfill Joshua's commission and return to his people, or yield to the longing that drew him to her. He moved forward resolutely, but fate seemed to have undertaken to point out his way, for after walking a short half-hour, the latter portion of the time through barren land, he had found by the wayside a youth of about his own age, who, moaning with pain, held his foot clasped between both hands. Pity led him to go to him, and to his astonishment, he recognized the runner and messenger of Kasana's father, with whom he had often talked. "Apu, our nimble Nubian runner?" cried the young widow, and Ephraim assented, and then added that the messenger had been dispatched to convey a letter to Prince Siptah as quickly as possible, and the swift-footed lad, who was wont to outstrip his master's noble steeds, had shot over the road like an arrow, and would have reached his destination in 2 hours more, had he not stepped on the sharp edge of a bottle that had been shattered by a wagon wheel, and made a deep and terrible wound. "And you helped him?" asked Kasana. "How could I do otherwise?" asked Ephraim. "He had already lost a great deal of blood and was pale as death, so I carried him to the nearest ditch, washed the gaping wound, and anointed it with his balsam." "I put the little bottle in his pouch myself a year ago," said the nurse, who was easily moved, wiping her eyes. Ephraim confirmed the statement, for Apu had gratefully told him of it. Then he went on. "I tore my upper garment into strips and bandaged the wound as well as I could. Meanwhile he constantly urged haste, held out the pass and letter his master had given him, and knowing nothing of the misfortune which had befallen me, charged me to deliver the roll to the prince in his place. Oh, how willingly I undertook the task, and soon after the second hour had passed, I reached the camp. The letter is in the prince's hand, and here I am, and I can see that you are glad. But no one was ever so happy as I to sit here at your feet and look up at you, so grateful as I am that you have listened to me kindly, and if you load me with chains again, I will bear it calmly, if you will but care for me. Ah, my misfortune has been so great. I have neither father nor mother, no one who loves me. You alone are dear, and you will not repulse me, will you?" He fairly shouted the last words, as if beside himself, and carried away by the might of passion, and rendered incapable by terrible experiences of the last few hours of controlling the emotions that assailed him, the youth, still scarcely beyond childhood, who saw himself torn away from and bereft of all that had usually sustained and supported him, sobbed aloud, and like a frightened birdling, seeking protection under its mother's wings, hid his head, amid floods of tears, in Kasana's lap. Warm compassion seized upon the tender-hearted young widow, and her own eyes grew dim. She laid her hands kindly upon his head, and feeling the tremor that shook the frame of the weeping lad, she raised his head with both hands, kissed his brow and cheeks, looked smilingly into his eyes with tears in her own, and exclaimed, You poor, foolish fellow! Why should I not care for you? Why should I repel you? Your uncle is the most beloved man to me, and you are like his son. For your sakes I have already accepted what I should otherwise have thrust far, far from me. But now I must go on, and must not care what others may think or say of me, if only I can accomplish the one thing for which I am risking person, life, all that I once prized. Wait, you poor impulsive fellow!" And here she again kissed him on the cheeks. "I shall succeed in smoothing the path for you also. That is enough now." This command sounded graver, and was intended to curb the increasing impetuosity of the ardent youth, but she suddenly started up, exclaiming with anxious haste, "Go, go at once!" The footsteps of men approaching the tent, and a warning word from the nurse, had brought this stern order to the young widow's lips, and Ephraim's quick ear made him understand her anxiety and urged him to join the old nurse in the dark room. There he perceived that a few moments' delay would have betrayed him, for the curtain of the tent was drawn aside, and a man passed through the central space straight to the lighted apartment, where Kasana, the youth heard it distinctly, welcomed the new guest only too cordially, as though his late arrival surprised her. Meanwhile the nurse had seized her own cloak, flung it over the fugitive's bare shoulders, and whispered, "Be near the tent just before sunrise, but do not enter it until I call you, if you value your life. You have neither mother nor father, and my child Kasana, what a dear loving heart she has! She is the best of all good women, but whether she is fit to be the guide of an inexperienced young blusterer, whose heart is blazing like dry straw with love for her, is another question. I considered many things while listening to your story, and on account of my liking for you, I will tell you this. You have an uncle who, my child is right there, is the best of men, and I know mankind. Whatever he advised you, do, for it will surely benefit you. Obey him. If his bidding leads you far away from here and Kasana, so much the better for you. We are walking in dangerous paths, and had it not been done for Hosea's sake, I would have tried to hold her back with all my might. But for him, I am an old woman. But I would go through fire myself for that man. I am more grieved than I can tell, both for the pure sweet child and for yourself, whom my own son was once so much like. So I repeat, obey your uncle, boy. Do that, or you will go to ruin, and that would be a pity." With these words, without waiting for an answer, she drew the curtain of the tent aside and waited until Ephraim had slipped through. Then, wiping her eyes, she entered, as if by chance, the lighted chamber. But Kasana and her late guest had matters to discuss that brooked no witnesses, and her dear child only permitted her to light her little lamp at the three-armed candelabra, and then sent her to rest. She promptly obeyed, and in the dark room, where her couch stood beside that of her mistress, she sank down, hid her face in her hands, and wept. She felt as though the world was upside down. She no longer understood her darling Kasana, for she was sacrificing purity and honor for the sake of a man whom, she knew it, her soul abhorred. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Joshua by Georg EBERS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Ephraim cowered in the shadow of the tent from which he had slipped, and pressed his ear close to the wall. He had cautiously ripped a small opening in a seam of the cloth so he could see and hear what was passing in the lighted room of the woman he loved. The storm kept everyone within the tents, whom duty did not summon into the open air, and Ephraim had less reason to fear discovery on account of the deep shadow that rested on the spot where he lay. The nurse's cloak covered him, and though shiver after shiver shook his young limbs, it was due to the bitter anguish that pierced his soul. The man on whose breast he saw Kasana lay her head was a prince, a person of high rank and great power, and the capricious beauty did not always repel the bold man when his lips sought those for whose kiss Ephraim so ardently longed. She owed him nothing, it is true, yet her heart belonged to his uncle, whom she had preferred to all others. She had declared herself ready to endure the most terrible things for his liberation, and now his own eyes told him that she was false and faithless, that she granted to another what belonged to one alone. She had bestowed caresses on him too, but these were only the crumbs that fell from Hosea's table. A robbery, he confessed it with a blush, he had perpetrated on his uncle, yet he felt offended, insulted, deceived, and consumed to his inmost soul with fierce jealousy on behalf of his uncle, whom he honored, nay, loved, though he had opposed his wishes. And Hosea? Why, he too, like himself, this princely suitor and all other men, must love her, spite of his strange conduct at the well by the roadside. It was impossible for him to do otherwise. And now, safe from the poor prisoner's resentment, she was basely, treacherously enjoying another's tender caresses. Siptah, he had heard at their last meeting, was his uncle's foe, and it was to him that she betrayed the man she loved. The chink in the tent was ready to show him everything that occurred within, but he often closed his eyes that he might not behold it. Often, it is true, the hateful scene held him enthralled by a mysterious spell, and he would fain have torn the walls of the tent asunder, struck the detested Egyptian to the ground, and shouted into the faithless woman's face the name of Hosea, coupled with the harshest reproaches. The fervent passion which had taken possession of him was suddenly transformed to hate and scorn. He had believed himself to be the happiest of mortals, and he had suddenly become the most miserable. No one, he believed, had ever experienced such a fall from the loftiest heights to the lowest depths. The nurse had been right. Naught save misery and despair could come to him from so faithless a woman. Once he started up to fly, but he again heard the bewitching tones of her musical laugh, and mysterious powers detained him, forcing him to listen. At first, the seething blood had throbbed so violently in his ears that he felt unable to follow the dialogue in the lighted tent. But by degrees he grasped the purport of the whole sentences, and now he understood all that they said. Not a word of their further conversation escaped him, and it was absorbing enough, though it revealed a gulf from which he shrank shuddering. Kasana refused the bold suitor many favors for which he pleaded, but this only impelled him to beseech her more fervently to give herself to him, and the prize he offered in return was the highest gift of earth, the place by his side as queen on the throne of Egypt, to which he aspired. He said this distinctly, but what followed was harder to understand, for the passionate suitor was in great haste, and often interrupted his hasty sentences to assure Kasana, to whose hands in this hour he was committing his life and liberty, of his changeless love, or to soothe her when the boldness of his advances awakened fear and aversion. But he soon began to speak of the letter whose bearer Ephraim had been, and after reading it aloud and explaining it, the youth realized with a slight shudder that he had become an accomplice in the most criminal of all plots, and for a moment the longing stole over him to betray the traitors and deliver them into the hand of the mighty sovereign whose destruction they were plotting. But he repelled the thought and merely sunned himself in the pleasurable consciousness, the first during this cruel hour, of holding Kasana and her royal lover in his hand as one holds a beetle by a string. This had a favorable effect on him, and restored the confidence and courage he had lost. The baser the things he continued to hear, the more clearly he learned to appreciate the value of the goodness and truth which he had lost. His uncle's words, too, came back to his memory. Give no man, from the loftiest to the lowliest, a right to regard you save with respect, and you can hold your head as high as the proudest warrior who ever wore purple robe and golden armor. On the couch in Kasana's house, while shaking with fever, he had constantly repeated this sentence, but in the misery of captivity and on his flight it had again vanished from his memory. In the courtier's tent, when after he had bathed and perfumed himself, the old slave held a mirror before him, he had given it a passing thought, but now it mastered his whole soul. And strange to say, the worthless traitor within wore a purple coat and golden mail, and looked like a military hero, but he could not hold his head erect, for the work he sought to accomplish could only succeed in the secrecy that shuns the light, and was like the labor of the hideous mole which undermines the ground in the darkness. His tool was the repulsive cloven-foot trio, falsehood, fraud, and faithlessness, and she whom he had chosen for his helpmate was the woman, it shamed him to his inmost soul, for whom he had been in the act of sacrificing all that was honorable, precious, and dear to him. The worst infamies which he had been taught to shun were the rounds of the ladder on which this evil man intended to mount. The roll the youth had brought to the camp contained 2 letters. The first was from the conspirators in Tanis, the second from Siptah's mother. The former desired his speedy return, and told him that the Syrian Arsu, the commander of the foreign mercenaries who guarded the palace, as well as the women's house, was ready to do him homage. If the high priest of Ammon, who was at once chief judge, viceroy, and keeper of the seal, proclaimed him king, he was sovereign and could enter the palace which stood open to him and ascend the throne without resistance. If Pharaoh returned, the bodyguards would take him prisoner and remove him, as Siptah, who liked no halfway measures, had secretly directed, while the chief priest insisted upon keeping him in mild imprisonment. Nothing was to be feared save the premature return from Thebes of Seti, the second son of Menephtah, for the former, after his older brother's death, had become heir to the throne, and carrier doves had brought news yesterday that he was now on his way. Therefore Siptah and the powerful priest, who was to proclaim him king, were urged to the utmost haste. The necessary measures had been adopted in case of possible resistance from the army, for as soon as the Hebrews had been destroyed, the larger portion of the troops, without any suspicion of the impending dethronement of their commander-in-chief, would be sent to their former stations. The bodyguards were devoted to Siptah, and the others who entered the capital, should worst come to worst, could be easily overpowered by Arsu and his mercenaries. "There is nothing farther for me to do," said the prince, stretching himself comfortably like a man who has successfully accomplished a toilsome task, "except to rush back to Tanis in a few hours with Bai, have myself crowned and proclaimed king in the temple of Ammon, and finally received in the palace as Pharaoh. The rest will take care of itself. Seti, whom they call the heir to the throne, is just another weakling as his father, and must submit to a fixed fact, or if necessary, be forced to do so. The captain of the bodyguards will see that Menephtah does not again enter the palace in the city of Ramesses." The second letter, which was addressed to the pharaoh, had been written by the mother of the prince in order to recall her son and the chief priest Bai to the capital as quickly as possible, without exposing the former to the reproach of cowardice for having quitted the army so shortly before the battle. Though she had never been better, she protested with hypocritical complaints and entreaties that the hours of her life were numbered, and besought the king to send her son and the chief priest Bai to her without delay, that she might be permitted to bless her only child before her death. She was conscious of many a sin, and no one, save the high priest, possessed the power of winning the favor of the gods for her, a dying woman. Without his intercession, she would perish in despair. This letter, too, the base robber of a crown read aloud, called it a clever bit of feminine strategy, and rubbed his hands gleefully. Treason, murder, hypocrisy, fraud, shameful abuse of the most sacred feelings, nay, all that was evil, must serve Siptah to steal the throne, and though Kasana had wrung her hands and shed tears when she heard that he meant to remove Pharaoh from his path, she grew calmer after the prince had represented that her own father had approved of his arrangements for the deliverance of Egypt from the hand of the king, her destroyer. The letter from the prince's mother to Pharaoh, the mother who urged her own son to the most atrocious crimes, was the last thing Ephraim heard, for it roused in the young Hebrew, who was wont to consider nothing purer and more sacred than the bonds which united parents and children, such fierce indignation that he raised his fist threateningly, and springing up, opened his lips and muttered invective. He did not hear that Kasana made the prince swear that, if he attained the sovereign power, he would grant her first request. It should cost him neither money nor lands, and only give her the right to exercise mercy where her heart demanded it. For things were in store which must challenge the wrath of the gods, and he must leave her to soothe it. Ephraim could not endure to see or hear more of these abominable things. For the first time he felt how great a danger he ran of being dragged into this marsh and becoming a lost, evil man. But never, he thought, would he have been so corrupt, so worthless as this prince. His uncle's words again returned to his mind, and he now raised his head proudly and arched his chest as if to assure himself of his own unbroken valor, saying meanwhile, with a long breath, that he was of too much worth to ruin himself for the sake of a wicked woman, even though, like Kasana, she was the fairest and most bewitching under the sun. Away, away from the neighborhood of this net, which threatened to entangle him in murder and every deed of infamy. Resolved to seek his people, he turned toward the gate of the camp, but after a few hasty steps paused, and a glance at the sky showed him that it was the second hour past midnight. Every surrounding object was buried in silence, save that from the neighboring dens of the royal steeds came the sound of the rattle of a chain, or of the stamp of a stallion's hoof. If he risked escaping from the camp now, he could not fail to be seen and stopped. Prudence commanded him to curb his impatience, and, as he glanced around, his eyes rested on the chamberlain's tent, from which the old slave had just emerged to look for his master, who was still waiting in the prince's tent for his lord's return. The old man had treated Ephraim kindly, and now asked him with good-natured urgency to come in and rest, for the youth needed sleep. And Ephraim accepted the well-meant invitation. He felt for the first time how weary his feet were, and he had scarcely stretched himself upon the mat which the old slave, it was his own, spread on the floor of the tent for him, ere the feeling came over him that his limbs were relaxing, and yet he had expected to find here time and rest for calm deliberation. He began, too, to think of the future and his uncle's commission. That he must join his people without delay was decided. If they escaped Pharaoh's army, the others could do what they pleased. His duty was to summon his shepherds, servants, and the youths of his own age, and with them hurry to the mines to break Joshua's chains, and bring him back to his old father and the people who needed him. He already saw himself with a sling in his girdle and a battle axe in his hand, rushing on in advance of the others, when sleep overpowered him and bound the sorely wearied youth so firmly and sweetly that even dreams remained aloof from his couch, and when morning came, the old slave was obliged to shake him to rouse him. The camp was already pervaded with bustling life. Tents were struck, asses and ox carts laden, steeds curried and newly shod, chariots washed, weapons and harnesses cleaned, breakfast was distributed and eaten. At intervals the blare of trumpets was heard in one direction, loudly shouted commands in another, and from the eastern portion of the camp echoed the chanting of the priests, who devoutly greeted the newborn sun god. A gilded chariot, followed by a similar one, drove up to the costly purple tent beside Kasana's, which active servants were beginning to take down. Prince Siptah and the chief priest Bai had received Pharaoh's permission to set off for Tanis to fulfill the wish of a dying woman. Soon after, Ephraim took leave of the old slave and bade him give Kasana's nurse the cloak and tell her that the messenger had followed her advice and his uncle's. Then he set out on his walk. He escaped unchallenged from the Egyptian camp, and as he entered the wilderness, he heard the shout with which he called his shepherds in the pastures. The cry, resounding far over the plain, startled a sparrowhawk which was gazing into the distance from a rock, and as the bird soared upward, the youth fancied that if he stretched out his arms, wings must unfold strong enough to bear him also through the air. Never had he felt so light and active, so strong and free. Nay, had the priest at this hour asked him the question whether he would accept the office of a captain of thousands in the Egyptian army, he would undoubtedly have answered, as he did before the ruined house of Nun, that his sole desire was to remain a shepherd and rule his flocks and servants. He was an orphan, but he had a nation, and where his people were was his home. Like a wanderer who, after a long journey, sees his home in the distance, he quickened his pace. He had reached Tanis on the night of the new moon, and the round silver shield, which was paling in the morning light, was the same which had then risen before his eyes. Yet it seemed as though years lay between his farewell of Miriam and the present hour, and the experiences of a life had been compressed into these few days. He had left his tribe a boy, he returned a man. Yet thanks to this one terrible night, he had remained unchanged. He could look those whom he loved and reverenced fearlessly in the face. Nay, more. He would show the man whom he most esteemed that he too, Ephraim, could hold his head high. He would repay Joshua for what he had done, when he remained in chains and captivity, that he, his nephew, might go forth as free as a bird. After hurrying onward an hour, he reached a ruined watchtower, climbed to its summit, and saw, at a short distance beyond, the mount of Baal Zephon, which had long towered majestically on the horizon, the glittering northern point of the Red Sea. The storm, it is true, had subsided, but he perceived by the surging of its emerald surface that the sea was by no means calm, and single black clouds in the sky, elsewhere perfectly clear, seemed to indicate an approaching tempest. He gazed around him, asking himself what the leader of the people probably intended, if, as the prince had told Kasana, they had encamped between Pihahiroth, whose huts and tents rose before him on the narrow gulf the northwestern arm of the Red Sea thrust into the land, and the mount of Baal Zephon. Had Siptah lied in this too? No, this time the malicious traitor had departed from his usual custom, for between the sea and the village, where the wind was blowing slender columns of smoke asunder, his falcon eye discovered many light spots, resembling a distant flock of sheep, and among and beside them a singular movement to and fro upon the sands. It was the camp of his people. How short seemed the distance that separated him from them! Yet the nearer it was, the greater became his anxiety lest the great multitude, with the women and children, herds and tents, could not escape the vast army which must overtake them in a few hours. His heart shrank as he gazed around him, for neither to the east, where a deeper estuary was surging, nor southward, where the Red Sea tossed its angry waves, nor even toward the north, where Pharaoh's army was marching, was escape possible. To the west lay the wilderness of Aeon, and if the wanderers escaped in that direction and were pressed farther, they would again enter Egyptian soil, and the exodus would have been utterly defeated. So there was nothing left save to risk a battle, and at the thought a chill ran through the youth's veins, for he knew how badly armed, untrained, savage, unmanageable, and cowardly were the men of his race, and had witnessed the march of the powerful, well-equipped Egyptian army, with its numerous foot soldiers and superb war chariots. To him now, as to his uncle a short time before, his people seemed doomed to certain destruction, unless succored by the God of his fathers. In former years, and just before his departure, Miriam, with sparkling eyes and enthusiastic words, had praised the power and majesty of this omnipotent Lord, who preferred his people above all other nations. But the lofty words of the prophetess had filled his childish heart with a slight fear of the unapproachable greatness and terrible wrath of this God. It had been easier for him to uplift his soul to the sun god when his teacher, a kind and merry-hearted Egyptian priest, led him to the temple of Pithom. In later years he had felt no necessity of appealing to any god, for he lacked nothing, and while other boys obeyed their parents' commands, the shepherds, who well knew the flocks they tended belonged to him, called him their young master, and first in jest, then in earnest, paid him all the honors due a ruler, which prematurely increased his self-importance and made him an obstinate fellow. He whom stalwart strong men obeyed was sufficient unto himself, and felt that others needed him, and, as nothing was more difficult for him than to ask a favor, great or small, from any one, he rebelled against praying to a God so far off and high above him. But now, when his heart was oppressed by the terrible destiny that threatened his people, he was overwhelmed by the feeling that only the greatest and mightiest could deliver them from this terrible, unspeakable peril, as if no one could withstand this powerful army, save he whose might could destroy heaven and earth. What were they that the Most High, whom Miriam and Hosea described as so preeminently great, should care for them? Yet his people numbered many thousands, and God had not disdained to make them his, and promised great things for them in the future. Now they were on the verge of destruction, and he, Ephraim, who came from the camp of the enemy, was perhaps the sole person who saw the full extent of the danger. Suddenly he was filled with the conviction that it was incumbent upon him, above all others, to tell the God of his fathers, who perhaps in caring for earth and heaven, sun and stars, had forgotten the fate of his people, of the terrible danger impending, and beseech him to save them. He was still standing on the top of the ruined tower, and raised his arms and face toward heaven. In the north he saw the black clouds which he had noticed in the blue sky, swiftly massing and rolling hither and thither. The wind, which had subsided after sunrise, was increasing in strength and power, and rapidly becoming a storm. It swept across the isthmus in gusts, which followed one another more and more swiftly, driving before them dense clouds of yellow sand. He must lift up his voice loudly, that the God to whom he prayed might hear him in his lofty heaven. So, with all the strength of his young lungs, he shouted into the storm: Adonai, Adonai, thou whom they call Jehovah, mighty God of my fathers, hear me, Ephraim, a young, inexperienced lad, of whom, in his insignificance, thou hast probably never thought. I ask nothing for myself. But the people, whom thou dost call thine, are in sore peril. They have left durable houses and good pastures, because thou didst promise them a better and more beautiful land, and they trusted in thee and thy promises. But now the army of Pharaoh is approaching, so great a host, that our people will never be able to resist it. Thou must believe this, Eli, my lord. I have seen it and been in its midst. So surely as I stand here, I know that it is too mighty for thy people. Pharaoh's power will crush them, as the hoofs of the cattle trample the grain on the threshing floor. And my people, who are also thine, are encamped in a spot where Pharaoh's warriors can cut them down from all directions, so that there is no way for them to fly, not one. I saw it distinctly from this very spot. Hear me now, Adonai. But canst thou hear my words, O Lord, in such a tempest? Surely thou canst, for they call thee omnipotent. And if thou dost hear me and dost understand the meaning of my words, thou wilt see with thy mighty eyes, if such is thy will, that I speak the truth. Then thou wilt surely remember the vow thou didst make to the people through thy servant Moses. Among the Egyptians I have witnessed treachery and murder and shameful vials. Their deeds have filled me, who am myself but a sinful, inexperienced youth, with horror and indignation. How couldst thou, from whom all good is said to proceed, and whom Miriam calls truth itself, act like those abominable men and break faith with those who trusted in thee? I know, thou great and mighty one, that this is far from thee. Nay, perhaps it is a sin even to cherish such a thought. Hear me, Adonai. Look northward at the troops of the Egyptians, who will surely soon leave their camp and march forward, and southward to the peril of thy people, for whom escape is no longer possible, and thou wilt rescue them by thy omnipotence and great wisdom, for thou hast promised them a new country, and if they are destroyed, how can they reach it? With these words he finished his prayer, which, though boyish and incoherent, gushed from the inmost depths of his heart. Then he sprang with long leaps from the ruined tower to the barren plain at his feet, and ran southward as fleetly as if he were escaping from captivity a second time. He felt how the wind rushing from the northeast urged him forward, and told himself that it would also hasten the march of Pharaoh's soldiers. Perhaps the leaders of his people did not yet know how vast was the military power that threatened them, and undervalued the danger in which their position placed them. But he saw it and could give them every information. haste was necessary, and he felt as though he had gained wings in this race with the storm. The village of Pihahiroth was soon gained, and while dashing by it without pausing, he noticed that its huts and tents were deserted by men and cattle. Perhaps its inhabitants had fled with their property to a place of safety before the advancing Egyptian troops or the hosts of his own people. The farther he went, the more cloudy became the sky, which here so rarely failed to show a sunny vault of blue at noonday, the more fiercely howled the tempest. His thick locks fluttered wildly around his burning head. He panted for breath, yet flew on, while his sandals seemed to him to scarcely touch the ground. The nearer he came to the sea, the louder grew the howling and whistling of the storm, the more furious the roar of the waves, dashing against the rocks of Baal Zephon. Now, a short hour after he had left the tower, he reached the first tents of the camp, and the familiar cry, "Unclean!" as well as the mourning robes of those whose scaly, disfigured faces looked forth from the ruins of the tents which the storm had overthrown, informed him that he had reached the lepers, whom Moses had commanded to remain outside the camp. Yet so great was his haste that, instead of making a circuit around their quarter, he dashed straight through at his utmost speed. Nor did he pause even when a lofty palm, uprooted by the tempest, fell to the ground so close beside him that the fan-shaped leaves in its crown brushed his face. At last he gained the tents and pinfolds of his people, not a few of which had also been overthrown, and asked the first acquaintances he met for Nun, the father of his dead mother and of Joshua. He had gone down to the shore with Moses and other elders of the people. Ephraim followed him there, and the damp, salt sea air refreshed him and cooled his brow. Yet he could not instantly get speech with him, so he collected his thoughts, recovered his breath, while watching the men whom he sought talking eagerly with some gaily clad Phoenician sailors. A youth like Ephraim might not venture to interrupt the gray-haired heads of the people in the discussion, which evidently referred to the sea, for the Hebrews constantly pointed to the end of the bay, and the Phoenicians sometimes thither, sometimes to the mountain and the sky, sometimes to the north, the center of the still increasing tempest. A projecting wall sheltered the old men from the hurricane, yet they found it difficult to stand erect, even while supported by their staves and clinging to the stones of the masonry. At last the conversation ended, and while the youth saw the gigantic figure of Moses go with slow, yet firm steps among the leaders of the Hebrews down to the shore of the sea, Nun, supported by one of his shepherds, was working his way with difficulty, but as rapidly as possible toward the camp. He wore a mourning robe, and while the others looked joyous and hopeful when they departed, his handsome face, framed by its snow-white beard and hair, had the expression of one whose mind and body were burdened by grief. Not until Ephraim called him did he raise his drooping leonine head, and when he saw him he started back in surprise and terror, and clung more firmly to the strong arm of the shepherd who supported him. Tidings of the cruel fate of his son and grandson had reached him through the freed slaves he had left in Tanis, and the old man had torn his garments, strewed ashes on his head, donned mourning robes, and grieved bitterly for his beloved, noble, only son and promising grandson. Now Ephraim was standing before him, and after Nun had laid his hand on his shoulders and kissed him again and again, he asked if his son was still alive, and remembered him and his people. As soon as the youth had joyfully assured him that such was the case, Nun threw his arms around the boy's shoulders, that henceforth his own blood, instead of a stranger, should protect him from the violence of the storm. He had grave and urgent duties to fulfill, from which nothing might withhold him. Yet as the fiery youth shouted into his ear, through the roar of the hurricane, on their way through the camp, that he would summon his shepherds and the companions of his own age to release Hosea, who now called himself Joshua, old Nun's impetuous spirit awoke, and clasping Ephraim closer to his heart, he cried out that though an old man, he was not yet too aged to swing an axe, and go with Ephraim's youthful band to liberate his son. His eyes sparkled through his tears, and waving his free hand aloft, he cried, The God of my fathers, on whom I learned to rely, watches over his faithful people. Do you see the sand, seaweed, and shells yonder at the end of the estuary? An hour ago the place was covered with water, and roaring waves were dashing their white spray upward. That is the way, boy, which promises escape, if the wind holds. The water, so the experienced Phoenicians assure us, will recede still farther toward the sea. Their god of the north wind, they say, is favorable to us, and their boys are already lighting a fire to him on the summit of Baal Zephon yonder, but we know that it is another, who is opening to us a path to the desert. We were in evil case, my boy. Yes, grandfather, cried the youth, you were trapped like lions in the snare, and the Egyptian host, it passed me from the first man to the last, is mighty and unconquerable. I hurried as fast as my feet could carry me, to tell you how many heavily armed troops, bowmen, steeds, and chariots— We know, the old man interrupted, but here we are. He pointed to an overturned tent which his servants were trying to prop, and beside which an aged Hebrew, his father Elishama, wrapped in cloth, sat in the chair in which he was carried by bearers. Nun hastily shouted a few words and led Ephraim toward him, but while the youth was embracing his great-grandfather, who hugged and caressed him, Nun, with youthful vivacity, was issuing orders to the shepherds and servants. Let the tent fall, men! The storm has begun the work for you. Wrap the covering round the poles. Load the carts and beasts of burden. Move briskly. You, Gadai, Shammah, and Jacob, join the others. The hour for departure has come. Everybody must hasten to harness the animals, put them in the wagons, and prepare all things as fast as possible. The Almighty shows us the way, and everyone must hasten, in His name and by the command of Moses. Keep strictly to the old order. We head the procession, then come the other tribes, lastly the strangers and leprous men and women. Rejoice, O ye people, for our God is working a great miracle and making the sea dry land for us, His chosen people. Let everyone thank Him while working, and pray from the depths of the heart that He will continue to protect us. Let all who do not desire to be slain by the sword and crushed by the weight of Pharaoh's chariots put forth their best strength and forget rest. That will await us as soon as we have escaped the present peril. Down with the tent cover yonder. I'll roll it up myself. Lay hold, boy. Look across at the children of Manasseh. They are already packing and loading. That's right, Ephraim. You know how to use your hands. What more have we to do? My head, my forgetful old head. So much has come upon me at once. You have nimble feet, Raphu. I undertook to warn the strangers to prepare for a speedy departure. Run quickly and hurry them, that they may not linger too long behind the people. Time is precious. Lord, Lord my God, extend thy protecting hand over thy people, and roll the waves still farther back with the tempest, thy mighty breath. Let every one pray silently while working. The omnipresent one, who sees the heart, will hear it. That load is too heavy for you, Ephraim. You are lifting beyond your strength. No, the youth has mastered it. Follow his example, men, and ye of Succoth. Rejoice in your master's strength. The last words were addressed to Ephraim's shepherds, men and maid servants, most of whom shouted a greeting to him in the midst of their work, kissed his arm or hand, and rejoiced at his return. They were engaged in packing and wrapping their goods, and in gathering, harnessing, and loading the animals, which could only be kept together by blows and shouts. The people from Succoth wished to vie with their young master, those from Tanis with their lord's grandson, and the other owners of flocks and lesser men of the tribe of Ephraim, whose tents surrounded that of their chief Nun, did the same, in order not to be surpassed by others. Yet several hours elapsed ere all the tents, household utensils, and provisions for man and beast were again in their places on the animals and in the carts, and the aged, feeble, and sick had been laid on litters or in wagons. Sometimes the gale bore from the distance, to the spot where the Ephraimites were busily working, the sound of Moses' deep voice or the higher tones of Aaron. But neither they nor the men of the tribe of Judah heeded the monition, for the latter were ruled by Hur and Nashon, and beside the former stood his newly wedded wife Miriam. It was different with the other tribes and the strangers. To the obstinacy and cowardice of those chiefs was due the present critical position of the people. End of chapter 21.